Inside a very dark-looking dungeon, guarded by two guards with tails. In the silence, there were beautiful and luminous footsteps that came to visit the dark dungeon. The two guards returned to alert and welcomed the person and called out to Her Majesty. The woman ordered the two guards to come out so that she could speak alone with the prisoner. And they left the beautiful white-haired woman who was a queen, more precisely the queen of the dragons, named Rosweiss. The person locked up in the prison was a hero of mankind who had long been the sworn enemy of the dragons. Dragons and humans are true enemies. But the hero didn't want to make small talk with her and only wanted the queen to kill him quickly. Seeing the request of the strongest human hero, the queen really enjoyed the moment. But it wasn't going to happen easily, because the queen had a bad habit of enjoying how the hero was tortured. The queen felt that she was more attractive if she gave his perfect body and face more wounds. She licked the wounds she had produced as a form of humiliation to him. The hero can only endure the shame inside him. He could only say and beg not to do this kind of torture again, and it was better if the queen beheaded him quickly. He had high self-esteem. The queen did not want to kill him because she wanted to humiliate him even more by ordering him to become a slave to the dragons. Hearing these words only sounded funny to the hero because he felt that the queen was not worthy of the hero's protection. The queen is very sensitive to the hero's words and throws a very hard punch at the hero until he bounces off the wall. The damage he took was so great that it caused him to cough up blood, which made him even more dying. Not only that, the queen also gave a steady stomp to the hero's body, which made him even more painful. The queen insulted him cruelly so that the hero could see his position now, and he was not a very strong hero in his former era. Look at the reality. The hero was very unhappy and cursed the queen viciously, but the queen just smiled and said that this was the end of the human hero because he had no successor to carry on his hero title. The queen said this was a checkmate, as the dragon had already won this long match. Not giving up, the hero believes in humans and the spirit they stand for and says not to underestimate humans to the queen. The queen couldn't understand why the hero was still talking nonsense and strangled him with her powerful tail. The hero is in great pain, and yet here the queen thinks he wants to ask for a beg, even though the hero still has a plan that takes advantage of the mistake of the dragon queen, who makes the queen confused by his words. The hero activates his ability, which is poison for the dragons, if a dragon drinks the hero's holy blood. Where the queen makes a mistake where she hurts his cheek and licks the hero's blood. Victory is in the hands of the hero for successfully activating the strongest curse for the dragons. The hero was happy to get the response he thought. It overheated the dragon queen's body and collapsed her body. Her body trembled violently along with her face, which turned very red. The hero clearly said the last sentence to the queen, which was a sign of farewell, as the curse would be very painful. The queen was in pain and lunged at the hero so hard that the hero's body fell. The hero is confused by this because it is beyond his prediction. Because instead of looking in pain, the dragon queen looks very horny. Sure enough, because next the dragon queen kisses the hero's lips very fiercely. The hero was so shocked that he regretted activating the curse because it was a curse that made a dragon want to have intercourse with him, and they clapped. The hour had passed quickly and only showed their scattered clothes. It seemed that the effects of the curse were over, although the hero was not satisfied. The queen woke up and was confused about what she had done. She had no recollection of anything and asked what the hero had done to her in this state of undress. The hero explains that it is a curse that every hero has that binds their souls and bodies together, which means that if the hero dies, the dragon queen will also die. The queen is very upset and doesn't believe what he said. The hero also didn't realize the effect. Because it was the first time using it, the dragon queen was very upset because her virginity was taken by the hero. And it turned out to indicate that the queen could not marry again, because there was a strict culture that dragons could only marry once. He was very happy with the results that exceeded his expectations, because the Dragon Queen would be at a loss to explain how to her people that she had intercourse with a human hero. This also meant that the Dragon Queen would have no more offspring and was a victory for humans. The queen was sick of hearing the ramblings of the hero and ran to hit him by activating the dragon aura. Just before doing so, she stopped her attack because the hero reminded her that if he dies, the Dragon Queen will also die from the connected soul. This was a very meaningful farewell to the hero in his last moment, and the hero lost his consciousness due to death, or perhaps exhaustion after they did it. The queen praises the end of the hero's life for performing an action that he didn't expect. And the queen performs a ritual that results in the emblem of the dragon nation on the human hero's chest. The human hero is named Leon. He is the one who got the title of dragon-slaying hero. But his past went through a lot of bad things, because he was not a nobleman. When he was 5 years old, he killed his neighbor's dog because he wanted to protect his friend who was almost injured. Leon, who has strength above the average child his age, got the attention of the previous dragon slayer who accidentally saw him. And sure enough, he was taken on as the dragon slayer's apprentice. He received strict training and studied at the academy to maximize his abilities. Even by the time he was 15 years old, he had already gone to war and slain hundreds or even thousands of dragons that were beyond his power. He was the strongest dragon slayer even recognized by the dragon nation. The greatness of his name continued to be heard until he made a mistake and became a prisoner of the dragon nation. After 2 years of captivity, he finally woke up from a very long sleep. He woke up with great shock and confusion after seeing an area in the place where he woke up that he didn't know before. His confusion was shocked after hearing the sound of the door opening and seeing a little girl entering his room. The little girl smiled and welcomed him from his long sleep. Seeing this, the hero couldn't help but feel that the little girl was very cute, and he concluded that he was in heaven and thought that the girl was an angel, Lolicon. He approached the little girl and asked her name, which could be called Muen. The hero smiled hearing it because it was very cute and felt that the little girl's hair was very unique, which had black and white colors. The little girl explained her name, which meant moon. He did not expect angels to also have a mother. Leon also introduced himself, but when he said his name, little girl seemed to already know it. Leon was confused about how she knew and asked her. The girl said that her mother told her. Hearing this made Leon a little scared, and sure enough, when Leon asked what her mother's name was, as expected, she was Rosweise, who was the queen of dragons. Hearing this, he concluded that the father of the girl was himself. Leon was shocked to death because he couldn't believe it. In the midst of his confusion, the little girl's mother arrived, and the queen had learned that the hero was awake from his long sleep and greeted him with a hateful smile. Her daughter thought the queen was very happy with the hero's conscious state. The queen was absolutely right and asked for some time alone with her beloved father. Daughter left the two of them arguing loudly because the hero did not understand why the Queen of Dragons gave birth to his daughter, even though the queen hated the hero very much. The queen said that she had been waiting for this moment and said 2 years was such a long time that she could not even forget how humiliated she was when they last met. The hero regretted so much that if he could, he wouldn't even want to touch the Dragon Queen because it was an insult to him. The queen thought that the hero hated it when they touched and said it was probably the greatest torment for the hero. The queen immediately pushed the hero back onto his bed. The hero is very surprised by this situation because the Dragon Queen suddenly attaches herself to him and suddenly tears his clothes very aggressively. Even more surprised, the hero sees a purple light shining from his chest, which turned out to be a sign that he was a slave to the dragons. The Dragon Queen was very happy to see the hero's reaction because it exceeded her expectations. She thought how low a hero who was adored by humans was now a slave. This was a satisfaction for the queen. the queen explained that revenge is the nature of the dragons. She wanted to see the hero feel the biggest cock in his entire life. And this was a boon for the queen, as she managed to tame a hero of mankind as her love slave. And they clapped again. News among them had spread that the husband of the Dragon Queen had awakened. Even the hero himself didn't expect the Dragon Queen to announce to her people that he was her husband. The hero is looking for a way to escape because just remembering how aggressive the Dragon Queen is in bed makes him very horrified and scared even for a hero, making his waist very sore. He was fed up and determined to leave the place, but the place was filled with dragon guards who made it difficult for him to escape. He kept thinking and looking for a way, and he accidentally found a small hole that might lead him out. He didn't care if it was a trap or not. He still entered the hole and said goodbye, pervert dragon. Daughter spied his escape and reported it to her mother. The Dragon Queen praised his brave action and said that she didn't want to bring back his father, but would catch him since she was a dragon. The hero continued to run with speed to get away from the damn place. He thought he had run far enough until he heard the sound of the flapping wings of a dragon flying at maximum speed towards him. The hero tried to run as fast as possible, but would not be faster than the dragon, who then stopped his escape. The Dragon Queen showed a different appearance from her beautiful and graceful human form. Her dragon form is very scary and looks deadly. The queen said that it was useless for the hero to escape because he already had a slave mark on his chest. She said that the hero's power would disappear and endanger his life. But the hero was not deterred and decided to live like an ordinary person, even without power, rather than spend time in the palace of the dragon who was his eternal enemy. Furious at the hero's words, the queen grabbed the hero's body and took him up into the sky. Day turned into night, and the Dragon Queen released her grip, causing the hero to fall from a great height until he crashed into a tree. He got up and looked around. A feeling of awe and nostalgia filled his heart as the Dragon Queen brought him to the human city. The hero sheds happy tears. Amidst his cries, the purple light on his chest shone again. The Dragon Queen informed him that if one of them was in lust, then the mark would appear and make their bodies very hot and unbearable, and it would all disappear if they did it. The hero could not understand the Dragon Queen's actions and did not accept that he had to do this in front of the human city that he had been protecting with his life. The Dragon Queen couldn't hide her smile seeing the hero's expression, and the hero promised to repay this insult twice over. Of course, the Dragon Queen would accept all that happily after they clapped again. In the darkness of a moonlit night just below a large tree, a shadowy figure can be seen doing a sweaty adult workout, a dragon slayer who does his duty to lay the dragons. After hours passed, our Dragon Queen looked very fit and became more beautiful with her white hair and smooth body. Our queen says she is very satisfied with Hero's performance just now, which has pumped Hero dry to the point of tears. Our queen teases Hero further and offers him that she will deliver Hero to his hometown once in every month. But Dragon Queen's idea is read by him that she just wants to absorb Hero's big shaft more often. Dragon Queen is quite disappointed to hear that, but it is okay because she is very satisfied for tonight, but don't know tomorrow. Dragon Queen prepares to spread her beautiful wings for fear of making her daughter wait, so she invites Hero to return home. But Hero is reluctant to ride on Dragon Queen's body again, considering that he is a dragon slayer. Of course, it makes his pride tarnished, so he decided to go home on foot. But the Dragon Queen reminds the hero that their journey on foot will take 10 days to half a month. The hero is quite surprised to hear it, but he is concerned with self-respect and remains committed to his decision. Dragon Queen just smiled at the thought of what would happen in the future. A few moments later, there was the sound of the hero breathing, who was very tired. Even the Dragon Queen who followed behind him was not tired at all and only teased the hero that he was just pretentious from his previous words. The hero was certainly angry to hear the ridicule from her, but suddenly they heard the sound of a human group which turned out to be a group of dragon army slayers. Looking at them, the hero sees a glimmer of hope to be free if they help him. Quickly, he wanted to ask them for help to help him destroy the Dragon Queen. But he accidentally saw the Dragon Queen with a very angry face, filled with hatred seeing the Dragon Slayer armies group because she was not willing to let her free dildo be taken away. So he canceled his intention to ask for help. Because if he asked for their help, the Dragon Queen would definitely annihilate them in an instant. Hero decided not to involve their innocent lives. But suddenly their group stopped because it turned out that they realized the existence of the Dragon Queen and Hero and asked why they were in the middle of the forest like this and thought that they were lost. Hero was very panicked because the commander of the troops started to get off the horse, so he had to make excuses and said that he and the Dragon Queen were just walking around looking for fresh air. Of course, the commander scolded them because this forest was known as a place where monsters appeared, so walking was the worst excuse the hero could have chosen. Even the commander also offered a ride to the two of them. He introduced himself to both of them that he was the captain of the 48th Squadron of the Imperial Dragon Slayer Army. The commander walked closer to them, which made the Dragon Queen very emotional. The hero, who realized this, immediately thanked them for their invitation and rejected it because he did not want to get himself and his troops killed. When closer, the commander suddenly said that he seemed familiar with the hero's face and asked if he had met before. Hearing this made the Dragon Queen unable to hold back her emotions anymore and immediately released an aura to prepare to attack. The hero, who realized this, immediately tried to calm the Dragon Queen by holding her hand while saving the fate of the commander and his troops. He immediately pulled the Dragon Queen into his arms and said that the commander had mistaken him for someone else. Even his wife also sometimes mistook other people for him. He also told the commander to ignore them because they wanted to continue their activity again in the forest, which was clapped round 2. Dragon Queen joined the hero's role-playing game because he persuaded her, and they showed off their intimacy in front of the commander to make them leave. Of course, seeing that the commander did not want to disturb their love in making children, so he decided to leave the two of them. Finally, the hero calmed down after seeing their departure, but not the Dragon Queen, who was quite uncomfortable because the hero hugged her for too long. The shocked hero quickly released his hug to the Dragon Queen. Also, she praised the hero's intelligence for making a very good decision for not asking the Dragon Army Slayer for help. But one thing that made her very upset. She said that even though they already had a child, the Dragon Queen never considered that she was the hero's wife, and vice versa when the hero denied it very firmly. Dragon Queen was being tsundere because maybe she was quite happy with the hug and being called wife by the hero, but she turned around and immediately invited the hero to go back because they were still far on the way. It turned out that the hero was in quite a bit of pain in his hand after blocking the Dragon Queen's attack with his hand. It made him lose consciousness because it might also be the effect of fatigue from walking, and also clapped all night. So that made him faint in front of the Dragon Queen. Seeing this, she remained calm because she thought humans were very pitiful because they had fragile bodies. Dragon Queen released a very beautiful purple aura and turned herself into a dragon by lifting the hero's unconscious body and throwing it towards her back. But she forgave the hero and took him home to her palace, accompanied by the warm light of the rising sun. On a sunny morning in the Palace of Dragons, the hero opened his eyes and woke up from his stupor. As he started to wake up, he was startled by his little daughter, who was smiling from ear to ear, happy to see him awake. Hero started to rise from his sleep confused, trying to remember how he got to his room. Her daughter told her that her mother had brought him back while wagging her cute little tail. Hearing that, Hero began to recall how the Dragon Queen caught him like a prey. It was a bad memory because Hero imagined that the Dragon Queen was a terrible figure. He realized that there was a bandage covering his hand, and it was his daughter who had bandaged it for him. she said glitteringly, and asked the hero to praise her. Seeing his daughter's attitude, the hero was quite confused, because all he knew was that the dragon race was a ferocious race. They spent their entire lives in violence and blood since childhood. Of course, his daughter was a dragon, but she had no hostility towards the hero and completely treated her as her father. Hero drew the conclusion that perhaps it was because she was a human-dragon hybrid, born to a human like him and her mother as a dragon queen. Hero praises his daughter and rubs her head to make her happier. Hero couldn't stand his daughter's cuteness and wanted that when she grew up, she must not be like her mother, because Hero didn't want her daughter to be not cute and scary like the Dragon Queen. But it turned out that their conversation was overheard by her and spontaneously asked what was wrong with being like her. Hero was very upset because he did not expect that he was demonizing someone right in front of her. Hero just dodged the Dragon Queen's question and said it's nothing. After the arrival of the Dragon Queen, her daughter wanted to show off what she had done, namely treating with bandages on his father's wounds, and she wanted to get praise from her mother too. But the Dragon Queen kept her flat face and said that it was the right thing to do, nothing less, nothing more. But her daughter did not take offense, as if she was used to her mother's treatment. Hearing this, the hero thinks that the Dragon Queen is a strict mother and pities his child. So the hero wanted to invite her to play and told his daughter to go to the garden outside and play hide and seek when his daughter finished counting to 100. His daughter was very surprised, with a very wide smile indicating that she was very happy to be invited to play by her father. She was very excited. The hero began to compare himself to the Dragon Queen, that he was not cruel like her mother. Hero started counting very fast, and his daughter immediately ran to hide, very excited and very funny. Right when the child went out of the room, the hero gave a stern word to the Dragon Queen. The hero reprimanded her because he felt the Dragon Queen was being too hard on his child, like a husband scolding his wife. But the Dragon Queen ignored him and thought it was normal, because their nation was always treated as strict from childhood, so that their nation would get strong warriors in the future. Hero did not accept her statement because he saw that his daughter was not a pure dragon and she was too cute. Hero couldn't believe that the Dragon Queen could resist seeing their child's cuteness. Dragon Queen also said that it was normal because cuteness is a characteristic of dragons, so it was no big deal. Hearing that, the hero immediately teased the Dragon Queen and said that she is pretty cute too. The Dragon Queen's temper exploded upon hearing that, and quickly grabbed the hero by the collar for the insult he had caused her, because he was now a slave to the Dragon Nation and only a slave to his lust, LOL. But the Dragon Queen tried to calm herself down to remain elegant and reasoned that she was quite busy due to her status as a queen taking care of her country, and she immediately threw her custody to the hero. Hero immediately walked towards the garden while he, a dragon slayer, was tasked with taking care of children. He also immediately looked for Muen and began to look around and began to see shadowy figures. It turned out that the child was not hiding in a good place, so the hero judged how naive the child's mind was. Hero shouted, "Found you!" and wanted to laugh together because of how exciting their game was. But the reaction his daughter gave was only silent with a flat face, making the atmosphere between them awkward. His daughter just stayed silent for a long time without saying a word. Hero was a bit sorry for making her angry, so he apologized for making her wait too long because he was busy. And sure enough, her daughter was very disappointed and left him and made him sad. But he heard a chuckle from behind him, and his daughter came back to surprise him for not being able to find her. He was amazed at his daughter for suddenly being behind him. But his daughter didn't understand what the hero was saying, and neither did the hero, who was also confused by what was happening. His daughter pulled the hero's hand and wanted to show him something, but things began to feel strange because there was a figure watching them from a distance, which turned out to be his daughter. What happened exactly? In the silence of the palace garden, accompanied by the sound of fountain water, With a happy mood, Muen very cheerfully while drawing with her colored crayons. The hero watched her from behind and thought, seeing his daughter's activities, it felt like his soul was healed. He already loved Muen very much, and one day he promised to free her and take her away from the Dragon Queen's grasp. After finishing with her drawing, Muen wanted to show off to her father immediately and quickly ran towards him. The hero was very proud of his daughter's picture, but there was something odd, where he saw 4 people in the family picture. The hero asks why he drew 2 Muen in his drawing. She clearly said that it was her sister. The hero was very surprised to hear this and did not expect that Muen had a sister. But he is also proud of himself, which means he is very fertile, which means it turns out that he hit it twice with one shot. One clapped, which resulted in twins. They both look equally beautiful, but have very opposite personalities. The hero immediately realized that the daughter he met before was not Muen. Of course, she was angry because his father called her by the wrong name. But Muen clarified that was not the case. His sister was just a little shy when she saw the hero. He was quite relieved, and it sounded reasonable as they were just unfamiliar because they were not used to meeting. But the hero was annoyed and disappointed with the Dragon Queen for hiding his other daughter and not telling him the truth. The Dragon Queen was in her room with her pet, a dragon who pet a dragon. Hearing footsteps that quickly headed in their direction, the hero, who was upset, immediately broke down the door to her room, which made the dragon startled. But Queen beautifully and calmly asked about the existence of Muen, who was with him. The hero immediately denied it and wanted to ask directly to the point, where she was really good at hiding things, for not telling him that she had the older daughter. Queen just smiled that it wasn't a big deal because he knew now, so he didn't need to make a big deal out of it. Hero was very upset to hear that, but he mocked the Dragon Queen by thanking her for going to great lengths to give birth to not 1, but 2 children of him. And he would also write the name Rosweise in his family tree when he returned to the Empire. His roasting offended the Dragon Queen, but she remained elegant and asked if he knew that why she didn't tell him about the existence of their eldest daughter, whose name was Noah. Of course, he thought that maybe the queen would be jealous of him again, because they would be closer to him and not to the queen, so she didn't let Noah meet him. Dragon Queen asked again, "Are you so anxious to see her?" But the hero answered confidently that no father would not want to meet his daughter because he was not someone who was cold and stern like her. Of course, he would build a closer relationship with them than her. So the Dragon Queen agreed to bring them together, but she said not to regret it, as if she had something to hide from their eldest daughter. Hero had his own strategy that he prepared in the kitchen, which was entered by the warm sunlight, but not with himself, who intended to make Dragon Queen embarrassed. Holding a knife, he planned to make a dish that would bring himself closer to his eldest daughter because all children like good food. It's a simple thing. He also used to make this cream stew in his team, and everyone who ate it said it was good, and the sweet taste from it was also suitable for children. After it was almost cooked, he tasted it and confidently said that his cooking skills were not bad and it was quite good. With his Pinocchio nose, he was confident that after eating this dish, Noah would like it and make it her favorite dish. The maids, who were used to making dishes, peeked at the hero from outside the window. They thought that he was very romantic for making food for his beloved family, since he had just recovered from his illness and was willing to make such a thing. He is really a good male dragon who cares about his family. It seems that they all do not know that the hero is not a dragon, but the dragon layer that will lay them all. They were surprised by the arrival of the Dragon Queen and her children, Muen and Noah, who were going to the dining table. They welcomed her, and the queen said that they don't have to wait for orders at dinner tonight and have a rest. They immediately entered the room and were welcomed by the hero because they entered at the right time. Muen immediately ran to her father because she smelled very good food, because the hero already knew that those who were half-dragons certainly liked meat, so he made them a steak menu for dinner. He also couldn't wait to see Noah's reaction, who would hug him like Muen. But after seeing him, Noah ignored him, which made the hero disappointed because this did not match his expectations. So this is why Dragon Queen is very confident with the eldest daughter who is not easily enamored with him. Queen didn't have the heart for the hero and let Noah introduce herself because it was her first time meeting the hero. Noah introduced herself as 1 year and 2 months old. Of course, they looked big because dragons have faster development than human babies. But she introduced herself with an arrogance that was more similar to the Dragon Queen. Hero also introduced himself that he was her father, but before he finished speaking, his words were immediately cut off by Noah because she was not interested in hearing more. This made the hero want to cry because Noah was very cold to him and made him feel guilty. Muen, who saw her father, could not bear it and talked to her big sister to talk more to make their father happier and less embarrassed. But Noah did not want to do so, especially since she felt that he was very weak and was not sure that he was really their father. Hearing such sharp little talk hurt the hero's feelings and made him think that her traits must have come from his cruel mother, the Dragon Queen. What a filial daughter. They are sitting at the dining table, which should be the best occasion for family members to talk and communicate, but not, it has become Leon's most tormenting moment. Muen, who had trouble eating the steak, asked her big sister to cut it into small pieces. Leon looked at them, even though they looked the same, but their personalities are completely different. He saw Noah like her mother and Muen like himself. He tried to talk to Noah by asking her how her food tasted today, but she emphatically replied that the food was disgusting, striking the hero mentally as the meal he had prepared became a complete failure. Dragon Queen almost laughed out loud at that, but she held back her laughter elegantly. Seeing the hero hurt made her mood happy, so Muen asked if she was very happy today. Queen replied she was very happy because they could finally reunite with their family along with their father. She also mocked Hero for not smiling and asked if he was unhappy. Hero pretended to laugh to spare both of their feelings, so Muen asked them to eat together every day. Hero certainly didn't want to eat with the Dragon Queen every day, but was confused about how to refuse Muen. But Noah firmly refused because she wanted to study at the Young Dragon Department of St. Heath Academy. But the school was filled with dragons aged 4 to 5, so there was no read-order for her to enter the academy because it was too early for Noah. She wanted to enter the academy right away because she had a goal of defeating more dragon slayers, which made the hero choke upon hearing her daughter's goal. Which means that it will be the read-order they kill him later. So the hero again convinces Noah that dragon slayers are all very brave. Because she is still young, of course she will get hurt, and the hero does not want to see his daughter hurt. Noah arrogantly said not to treat her like a child, even though she was still a child. Dragon Queen agreed to Noah's idea and supported her because the more she had skills, the more chance she had to fight with the dragon slayer. She cornered Hero again. Would he still stop his little daughter's wish and force her not to go to the academy? Hero was quite offended and somewhat confused, but if he continued to oppose it, Noah would definitely hate him as a father even more. So he did not want to stop her further desires and continued eating. He knew what was happening now, that the Dragon Queen wanted to use Noah to mentally attack him during his dinner. Feeling this made him smolder and would take revenge on the Dragon Queen. Dragon Queen, who approved Noah to the academy, informed her that there will be an entrance test held in the next month, so she asked Hero to help her practice. Noah, who was more obedient to her mother, immediately thanked her and was eager to go through with it. After dinner ended, Muen was so full that her stomach became round because it was filled with steak. Noah was amazed at how big Muen's stomach was. Dragon Queen wanted to go to her room, but Hero stopped her and said that the plates they were using were still dirty and someone had to clean them. The confused queen simply said to just let the servant clean it up. But the hero loudly said that washing the dishes and clearing the table was the right way to end the family dinner. So he said if she refused, it would certainly destroy the harmonious family atmosphere in front of their children. Seeing Muen's happy face, She was so eager to see her mother obey her father that Queen had no choice but to do so. The impatient Muen quickly offered to help her mother, but Noah pulled her shirt and took her out of the room to rest, making her very sad. After finishing washing the dishes, Queen saw Hiro just sitting behind her without doing anything, so she asked when he was going to help her. With a suspicious face, Hiro asked if Dragon Queen forgot her words 2 years ago, where she should never be alone with a highly trained and strongest dragon slayer, which immediately raised a curse mark on the Dragon Queen's large chest. Seeing this, the Dragon Queen did not expect the hero to do this. The hero did this according to his calculations because he had only let the Dragon Queen control him according to her pattern because he was exhausted, but it was different now where he was in his prime. The Dragon Queen thought that the hero was trying to escape as her prisoner, so she immediately attacked him with her electrified tail. But the hero easily parried her attack and caught her tail, asking who said he was going to run away, making the queen even more confused, but she suddenly felt very horny and moaned strongly. Dragon Queen felt like a girl who looked so weak that it made Hero dominate her even more. The current situation was similar to a kitten being pinched by the back of the neck. She was very weak and powerless because the tail is a weakness for dragons, because it makes them very sensitive. Of course, this knowledge he got from reading books about dragons. Leon approached the queen's blushing face and whispered to her that she was a dragon who often conquered and controlled everything. So, there is something that makes him curious. Has the Dragon Queen ever been conquered? Hearing such a disrespectful question as hearing that the hero would clap her for days without stopping made her afraid and impatient for pleasure. Just let the hero cook. The Dragon Queen was already starting to feel hot. She let out a small sigh, but not from pain. It's from pleasure. Her face also turned very red. With her weak body, she ordered Leon to stop touching her tail, which is a part of her that is very sensitive when touched. However, Leon had a very satisfied face, as he had been waiting for a moment like this, ever since he was treated like a slave by Rosweiser. Leon made a brilliant plan that tonight they would swap roles where the Dragon Queen played the role of a slave, which of course his idea was refuted by Rosweiss. The sound of her screaming made someone come near their room, which made them panic. It seemed that the maids wanted to enter the room to clean the room after their dinner. But when they entered the room, it had already been cleaned by them, which left the maids in awe. They were very happy to see the Dragon Queen's first dinner with complete family members. Leon peeked out from behind the door because he didn't want to be caught off guard by the maids. Hero also grabbed the queen's mouth not to make noise unless she wanted to see the maids, knowing her naughty nature for playing in the kitchen. It wasn't long before the maids left the room. The Dragon Queen felt quite relieved that the maids would not find out about her naughty nature, but she was also afraid of the ferocity of the hero who would clap her overnight. Leon can't wait to make a water fountain from the Dragon Queen, and Rosweiss can only enjoy the hero's thrusts. Night after night passed until 3 days later at the palace. Leon looked almost dead because he hadn't woken up for 3 days either, which worried his children. But Noah had the idea to stomp on her father's face for making her sister anxious. Noah realizes that her father is not dead. It is very noticeable that her nature, that her cruelty was legacy of the Dragon Queen who makes the hero comfortable. Leon began to open his eyes with Muen, who greeted him with a big smile. They immediately told their mother that their father had woken up from the dead. The Dragon Queen recounts the events of a very hot night. This made the hero remember that he fainted not because he was tired, but because he was hit by a hard object by Rosweiser. He immediately blasphemed the Dragon Queen in his mind that he would have died if he wasn't a hero. But his hatred disappeared when he saw his wife's beauty under the hot sun that made her very charming, even though she was 200 years old, the same age as his grandmother. His children thought the hero died again because he was silent when he saw the Dragon Queen. She nudged the hairpin that was on the table, making her startled. When she wanted to take the hairpin, the hero quickly picked it up and immediately put on the hair of the Dragon Queen, who had just mesmerized her beauty. But Rosweiss accused him of being too kind and thought he often treated many women like this. Hero denied that he only combed his master's donkey hair with the intention of insulting Rosweiss. Moon asked because she didn't know what a donkey was. Hero practiced that donkeys are similar to dragons. They are also very stubborn creatures and like to whine when they are upset. Just like your mother said, Hero, hearing that upset her. And the Dragon Queen hit Leon's stomach very strongly. Muen was very worried and Noah couldn't figure out the hero's behavior. Today, Muen and Noah will learn to write names, and the Dragon Queen ordered Leon to teach them. Muen was very happy to be with her father, but Noah was quite upset and said that she could already write. Muen pulled Noah with great enthusiasm to take a pen in their study room while running. After they both left, the Dragon Queen told him that her big sister was coming today and ordered Hero not to appear in front of her. Hero was quite disappointed to hear that because his beloved wife had not wanted to introduce him to the extended family. The Dragon Queen has created a new identity for the hero, that he is a male dragon, married to the Dragon Silver clan, and has been in a coma for 2 years due to an illness and managed to wake up by a miracle. She ordered the hero to wear that identity if he met her family accidentally. He immediately agreed to Rosweiss's wish. But after the Dragon Queen left the room, he said in his mind, "All of her plan will not go according to her wishes. Of course, the hero will take advantage of this incident to humiliate the Dragon Queen in front of her family." When they arrived at the children's study room in Dragon Silver Castle, there was harmony between the hero and his children. Hero taught them how to write their own names and asked them to imitate him. But Noah was disappointed because his writing was very bad, not as good as her mother's writing. After asking them to learn on their own, the hero wanted to leave for a moment, leaving the two of them. He quickly left to see his wife for a while, who would soon be welcoming her sister. Noah felt that her father was very stupid for seeing his strange behavior, but Muen teased him, because they certainly felt very happy after being able to study together with the father who had just been in a coma. At the gate of the Silver Dragon Castle, soldiers were seen welcoming the arrival of the Red Dragon Queen. She was named Aisha Melkve, the Red Dragon Queen, who looked very brave and beautiful. And her melons were as big as Rosweiss's. Of course, she has the same blood as her. Rosweiss quickly ran over and hugged her sister tightly because they hadn't seen each other for a long time. They hadn't seen each other for a year, but Rosweiss's face looked very fresh. Isha looked around because she didn't see Rosweiss's husband, even though she had heard that he had woken up from his coma. But the Dragon Queen argued that he was unwell and disappointed. Aisha was eager to see how the person who could marry her stubborn sister. Aisha was also very surprised because usually marriages between dragons were only about clan benefits without love, but Rosweiss married and had children very quickly. Rosweiss denied her suspicions that having children did not necessarily mean their relationship was full of love. Hearing that, Aisha was used to seeing her sister as stubborn as ever. She immediately directed her sister to the garden to chat together very intimately. From a distance, someone was spying on the two of them. Of course, it was our hero, who was curious about the Red Dragon Queen of the Dragon Clan. Of course, he would carry out his brilliant plan to humiliate Rosweiss. The two of them discussed the state of the Flame Red Dragon King, who was starting to look very active. They called him Constantine, who had not been seen for a long time but was suddenly very active in expanding his territory arrogantly. But in the middle of the discussion, the logo on Rosweiss's chest suddenly lit up. This made her surprised because it lit up at the wrong time. Aisha asked because suddenly Rosweiss fell silent in the middle of the conversation. The Dragon Queen immediately cursed the hero for activating his skill on purpose. Aisha continued to discuss the future destiny of the Dragon Kingdom, but Rosweiss was already very horny and unbearable. All this horniness suddenly appeared because the hero activated his skill from a distance, which if he endured, he would squirt in a public place. Isha must have realized her sister's weirdness because her face was very red. Rossweisse was looking for an excuse to leave for 20 minutes because he had urgent business. Her sister was so worried that she wanted to accompany her, but Rossweisse ran away very fast. Isha couldn't understand why they were using the dragon pattern in the middle of the day like this. The young couple liked to play around with it. A very sunny day, the hero sunbathed leisurely, awaiting the arrival of his beloved wife. Rossweisse immediately broke down the door and shouted his name. Of course, she realizes that the hero deliberately wants to humiliate her in front of her sister, but the hero put on an innocent face and said that he just missed and wanted to meet his beloved wife. The Dragon Queen immediately released her grip on the hero, and the hero got a very unexpected response. The Dragon Queen's face was red and hot, like she wanted to explode. Hero was surprised by the response, thinking she would be angry. Maybe she thought Rossweisse was very disgusted with her for wanting a clapped during the day. The Dragon Queen became tsundere, saying that the hero was just a captive, and he had no right to think dirty and want her body. Rossweisse herself was astonished that she had come to hit him so hard, but why would she submit to just a few words from the hero? She quickly left and said next time she would really beat him up. The hero only seemed to tease her from behind because his plan was a total success. He didn't expect the dragon pattern skill to be so accurate, but the response she gave him was more than he expected, so his heart skipped a beat. He immediately slapped himself for starting to think strangely. He thought that he seemed to have forgotten something. And sure enough, his children were already very bored because the hero forgot about them. In front of the castle, the Dragon Queen was escorting her sister away. Isha took out her red wings and said goodbye to leave. Rossweisse escorted her with a beautiful smile. Isha shows her dragon form for the first time, but we can't clearly see it from the side. Finally, she flew away at high speed, leaving the Silver Dragon Castle. Rossweisse's face was very upset, remembering what happened. She immediately returned to want to beat up the hero for activating Horny Crest right in front of her sister, which made her embarrassed. Dragon Queen intentions to kill the hero, which made him sneeze. He couldn't wait to see his wife again. Muen and Noah are fast asleep after being read a dragon fairy tale. They were both so cute that the hero loved them very much. Hero left their bedroom slowly. Suddenly, he was cabadoned by the Dragon Queen, who made him surprised. With an emotional face, she landed her boba in front of Leon's face. Rossweisse planned something. She started dragging Leon quickly, and sure enough, she brought him to her room. Leon brought her hot water. He brought it as ordered by Rossweisse, but had no idea what he was going to do. Sure enough, Rossweisse wanted her feet stroked, meaning washed by Leon on the grounds of exhaustion. But Leon felt very humiliated and refused. Rossweisse did not accept the rejection of what he did earlier. Leon reluctantly began to take off his shoes. Looking at the Dragon Queen's smooth feet made him think of how many humans had died under her feet. Staring for too long, Rossweisse began to wonder, did Leon have a foot fetish? She was caught off guard, thinking weird, and Leon inserted her foot suddenly. Because it was so hot, Rossweisse kicked Leon very hard in the face. He bounced off quite hard. Rossweisse put her foot in Leon's stomach. Leon saw the scene from the nice angle. The Dragon Queen couldn't get enough of him. She began to lower her foot down to the hero's massive trunk. Thankfully, he was stepped on by the Dragon Queen. Leon immediately felt delicious. Leon was comfortable, but also embarrassed. Rossweisse wants to see how long Leon can hold this foot job. Leon is already at the end. Leon pulls out her foot. He has eaten all the feet except the dragon's foot. Rossweisse was shocked because it was so sudden. Leon began to bite her foot very strongly, making Rossweisse sigh until the whole palace heard them. The next day, Muen and Noah woke up from their sleep. Muen was sad to see her mother, who was limping because her leg was injured. Muen was also sad to see her father's face bruised. Muen began to think. Muen wanted to play, and Noah knew they were doing strange things at night. In the castle garden, the hero and the dragon queen were walking together. They walked together without saying a word, but the maids saw them like a cute couple. But one maid saw them like an unfriendly couple. Sure enough, they looked like they were enemies with very uncomfortable faces. Hero wondered why they had to be like this. When Rossweiss ordered her to go out together, he strongly refused, but it seemed necessary to maintain their harmony in the eyes of their people. But the hero still thought that surely Rossweiss had strange intentions that she was planning. Muen and Noah followed them and thought their father was stupid for not holding hands. Muen is eager to help them. Muen jumped, and Noah failed to stop her. Muen yells as she follows them. Muen pulls their hands together and made his mother and dad hold hands while walking down the street. She left again immediately after that. Noah immediately pinched her cheeks because Muen was so naughty. They were both forced to do this and made them misbehave. Muen and Noah were quite happy to see them. Hero didn't think that the Dragon Queen could falter just by holding hands like this. Hero discusses their daughter calling her mother. Where should mom be if paired with daddy? Rossweiss found it ridiculous, and it made no difference. Hero wanted them to call her mommy, and would definitely feel more familiar. Seeing Leon's sparkling smile made Rossweiss's face turn red with embarrassment. She quickly walked away because she didn't want Hero to find out. She discussed whether Leon was homesick, and she wanted to show him something. They arrived in front of the castle barn. Rossweiss looked for a key. She opened it immediately. As soon as she opens it, smoke comes out of the room. Hero thinks this is the treasure room. He was shocked to see that all this was worth hundreds of thousands of gold. But it wasn't all loot. There were also items that meant something to her. Hero had never seen her parents, Rossweiss, and she replied that she was raised by her sister and grandmother. Leon feels they are pretty much the same, as he was raised by his teacher and his wife too. So Leon asked her about her original intention in bringing him here. Rossweiss had an item that might cure the hero's longing. Once opened, Leon was very surprised to see it. It turned out to be a gold-black armor, where this is something Leon really wants. Rossweiss said he would give it to him, but when Leon touched it, a strange blue light came out. A dragon pattern also appeared from the armor. Is this also a trap from Rossweiss for hero Leon? The sight of his wife trapping him made Leon shout out his intentions. Rossweiss had activated the dragon pattern on his armor. When he touched it, would instantly multiply the effect the user was feeling. And instantly the hero fell down, because the horny effect he felt had been doubled. The Dragon Queen laughed at the hero, who was holding back his horny feeling, and asked if he could withstand the desire. The hero made a disappointed face, but it makes the Dragon Queen happy and throws his body on the floor. Hero can't stand it anymore because his lower body is rebelling so hard. This was her revenge for his previous actions in the kitchen. Hero can only blaspheme her while enjoying the friction given by the Dragon Queen. She asked him if her acting skills were good enough, but the hero shouted that everything he had done, including calling her mommy, was sincere. Even though it's all true, it won't change what Rossweiss will do. Instead of hurting Leon, Rossweiss began to take off her clothes, taking off all her clothes, because dominating is what she loves to do. And they clapped again, with the Dragon Queen leading while the hero just stayed down like an adult toy. Finally, it was morning. Hero cried because he could finally move again. She looked at the Dragon Queen, who kept looking at him like she wasn't satisfied. He asks him what else she wants. His wife compares him to 2 years ago, where his wounds started to fade and his body became more muscular. But Hero will not fall for the Dragon Queen's acting again this time. She praised Hero for getting smarter. But behind the praise, his wife felt that Leon was not as mighty as he used to be. Leon digested his wife's words. He finally understood what his wife meant, where he was already quite weak and tired quickly, and that hurt his little heart, so he screamed quite loudly. On the next sunny day, Leon came out of his room with black eyes due to fatigue. He was greeted by his wife and Noah. Rossweisse teased him for his apparent lack of sleep. Hiro thanked her for her cruel words that kept him in her thoughts. Noah wondered what her parents' relationship was really like. Rossweisse tells Leon to help Noah study for the academy exam. This was to show his prowess to cover up his weakness in bed. Leon argues that yesterday he was just unwell. Hiro promises to make Noah pass, and she must obey his wishes. His wife agrees, but his request can't be weird. A promise is a promise. Rossweisse encourages them to study so they don't get tired. Noah asked, why did he quarrel with Mom? Hiro was surprised that Noah called his mother Mom. Noah didn't see anything strange. Hiro realized that Rossweisse had asked her children to change her nickname to them, according to Leon's request. Leon was very happy because their relationship became closer. Noah blushed like his tsundere mother. She left Leon because she didn't want him to see her blushing face. At the Silver Dragon Castle, children's study room filled with cute dolls. The hero Leon is seen focusing on a book and thinking hard. His beautiful dragon wife came up to him and asked what he was doing. Why wasn't he sleeping? Leon turned out to be thinking about the most suitable lesson for his daughter Noah, because she was already very smart, and simple lessons were not right for her. Hiro is very confident that with his smart daughter, she can pass the test in 1 month. Rossweisse taunted Leon that it was obvious because Noah had intelligence obtained from the Dragon Queen. Leon just smiled and said that wasn't necessarily true. Leon proudly announced his achievements as a genius dragon slayer who got the highest level scholarship at school. He asked the queen what achievements she had. Rossweisse seemed to forget that behind Leon's reckless and fighting nature, she didn't think that Leon was that smart. She only alluded to Leon. If he was smart and strong, how could he end up as her prisoner? Hiro turns out to be a misstep too, and that makes him, who is nicknamed the Tiger, can be bullied by the evil dragon like now. Rossweisse's attention was distracted by the chili peppers on Leon's table, so she asked what Leon would do with this. It turned out that he wanted to use the chili peppers as a snack to refresh himself. Rossweisse was shocked and said that dragon's chili pepper would be too spicy for humans, but it was too late. Leon ate it, and immediately his face turned red. It was so spicy that he let out dragon fire from his mouth. He ran around looking for water because of the spiciness that he couldn't stand anymore. The Dragon Queen immediately held Leon's cheeks with both hands. Leon was shocked because Rossweisse suddenly held him. Rossweisse turned her face away and explained she was doing this because her touch would cool him down and absorb the effects of the heat in Leon's mouth. Hero Leon felt so comfortable, he wanted to kiss his wife. He felt that her touch was not as sharp as ice, yet cool, which calmed him down. Once Leon calmed down, the Dragon Queen immediately removed her hand, and Leon thanked her. They were very awkward after this rather embarrassing incident. Rossweisse immediately scolded Leon not to eat those chili peppers again and to go to bed as it was already midnight. Rossweisse left the room while Leon still wanted to touch his wife. Leon felt that he was damaged because he was used to being in contact with evil dragons. Leon immediately planned a way to get his body in shape to defeat his dragon wife. He searched the books and looked for a suitable medicine for himself, and sure enough, he found a drug called Dragon Big Force. With the face of his soulmate, he was very happy to find what he needed. On a very sunny day, Leon gave Noah a test. Noah thought she at least managed to get 50 points, but it turned out that she got 62 points, which was higher than she expected. But cute Noah didn't seem satisfied with the result. Of course, Leon realized that Noah had high standards. She could have played like Moen, but instead she chose to go to school. Leon consoled her because Noah seemed quite sad in her first exam. Noah thanked him with her tsundere face. When he wanted to continue, Leon's hero suddenly coughed loudly. He felt his throat hurt, and it turned out that Leon ate some chili peppers last night. It seems that Noah already knows that her father stayed up all night to help her study. Her mother told Noah about the chili pepper incident. Because she felt guilty, Noah gave a gift to her beloved father. Leon was very happy to receive it, but Noah said that it was from her mother. Seeing Noah's tsundere face made Leon very happy and immediately ate the medicine. So the two of them continued their lessons, which made their bond even closer. Then, at the Silver Dragon Castle kitchen, Leon wanted to make the medicine. The maids who called him Prince had brought all the herbs that hero Leon wanted. But so that the maids could not guess what Leon wanted to make, he asked them for extra herbs. Dragon Great Force medicine was very easy to make, but he was confused why the dragon always failed to make it. Leon began to grind and mix all the herbs he wanted to use. He boiled all the ingredients together with water. But after a few hours of trying, it turned out to be quite difficult, which stressed Leon out. He followed all the steps well except in the final stage where he failed. The temperature needed to be just right, and it would fail if it was too hot or not hot enough. In the midst of despair, he kept remembering the words of his master where if he failed, he had to keep looking for another effective way. A loud thunderclap sounded from outside, and the sky was very dark and cloudy. Leon, who was surprised to hear it, thought that there would be heavy rain. He immediately closed the window, but when he saw the thunder, he remembered something that gave him an idea. He remembered from the academy that lightning sometimes has a higher success rate than roasting with fire. Leon had the best lightning magic and thought of trying a method that wasn't in the book. Although his energy had not recovered, it should be enough to heat up the potion. After enduring a few hours, he finally succeeded in making the medicine he wanted. He underestimated that the Dragon Clan's medicine was too simple to make. Muen was heard asking the hero what he was making. Leon accidentally said he was making some good stuff. He was shocked because Muen suddenly appeared in front of him and made him panic. Muen asked what Leon was making because she thought it was a delicious candy. He tried to lie and said the medicine was for her mother. Muen was worried whether her mother was sick, but Leon reassured her that it was just a lie from him. But Muen innocently believed her father's lie. Of course, Leon said he would take good care of his wife. The rain is getting heavier with lightning striking above the palace. Leon wondered if the dragon medicine he made had any side effects for humans. His belief turned into a doubt that made him keep the medicine first. While Leon was thinking, suddenly someone opened the door. The Dragon Queen suddenly entered without Leon's knowledge, which made him panic. She heard from Muen that Leon made her chocolate candy for him. Hero didn't expect Muen to report it to Rosweiser. Rosweiser started to get suspicious, but she just wanted to see what Leon wanted to give her. With a seductive face, the Dragon Queen asked Leon to show her. Hero was forced to give it because he knew Rosweiser would force him. But apparently, with one look, Rosweiser knew it was Dragon Great Force. Leon was surprised that Rosweiser praised him instead of laughing at him. The Dragon Queen gave it back, but Leon can't eat it now. That made Leon curious and asked why. Of course it is a medicine for dragons and is a harsh medicine for humans. Rosweiser reminded him again for his own good. But Leon felt that Rosweiser was too condescending when he had killed many dragon kings. This offended Leon, so he swallowed the medicine quickly. Rosweiser wanted to stop him, but it was too late. And sure enough, the medicine was too strong for humans even though he was a hero. His wife panicked, seeing Leon in pain because she couldn't use healing magic. But Rosweiser did not give up and tried to break down the effects for Leon. Leon held Rosweiser's arm and stopped her. It turns out that Leon has not given up and will prove the strength of the determination of the humans she has always underestimated. Suddenly, a blue light appeared from inside the castle like a powerful explosion. Leon, who was in great pain, then used lightning magic on himself. The Dragon Queen, who saw this, became confused about what Leon was doing. But when the lightning magic ended, it also became Leon's loss of consciousness. Leon, who almost fell, made Rossweiss quickly catch him. The Dragon Queen, who was very worried, could not understand what Leon was doing like a madman. Leon opened his eyes, so Rossweiss decided to call the court physician to examine him. Suddenly, Leon pointed his hand at the Dragon Queen. That certainly made the Dragon Queen very surprised, because the hero suddenly held her. Moreover, he held the Dragon Queen in the most sensitive part, namely, right on her tail. In the midst of confusion, Rossweiss asked what this fool was doing. Leon, with a face like a drunk, stroked Rossweiss's tail to his face and called her my wife. Rossweiss was shocked because Leon suddenly acted like a spoiled child who called her his wife. But Leon's embrace was very strong, and Rossweiss couldn't stop what Leon was doing. She was confused because the medicine was only supposed to strengthen the body, and it was possible that this crazy effect came from his lightning magic that changed the medicine. Although Leon looked like an idiot, it made Rossweiss quite relieved that Leon's life was okay. This hero became so spoiled that his wife could only hear what Leon wanted to do. But innocently, Leon suddenly said that he wanted to make another child. That crazy remark became the code that they would clap all night again. Rossweiss, of course, refused with a red face, but Leon kept whining like a child. Rossweiss finally complied with Leon's request like a child. She said what Leon wanted to hear, that she would make a third child, a fourth, and so on. Seeing Leon's behavior like this looks more troublesome than usual. Leon said, "You're so nice, my wife," while wanting to kiss Rossweiss on the lips. She wondered why the effect of the drug hadn't ended yet. So Rossweiss punched him so that this idiot would wake up quickly. Leon was in a lot of pain and made Rossweiss feel guilty. She wondered if the hero was okay, but Leon felt very hot inside and felt very uncomfortable. It turned out that Leon activated the dragon pattern by himself. Leon began to unbutton his shirt with the pattern appearing to light up. He began to push Rossweiss aggressively, making Rossweiss fall to the bed and locking her movements. But Leon said with a sad face that his chest was hot and sore. The effect of his lightning magic made his desire to clap even stronger. Leon pressed down on Rossweiss's body while kissing the smell of tail that he loved the most. Rossweiss stopped him because she thought her tail was dirty from being dragged on the ground. Rossweiss's anger was stopped by Leon. While praising his wife that she was very beautiful today, the Dragon Queen was confused because her attitude from a child suddenly turned into a very flirtatious one. But apparently Rossweiss was already wet downstairs, so she allowed Leon to do whatever he wanted to her steady body just for tonight. And they are finally happy by showing Rossweiss's legs shaking violently. After a passionate night, it was now a bright morning. Leon opened his eyes and woke up from his sleep. He was greeted by his wife after a wild night of play, but Leon didn't seem to understand what had happened. He was very surprised why Rossweiss was in his bed. Because he woke up suddenly, Leon felt pain all over his body. Rossweiss asked if Leon was really unaware of what happened last night, she asked Leon. The Dragon Queen got up from the bed and saw bite marks, scratches, punches, whips that made her bruised. Leon was very surprised why Rossweiss looked battered. Suddenly, Leon began to recall the events of last night. He screamed very loudly, rejecting what had happened, even though it was very good. Rossweiss tried to make Leon remember that he was begging her. Rossweiss repeated Leon's words of wanting to clap with her in a spoiled tone that made Leon not want to listen. Rossweiss kept repeating that Leon couldn't stand it. He didn't expect the Dragon Great Force medicine to cause such an embarrassing effect for him. Leon was worried that he was playing too hard, but the Dragon Queen said it's okay, as if she really liked playing hardcore. Leon said that was his prime condition. Next time, don't say that the hero didn't play well enough again. Rosweiser stared intently. Bringing his face closer to the hero made Leon panic. Rosweiser said that she was very satisfied last night and wanted Leon to continue like that on other nights. Leon realizes that he is already being treated like a walking dildo. Rosweiser discusses their previous bet. She offered her husband what he wanted. Leon just remembered about the bet. He asked if Rosweiser could send someone to the Empire to check on the master and his wife. Rosweiser said silver dragons are not good at spying, and if he is just visiting someone, it's no problem. Leon was very happy, but he hid it and thanked her. In the garden of the Silver Dragon Castle, Leon was not excited to accompany Muen to play, and she thought that Leon was sick. He replied to Muen that he was fine. Leon immediately smiled because he didn't want Muen to worry about him. She got a story from her mother that her father took the medicine yesterday. Dad is a man, and men can't say that they are sick. Leon was upset with Rosweiser for telling her daughter something embarrassing. Too many embarrassing questions from Muen made the hero take damage that made him bleed. Muen thought Leon would die, so she said Muen couldn't live without her father. Leon thinks Muen is very cute and similar to Rosweiser in some aspects. To comfort his sad daughter, Leon thinks of making a new toy for her. Hero turns out to make a Rubik toy, but this might be too difficult for Muen. But Muen accepted her new toy happily. Leon didn't expect that the alchemy mechanic skills he learned at school would be useful for making toys for his daughter. Suddenly, Leon felt something behind him. He immediately looked back. Leon's behavior made Muen curious at what happened. Leon clearly felt the dragon gaze and wondered if it came from Noah doing physical exercise. So Leon made a toy for her too, even though she was too shy to play with Muen. When night fell, Noah entered the room while Muen was fast asleep. She saw a Rubik on the table with a note from her father. Of course, Noah had no interest in toys like a child, but behind her harsh words. Of course, she was grateful and happy for her father's new toy. A while later, Muen often saw Noah acting strangely under her bed, so that makes her curious and secretly wants to see what Noah is hiding from her. Seeing the contents of all the objects that Noah kept seemed to be related to her father. She didn't expect Noah to be so in love with Dad. Noah, who peeked from behind Muen, immediately closed her secret box and punished her naughty little sister. Noah is going to a very prestigious school. St. Helt Academy is an aristocratic college among the Dragon Clan and has standards for admitting students. They only accept from good families, so the Dragon Queen proposed that they take a family photo together. Rosweiser used her dragon form to take them to the Sky City. Muen enjoyed traveling on her mother's back. She suddenly asked why her father didn't change into his dragon form because Muen wanted to see it. Leon was confused to respond to his daughter because he could only slay and lay dragons. Noah knew that his father could not change. Leon was confused and expected Rosweiser to help him. She said that their father had not healed enough and would definitely show when it was time. Muen is worried and only hopes for her beloved father's recovery, and the four of them finally started exploring the city. Muen ran around because she was amazed at the number of dragons, and Noah was tired of chasing her. But Leon was shivering violently behind. Dragon Queen wondered if Leon was scared. But apparently he couldn't hide his excitement. He would definitely be rich if he slashed all the dragons in this city. Rosweiser felt stupid for worrying about her stupid husband. They arrived at the photo booth, greeted by dragon employees who will take their pictures. Muen was very happy to see many photos of dragons from other families. Rosweiser explained to Leon that Sky City does not belong to any tribe. Leon said that her status as a queen is a bit low because she can't call a photographer to her palace. Leon took offense to the Dragon Queen and stomped his foot firmly. They were honored to be able to photograph the family of the Silver Dragon. But the photographer was quite confused because the husband didn't have a tail. Dragon Queen said that her husband doesn't like to show it, so choosing a tailless is suit for him. Then they were directed to change their clothes. Muen and Noah were very cute in their dresses. Muen also praised her father for looking handsome. They complimented Leon that he must have been popular in the past. He asked Noah what she thought. Noah shyly replied that he was pretty good. Leon was very happy and said that they were very cute. Roswitha came out in her elegant black dress. It left Leon speechless. Roswitha asked Leon's opinion and said it suited her. However, Roswitha was disappointed to see Leon and said it would be better if he wore tails. Muen called them for a group photo. The photographer started directing them, but they were quite awkward doing this for the first time. They were told to smile because only Muen was smiling broadly. The first photo of the first family. Muen and Noah, the tsundere husband and wife. But they looked like an intimate couple, showing the past of Leon, who was really popular in the past. But he refused the harem and preferred to take care of his master's donkey, until the master wonders if Leon got a donkey kick in the head. Their family photos would take about 6 hours to be developed, so they had time to wander around the city. They soon left the shop. Muen took the lead as they ran around the city. Leon did not expect to one day walk around the city all day with a dragon. Muen suddenly stopped after seeing a cute doll that caught her attention. Leon and Roswitha were shocked after hearing a gunshot. It turned out that it came from Noah, who wanted to get a doll for Muen. They approached the shooting game arena. He saw Noah, who was quite upset because she couldn't hit anything. Her mother calmed her down because the bullets in the gun are made of magical energy, so it's still quite difficult for Noah. The man offered Leon and Roswitha, if also for big money, and said they would get 2 dolls in 10 shots. Leon asked if his daughters wanted dolls, but they said they didn't because they didn't want to trouble their father. Leon decided to play for his daughters and told Roswitha to pay. Leon was a little hesitant because the last time he held a gun was at Dragon Slayer Academy. Leon tried several shots, but all of them missed the target. The man laughed at Leon because he made some changes to the gun. But he was surprised because Leon suddenly managed to shoot all on target. It turned out that the initial shot was just to observe the gun, and he said he was very lucky. His family was amazed at Leon's prowess. The man gave his gift and said silently that Leon should leave quickly because it was detrimental to him. Leon gave a doll to his children. Dragon Queen thinks that Leon is usually a little off-key, but every time he seriously always has special charm. But Leon suddenly looked at his wife. They continued to walk around the city while being watched by people. It turns out that Roswitha bring a teddy bear that was bigger than her daughter. Leon felt satisfied that he had made the con man lose money. Roswitha felt that Leon spoiled his children too much, but the most important thing for Leon was that they had fun. And he also thought his wife would like the big doll, but Roswitha denied that she wanted it. However, Roswitha had never had dolls before and thought they were very cute. She left immediately and said after dinner to come to her room and find her. Leon was so shocked that he shouted loudly in the crowd. Night fell at the Silver Dragon Palace. Leon wasted no time and rushed to his wife's room. He was a bit hesitant, but he couldn't help it. He increased his speed and said he would fight with his wife. Just before knocking on the door, the room was open. Leon went inside but didn't see his wife. He passed by the bathroom because he heard a sound, but the curves of Roswitha's body were visible through the glass, and it turned out that she was taking a shower. Leon was scared because he felt he would be drained tonight, but he tried to calm himself down. Roswitha opened the door. Dressed in cute pajamas, she immediately wanted to start. Leon thought that he was really going to be squeezing dry again. A while ago, after they returned from the city, they saw the printout of the family photo. There was an inscription on their photo that made the silver light always shine in their loves. They were shocked with red faces and rejected who loved each other. They rejected each other and said the photographer sent the wrong note. Getting straight to the point, the Dragon Queen immediately asked Leon if he wanted to do it in the living room or on the balcony. However, Leon was quite embarrassed to do the outdoor genre because it could be seen by many people if it was on the balcony. While looking in the mirror, The Dragon Queen finally decided to do it in the living room. Hiro took a deep breath to prepare. He immediately shouted for them to start immediately. Leon jumped onto the sofa, but Rossweiss was confused by what Leon was doing. He's confused that it wasn't Rossweiss who asked him to clap tonight. His wife apologizes for making Leon unhappy, but tonight is not suitable. Even though he was very disappointed, Leon immediately got up from the sofa and asked what they were going to discuss. Since Noah is going to the academy, they have to prepare themselves in case there are questions about their family. To avoid mistakes, they had to match the answers. Leon saw this boring question as an understanding game. Rossweiss likes black, and Leon likes silver. Then they looked at each other's hair according to what they liked. They evasively said it was just a coincidence with flushed faces. The point is, they have to understand each other. Time passed until they asked and gave their answers. Of the many things, they gave scores, and Leon had a higher score than Rossweiss. Although annoyed, the Dragon Queen did not expect Leon to observe how she sat and placed her tail most comfortably. Rossweiss checked Leon's wrong answer and tolerated it, because she seemed to have a secret that she kept to herself and never told anyone. She thought that maybe if it was Leon, she could tell him what she kept secret from others. Leon was quite uncomfortable with Rossweiss, who kept staring at him and thought that she was upset because Leon got a higher score. He calms her down by holding her shoulder that it's only natural since they've only been together for a short while. So for Noah's sake, Leon said please to understand him a little better. Rossweiss's heart skipped a beat when she heard Leon's words, and her face flushed red. Not wanting Leon to see her face, Rossweiss asked Leon to write the correct answer immediately. Leon decided to eat the Great Dragon Force because he didn't want to disappoint his wife. They did this for a week to no avail. Rossweiss was exhausted, and Leon intended to let her rest, but Rossweiss pulled her husband's shirt. She told Leon to take a bath in the bathtub in her room and come back. He was confused why he had to bathe in her room. Rossweiss encouraged him not to ask too many questions. Leon was confused whether his wife was planning something bad for him, but he felt that Rossweiss was always nervous because of the entrance exam and should be fine now. Leon quickly got into the bathtub with warm water. He enjoyed bathing because it felt so good. But suddenly the bathroom door opened, and was shocked after his naked wife entered the bathroom. Rossweiss said that she was feeling a city of pressure these days, and she wanted to do something. It turns out that the bad plan Leon thought of was right. Leon shouted, if she is under pressure, why is she putting pressure on him? Maybe by transferring the pressure to him, she will feel relieved. Rossweiss unwrapped her towel and said that Leon didn't need to sell out. She knew that this was what Leon wanted. The Dragon Queen told the hero to give up while getting into the small bathtub that made their bodies touch, and they clapped again. The next day, on the day of the admission test St. Health Academy, Leon and Rossweiss took Noah to register. Leon saw his wife's exhausted face. Even though last night she was just charged, but apparently the effect wore off so quickly, the Dragon Queen was annoyed by Leon's joke that tried to tease her. They entered the building at the academy and headed to the receptionist to re-register. She saw that Noah's biodata was still 1 year and 3 months old. So Leon asked if there was a problem. The receptionist confirmed that isn't Noah a little too young because they usually enter at the age of 3 or 4. But Rossweiss respected Noah's wishes because she was already very smart, so they were immediately directed to the next session. And they finally arrived at the meeting room. They will soon assess family harmony, which is an important aspect of Noah's acceptance. They acted as an intimate young couple in front of the assessors. They began to prepare their questions. Hiro began to intimidate them if they did not pass Noah. Then he would point his sword at them. He began to introduce himself named Walter Wilson, the vice principal of St. Health Academy. They started to worry, because this old man doesn't look simple. The first question was their anniversary date. They had already planned the answer to this question. because Rosswise was already pregnant before they got married. Leon decided on the day that left a deep impression on him. May 25th was the day they first clapped together. He felt they progressed too fast from 2 years of marriage, and Leon replied he fell in love at first sight. Have they discovered each other's bad habits during this time? They gave different answers so that it would be incredible. Leon feels that he has always been neglected, because his wife is too capable in managing family affairs without his help. He deliberately said it here so that she could rely on his husband too. Seeing Leon's attitude, she asked if Rosswise saw the most attractive thing in her husband. She shyly replied that Leon was handsome and had no flaws. Take care of her health because Leon is good at making medicine. So Rosswise told her husband, don't push himself too hard, while holding Leon's hand tightly. The assessors saw them as a loving couple. They forwarded various questions to Leon and Rosswise. At the end of the questions, the assessors asked them if there was anything they wanted to ask each other. Rosswise knew everything about Leon and didn't need to ask, because she felt the more you talk, the more mistakes you make. But suddenly Leon asked if she liked the teddy bear he gave her. The Dragon Queen was surprised by Leon's thoughts for asking unrelated things. But Rosswise said she likes it very much with embarrassment. And that answer made Leon relieved. They ended the question and answer session and returned to the palace. A few days passed until the dragon letter brought news. The four of them opened it together. Leon began to read the contents of the letter. That Noah passed in Academy's assessment. Muin hugged her sister for being so great. Rosswise thanked Leon, but it was his duty. The Dragon Queen will make a big meal, and Leon can help her so that she doesn't feel unnecessary in their family. The day of the entrance ceremony of St. Health Academy arrived. The professors congratulated the students who had passed. Many students and parents had tails, which meant that all were dragons. Noah's name was called out for being the student with the best family qualities. Muin was shocked, and her maid Anna was shocked that her family was on stage. Noah and her mom and dad immediately went on stage. Leon didn't expect it to be like this. Even though it was sudden, he had no other choice. Noah was asked to share her experience because she was the youngest student with the highest score. She wanted to be like her powerful mother. She was very proud of her sister who was always there for her. Leon wondered if he would be mentioned. Noah turned out to be most grateful to Leon because it was thanks to him that she could stand here. Leon cried at the words of his grown-up daughter. Noah, with her cute little tail, ended his speech. Touched, the professor asked Leon to kiss his daughter. Leon was shocked. What is he talking about? Noah doesn't let Leon touch him, let alone kiss her now. For fear of embarrassing Noah, Leon just wanted to hug her. But Noah asked Leon to kiss her quickly. Leon was surprised to see his shyly daughter, and immediately kissed Noah's forehead with affection. Muin, who saw it, was very jealous and wanted a kiss too. Rosswise was grateful that it wasn't her who was asked to kiss her. Professor thanked him for showing the real family should be like, and asks Leon to kiss his beloved wife too. Leon regrets not killing him on the first day of enrollment. Since it was an important day for Noah, Leon didn't want to mess it up, and asked his wife to show their family harmony. Rosswise asked if Leon was crazy, because as Queen of the Silver Dragon, he was quite embarrassed to kiss in front of many dragons. Rosswise wondered why Leon was so calm, and only she was nervous. Her head is very hot, and she doesn't care what will happen. But Leon only kissed her cheek, even though she was ready to kiss her lips. Rosswise was shocked. She was both embarrassed and disappointed. The audience asked him to kiss. Leon teased Rosswise that it was a great relief and stress reliever. The Dragon Queen was very upset and would have chastised Leon if not in front of everyone. They quickly got off the stage. After that, they split up and will pick up Noah next week. But Muin wanted to come with her sister. Leon was worried about Noah and said many things. He said it was her mother's words when she was drunk. And if there are other kids bullying her, just fight back because Leon will support her. Noah asks if Leon fights a lot too, and he says yes, and his master or her grandfather would always beat him up at home. But Leon wouldn't beat Noah for a small matter. Noah is well prepared to face the odds with the support of her family. At Queen's study room in Silver Dragon Castle, Rosswise was reading about blood curs, a forbidden spell that Leon used on her. Maybe she wanted to improve, so it would become a good way of playing. A shadowy figure entered Rosswise's room. This beautiful dragon is a trusted maid named Shirley. She reported that there was no trace of Leon's master and his wife who disappeared from the Empire. Their information was deleted, and she was unable to track him down. According to Leon, his master was just an ordinary old man. But it seemed like it wasn't that simple, and asked Shirley to be careful. As the sun began to set, Leon practiced using a wooden branch. He showed Muen the movements so she could follow. Muen tried, but she just swung it carelessly. Rosswise comes over to their practice. Muen was happy that her mother saw her. Leon welcomes his dear wife. She strokes Muen's head for hearing her father so well. She asks the maid to cook the steak and asks Muen to change. Muen was very happy to eat the steak. She ran around with her maid. When Rosswise wanted to say something to Leon, suddenly Leon pointed a branch at Rosswise's neck. The Dragon Queen challenged Leon because he dared to point a weapon at her right in the Silver Dragon Castle. "It's just a branch, Queen. Did you say a branch is a weapon?" said Leon. "For the strongest dragon slayer, a branch can certainly be a killing weapon in his hands." Leon sighed, teasing Rosswise if she want to praise him. There is no need to be so sarcastic. Leon just wanted to scare her, but of course it wouldn't work. Noah sent a letter to her yesterday and said not to worry. Her letter was very short, although sending a letter is rare. Leon said Noah was very similar to Rosswise in this aspect. Noah is actually admired for Leon. She has dragon mentality and admires the strong. She will beat any student because she never wants to lose to Leon. Leon was touched because he thought all this time Noah saw him only as a weak nerd. When Leon woke up from the coma, Noah always avoided him, even though every day before he always visited Leon. When they cry, they will calm down after being with their father. Maybe blood ties have already tied them together, hearing that Leon was quite unfamiliar. Because he's an orphan, he doesn't know what family affection is. When he was 5, his master and his wife adopted him and treated him like their son. Although he now has a home, his heart still feels empty, hoping that his master is his real parent. But in the future, Leon will be the parents he hopes for. They will be his family members who will love him. Leon realized he now had a so-called family and was determined to protect them. Rosswise was confused as to what Leon was doing. It was nothing, and Leon immediately invited her to return. The Dragon Queen pointed her foot at Leon and told Leon to put shoes on her feet as a sign of gratitude. Leon was just confused, unable to digest his wife's words. Rosswise repeated her order to put shoes on her feet. Leon is angry that he washed her feet last time, and now wants to humiliate him again. Rosswise kicks Leon in the face, even though she hasn't repaid him for kissing her at the entrance ceremony. She immediately ordered Leon to hurry back home. Leon can only surrender and put shoes on his wife's feet, but he said it's much easier to put shoes in her than to put shod on a donkey. Rosswise took offense at that. She immediately kicked Leon hard, but he was able to avoid it. Leon's high agility became his mainstay to avoid his wife's tantrums. A few days later, it was time for them to welcome Noah back. A very large dragon appeared above them. It was the dragon Leviathan, which is known to have stable emotions. It usually serves as a transporter in the clan. It is said Leviathan will never lose its temper even 1,000 years to death. Leviathan released a blue light that brought Noah to the ground. Noah finally returned home. They welcomed Noah happily, but he stuttered to Leon because she hadn't spoken for a long time and missed him very much. Leon was happy to see her back and prepared lots of food for Noah. She showed them the results of her studies many of which received 100 marks. Roswise had expected her daughter's intelligence, but Noah was disappointed that she got a 95 in one of her lessons, so she apologized. She didn't need to apologize because it was already very impressive. Leon felt that this was his role as a father. He analyzed the imperfect results. Although not as strong as his adult friends, Noah excelled in strategy. But Noah said that her mother told her about Leon being the top student in his school. He explained that his start was not so good, but Leon climbed to first place after working hard, which made Noah a little more relieved to be able to approach her father. Muin asked if her father was so great, who would win if her father and mother fought. They both, with their respective beliefs, answered the same thing. So that makes them offended each other. Leon said at the academy he had never lost at magic or hand-to-hand combat. Roswise said that she only won a key game despite not having many awards at the academy. They continued to argue until the beginning of their marriage like this. Because they can't stand it, they will finally fight to prove who is the strongest. Noah and Muin, although surprised, were excited to see them. Leon and Roswise took up positions on the field. Noah and Muin had prepared popcorn. The Dragon Queen insinuated that his body had not recovered too much, but the hero replied that it was enough to fight her. They will bet on this battle. If Leon wins, then Roswise won't touch him for a month, but if he loses, he must grant one request. Leon doesn't know what perverted demands she will make, but Leon seems quite happy. It's a loss-loss situation for you, Leon. Finally, he accepted the bet. And finally comes their real fight besides on the bed. The wind was blowing hard to watch their fight. Muin, who was busy eating her popcorn, accidentally dropped her pineapple juice. Leon and Roswise saw this. The fall of the juice to the ground made it a sign of the match starting, and Muin was sad because she lost his juice. Leon unleashed the power of lightning, hitting Roswise, but it can be parried by her easily. Counterattack by Roswise using her tail, aiming right at Leon's neck, so Leon immediately took distance and turned his body to do a hard kick that hit the Dragon Queen, making Roswise pushed far back. He realized Leon's physical abilities were better than her and had to take distance. Leon realized Roswise's strategy, who used a long-range purple flame attack. Leon's agility allowed him to dodge it easily. Muin saw that her father would lose because he just kept dodging during the fight. But Noah realized that his father was looking for an opportunity to attack her mother. Stupid Muin was happy that her sister was smart. Roswise made a continuous attack on Leon. He said it was useless because Leon was very fast. But Roswise made a different move. Leon realized this right, but too late. A huge explosion occurred around Leon that he could not avoid. Light emerged from the thick smoke. "Too slow, Roswise," said Leon with thunder magic on his body, which is used to strengthen his body. For the sake of 1-month vacation, Leon glided quickly into an attack. His speed made it difficult for Roswise to parry the multiple attacks. Leon's strength as a human is absurd. In the midst of Roswise's thoughts, Leon finally saw an opportunity. He changed the momentum of the attack. Roswise found out too late. Leon made the final lightning attack. Roswise frantically lost his balance. Leon saw this and stopped the attack, and pulled his wife's arm, reflexively stopping his wife who was about to fall. Although Roswise was shocked, she seemed to be quite upset, and landed an attack on Leon's chest, burning Leon with a small fire. But there was something strange, because the fire was not hot. Muin and Noah were confused about who won. Leon admitted his defeat because he was careless. Roswise praised Leon because only he could make Roswise like this. The Dragon Queen reminds about the bet. Leon, who remembers the bet, is instead hit with huge damage. His health that had not recovered enough made him collapse because he used too much power. In the evening came the night of punishment for Leon's defeat. He said his final goodbyes and asked Noah to continue looking after her little sister. Leon was very afraid of leaving the two of them young. Noah is surprised that her father only stays in her mother's room but sounds like he's going to the execution ground. It's because their mother can torture people for a whole night. Moon thinks her mom wants to eat her dad, of course, because female mantis will eat the male after they get married. Of course he will be eaten, but eaten in another way. Rosswise made her children go to sleep so she could jump into action. A scared Leon could only argue with his wife. Rosswise pulled Leon away as he said the last words that he loved his children. Moon was still curious about what their parents were doing. In the Dragon Queen's room, there is wine on the table. Rosswise offers Leon if he wants a drink. Rosswise started to get annoyed because Leon didn't want to drink, even though he promised to satisfy her request after losing to her. Leon refused subtly, but it was all to keep himself from losing consciousness. Rosswise hopes Leon will win the fight. That way Leon would be able to rest for a month, and maybe after that, it would be more interesting to see him more desperate. But tonight, Leon was determined not to lose to his wife, so Rosswise had a brilliant idea for her husband. She started pouring wine over him, pouring wine into her chest to make Leon give in for the night. He was confused as to what his wife would do. Rosswise brings her chest closer to Leon and asks him to drink. Rosswise's body scent mixed with that of red wine makes Leon start to lose it. He swallowed because he could not keep his mind, and immediately drank the milk. Drank his wife's wine, which of course made the Dragon Queen uneasy as Leon licked her body. Leon began to feel that their bodies were getting hot. Rosswise said that this was enough. She asked Leon to open his mouth, but suddenly she bit her lip and poured liquid into Leon's mouth. Leon realized it was not saliva, but blood. He immediately pushed Rosswise away, wondering what forbidden technique she was planning to use. Of course, Leon was familiar with the blood curse as he had used it before. A powerful effect quickly flowed into his body. Rosswise had been missing the feeling of it after Leon did that to her 2 years ago. Leon thought his wife was insane for not knowing what it cost to use this technique. Obviously, she knew and modified it to lighten the impact even more. Leon's body became hot and his mind blank. Rosswise felt that Leon kept thinking he was forced by the Dragon Queen to clap, but this time he would make Leon to coax her like a mad dog and beg her to clap. Rosswise felt very excited waiting for the bloody game that would soon begin. Leon began to lose control of himself, clearly visible from the camera angle between Rosswise's legs. She looked down so that her 2 melons almost fell out, teasing Leon because now he looked so pathetic. Suddenly, Rosswise popped a magic glass into her hand. It turned into a large size with the function of being able to record images for a short period of time. Leon saw his pitiful face in the mirror, but he didn't care and asked for a kiss from Rosswise. He felt his body was in error, but Leon could not control his body and mind. She threatened Leon not to give it to him if he didn't ask for it in earnest. Leon thought he didn't want that, but his body moved on its own and said he wanted a kiss out loud. Rosswise knew the conflict that was going on inside Leon's mind because she had felt that unbearable horny feeling, and even though she knew Leon wanted it, Rosswise would not do it to make Leon almost crazy. Hearing that made Leon very surprised and made himself crazy. Without thinking, he immediately attacked Rosswise hard and pushed her body down, making his body fall on his wife's body on the bed because he couldn't stand it anymore. Rosswise was quite surprised to see how impatient her husband was to ask for rations without shame. Leon started licking his wife's fingers and also wanted to hug her immediately and clapped so that they became one. Rosswise became aware of her POV when she was in blood curse after seeing Leon and smiled, remembering how it happened. Rosswise hugged Leon because she couldn't stand it so naturally she would give him what he asked for. She couldn't wait to do it with how Leon was playing, who had lost control of his own body. It was morning in the Silver Dragon Palace, showing their state after last night's crazy play. A steady scene that finally makes Leon dry and start to realize from the curse. He apparently remembered last night's events despite losing control of his body. Who put aside his pride as a dragon slayer who begged a dragon to make love with him under her? Leon felt very upset, even though he was the one who started the curse at the beginning of the story. Looking at Rosswise with hatred as the culprit who instead seemed to have a great time and fell asleep. So Leon stroked his cheeks because he saw his wife looking defenseless. Leon suddenly lost his mind again and wondered if the curse was still running because he had unconsciously touched Rosswise's face. He thought hard in his brain, which was still in conflict with his flushed face. But he wondered if Rosswise was too tired last night, because there was no response from his wife, who only looked stiffly asleep. At just the right angle, the blanket was very distracting, as Leon woke Rosswise up and told her to stop pretending to be asleep. He smacked her gently on the face, as she was usually very disciplined, and wondered if she was still under the influence of the blood curse. Or maybe this was the payback for the curse done, because Leon also fell asleep for 2 years after doing it. Seeing Rosswise as a healthy dragon, it is likely that she was only comatose for about a week. He finally realized that it was the right time to escape. Although his body hadn't recovered yet, but it would be different if he was wearing the black gold armor. Combined with the stamina recover potions, it allowed him to walk to the human realm. He imagined that when Rosswise woke up and found he was missing, it would be too late, which made Leon laugh out loud at the thought of how upset his wife would be. But he stopped his laughter and turned weak and gloomy because he had left the Empire for 2 years and didn't know the situation there. He took the stamina recovery potion. There were still many doubts about his capture back then, and it would be risky to go rashly. Also, he had asked Rosswise to investigate the circumstances of his master, and perhaps he should wait for the news. And he felt that he still had important things to do in this silver dragon castle. Muen chased after the butterfly while running around, watched by Noah behind her. Of course, the two of them were the biggest reason Leon was keeping her from returning to the Empire, so she thought maybe she didn't need to rush back. The 2 Rosswise melons that were almost visible were one of the reasons Leon wanted to avenge his actions. What revenge? Just say you want to enjoy her body longer, Leon. Of course, Rosswise would not be able to imagine what Leon's more vicious revenge would be like in the future. A day has passed, and Rosswise is still unconscious due to the side effects of curse blood. Noah and Muen are worried because their mother has slept all day thinking she is sick. Noah asks her father what he did last night, but Leon just makes a stupid face. While Noah is suspicious, Muen thinks that her mom caught a cold from the cold wind from the balcony. Leon wanted to calm his children down and asked maid Anna it's not a big deal, right, Anna? According to the castle physician, apart from feeling a little weak, everything else is normal. While Rosswise didn't wake up, Anna would replace her to take care of the clan affairs of it first. Muen promised she wouldn't be naughty again and prayed for her mother's speedy recovery. Seeing Rosswise's sweaty body, Leon thought of the idea to wipe her body later. Noah saw Leon thinking and was still suspicious whether he would do something strange when her mother was unconscious. He calmed Noah down and replied that he just wanted to take care of her mother. So she invited Muen to leave her mother so that she could rest undisturbed. They went out to say goodnight to their father. Salty sweat poured out of Rosswise's body, making the hero think he should go get a basin of water. He wrung out a cloth soaked in water to prevent her from catching a cold. He wiped his wife's body even though he was afraid she would misunderstand when she woke up, whereas normally she was very proud of always showing off her big tail, but now she was too weak to even move her tail. Worried about her wet clothes, Leon thought about taking off his wife's clothes. Leon looked for warm clothes to make his wife comfortable. He searched through the clothes piled up in Rosswise's closet, until finally he found the right clothes. Leon immediately changed his wife's clothes, who was unconscious. After he finished, his face turned red. It turns out that he put bunny clothes on his wife, using the time when she was helpless. Leon couldn't hold back his perverted face because he didn't think it would fit her so well. So it suddenly triggered the curse in his chest. Leon was very surprised why the dragon pattern suddenly light up at this time. But then he remembered Rosswise's words that when one of them wants to have clapped with the other, the dragon pattern will produce a reaction. Leon immediately tried to get rid of the dirty thoughts and blamed the bunny costume that teased him. He tried to do better by reciting the 3 honors and 3 shames of a dragon slayer 10 times to calm down. With his focus, he finally managed to get rid of the flaming dragon pattern. Still trying to remain calm, Leon felt that it would be a pity if he did not record this rare event. He remembered that his wife might have a home camera and searched the Rosswise storage closet. Until finally, he found what he was looking for. Rushing to take photos of his wife wearing a bunny costume from all sides and poses. Smiling would make the photo more natural and perfect. He will make this photo the ultimate weapon as his wife's dark moment. But suddenly, Rosswise made a sound, which made Leon startle and fear that she had regained consciousness. Rosswise regained her composure from her nightmare, which made Leon very relieved because he was afraid he would be beaten if she found out, and thought of changing her clothes again to normal pajamas so that Rosswise could rest. The next day, Muin frantically ran towards her sister. Noah calmed Muin down and told her to speak slowly. She said she couldn't find his father because she needed to fix her broken Rubik's Cube. Muin thought something might not be pleasant for them, and will try to find him with Muin. They don't want to be abandoned by their parents whom they love. They began searching for Leon's disappearance around the Silver Dragon Castle. They checked Rosswise's room and only saw her mother who was still unconscious. Checking the empty rooms there. Muin looks for Leon in the trash, hoping that Leon is there. Noah was confused why Muin was looking for him in such a place. He wondered if her father was lost because she couldn't find him anywhere. Noah seemed to have prepared herself and said that everyone only looks good, but they will leave sooner or later, like last time. Muin was confused as to what Noah meant by last time. She deduced that it was like the last time Leon did, that maybe he had run away and left the Silver Dragon Castle. Noah always felt the strangeness that happened in their family, even though it seems harmonious, but there are many false things. Even from the beginning of their birth, they were only told that the man who lay for 2 years was their father. The strangest thing was when he finally woke up, he immediately thought about running away. Later, he began to approach her and please her, teaching her and acting like a good father. But is this really out of his love for Noah, or is this just a plan to take advantage to look for an opportunity to escape? When there are unknown things about Leon, she knows that no matter what happens, he will abandon them and leave because he doesn't belong here. Muin cried about what they should do when her mother won't wake up and her father won't want them anymore. But whatever happens, Noah will protect Muin like a big sister. Muin burst into tears and hugged Noah tightly. So the first thing they will do is perform a ceremony to remember him one last time. Another place shows the pink trees that adorn the back mountain of the Silver Dragon Castle. Leon was seen saying that this corresponds to what made Anna said that the scenery in this place is very beautiful. Leon asked where Rosswise likes to go because he wants to go out for a walk today. Anna wanted to send someone to accompany Leon, but Leon refused and asked enough to mark the place on the map. While his wife is unconscious is a good opportunity for him to investigate the surroundings so that he can surprise her when Rosswise wakes up. Of course, finding out the Dragon Queen's favorite place was one part of his revenge plan. He would avenge her behavior last time in her favorite place and make her suffer the pain in her favorite place. Upon approaching the tree, Leon realized that it was huge, and he imagined it was the perfect place while envisioning his wife for his future plans. Flower petals covered the ground, which made it a comfortable base, and from here the view was great, as it could see the Silver Dragon Castle. With this, all the places that Leon had planned were complete. Everything was ready and just waiting for Rosswise to wake up. With great anger, he will plan something heinous to avenge his wife. Leon finally returned to the Silver Dragon Castle, but he saw many people surrounding a very large fireplace. He was confused about what they were doing while crying bitterly. Maid was very surprised when two princesses said they wanted to hold a funeral and asked them to prepare a bonfire. Even Muen was willing to give up her favorite steak for her last offering. Noah comforted Muen that that person has already left and they must let it go. Leon thought they were playing a role-playing game and decided to just cooperate with them a little. He approached them at the front and made all the maids surprised why he was still here. Leon asked who they worshipped and asked them to show him how to play it. He was very happy when he saw his picture on the fireplace. He was so proud of how good he looked. But suddenly he shouted very loudly as if he had died without knowing what had happened in the palace while he was gone. Hearing Leon's shocked scream, it also surprised them that their father appeared suddenly behind them. Leon was surprised because he was only gone for 1 day and thought his daughters was too hasty to hold a funeral for him. Muen couldn't help crying because she was happy to see Leon. She jumped up and hugged her father, who had returned tightly. She thought that her father didn't want her anymore. Leon said, "What a nonsense are her talking about, and how could he not want her?" Noah was very upset because they had looked for him in the castle several times but couldn't find him and thought he left. Despite her harsh words, Noah was relieved that her father returned holding her favorite secret box. After successfully calming his two daughters, Leon asked the maids to return home because he was fine. But before returning, Muen wants to eat the tribute because she likes steak. She thought of Rosweiss after seeing Muen, who was so greedy, unlike him. Noah asked Leon to talk to them if he wanted to leave. She said Muen was worried, but she didn't want to admit she was worried too. Leon realized Noah was also worried about him, but she was too embarrassed to say it out loud. She also said that the idea was her fault because she didn't trust Leon. So she bent down to apologize to her father. Leon was shocked to see what Noah had done, and he feels that the reason for all this is because he failed to give her enough sense of security. And Noah longs for affection and love, but she won't take the initiative to take a step. Even Leon promises her something she probably won't believe him easily. So he will start with action to show that he will always be there for her. The next day, Muen was accompanying her unconscious mother in bed. Suddenly, Rosswise moved her fingers. And finally, she opened her eyes after not waking up for days. Seeing this, Muen was very happy when she knew her mother had regained consciousness. She couldn't help crying because she was worried that her mother had been sleeping all the time. That made the Dragon Queen apologize to her daughter for worrying her. She concluded that this was a side effect that her body was unable to exert her strength and her magic had no reaction. Her body should be able to withstand the effects of the blood curse, but apparently not because she had used it to save Leon before. And after being unconscious for days, she thought that Leon must have escaped. Muen told her mother that she slept for 2 days. She was grateful that it was only 2 days and might still be able to catch Leon if she sent someone after him. But suddenly, Leon came in carrying Muen's favorite super big fish, which made Rosswise very surprised. She was silent because she was confused to see why this fool was still in her room. Leon looked at his wife, who was awake, and was happy to see that she was fine. He told her that he had gone to the back hills to catch fresh fish for his dear wife. Rosswise couldn't figure out who Leon was calling his dear, which made her face red, blushing. Leon asked Muen to take the fish to the kitchen. She readily accepted the task and confidently delivered it. She ran around while pulling the fish that was dragging on the floor. Rosswise thought Leon would abandon their children and run away while she was unconscious. But Leon said that there were still many things that he and Rosswise had that had not been settled. Rosswise was confused as to what things were still between them. She asked if Rosswise still remembered what she had done when Leon had just woken up a month ago. Rosswise tried to remember, but it scared her. Seeing Leon's face made her even more scared because she couldn't think of what he would do to her body now. Rosswise quickly covered her body parts with a blanket and reminded Leon not to do anything rash because she was still very weak. Leon felt very upset at Rosswise's words, remembering the time she clapped him dry when he had just woken up and hadn't even drunk any water. Rosswise seemed to be threatening Leon that he should know what would happen when she was recovering and not let him regret it. Leon certainly would not regret his actions, because this was the best choice he made in his life while carrying his wife. And this time, it was Rosswise's turn to turn into a prisoner of war. Leon carried the Dragon Queen to the place that Leon had prepared, while ordering Leon to put her down immediately because she didn't want to know what he was planning. Feeling very upset, she really wants to kill Leon now if she has a little strength. Finally, they arrived in front of the giant tree, and Leon lowered Rosswise to the ground, while Rosswise was confused why he brought her to this place. He said that when she was unconscious, Leon had investigated some of Rosswise's favorite places, and this would be the first stop tonight. Hearing that it looks like Leon is going to take her somewhere else after this, he pointed out that they could see Rosswise's castle as a view, so that she finally understands Leon's intention of wanting to revenge her actions exactly as she did to Leon in the past. That's right. Here, Leon will treat her in her own way while activating his dragon pattern, making the seal on Rosswise's chest suddenly light up, which made her feel the lust that Leon had at this time. Leon felt very happy to see Rosswise's face feeling humiliated like this, showing her castle and all her pride and dignity coming from there, and now could only let Leon play with her body to his heart's content, because she would feel very humiliated after being defeated by a defeated dragon slayer while pushing her body to the ground. Leon immediately undressed Rosswise roughly and kissed her on the back. This made Rosswise sigh in resignation as her body was unable to resist. So she had tightened the pressure and exerted the last of her strength. She wrapped her tail around Leon's body with full force. To Leon's confusion, it turned out that she still had strength left. She challenged Leon to do his best to make her feel ashamed and unwilling, because after this she will reply more brutally to Leon. So Leon said not to look too much into the future and told his wife to start enjoying the present, because this night is still long while a black shadow is clapped under the moonlight, until the next morning in the Silver Dragon Queen's room. It was seen that they immediately lay exhausted on the bed, with Rosswise's body covered in blows and bites. Leon had been beating her meat repeatedly in every favorite place of Rosswise while walking to the palace. Despite her initial resistance, the Dragon Queen seemed quite satisfied as she fell into a deep sleep. But Leon felt something was wrong, because he should have taken revenge to make her desperate, not make her satisfied. But his revenge was successful this time because it made the Dragon Queen feel humiliated by the dragon slayer she hated the most. Seeing Rosswise, who was exhausted to the point of falling asleep, made Leon want to let her rest and return to his room because they were not in a relationship where they could sleep in the same bed until dawn. But suddenly, Rosswise pulled Leon reflexively, holding him back from leaving while still asleep, because she felt cold and instinctively wanted to move closer to a warm place. Leon didn't want to be fooled again, but his body did not move according to his thoughts. So he decided to sleep in the same bed with Rosswise and feel the cozy warmth instead of returning to his room with a cold mattress while looking at his wife lovingly. The sun was already very high, but they hadn't gotten out of bed yet. So Muen entered their room because it was unusual for her parents to wake up late. Muen tried to call them, but they still didn't wake up. She woke up her mother and was confused to see her body with many bruises. But Rosswise still wanted to sleep and told Muen to play with her father. And now she tries to wake her father because the sun is shining on his butt. But Leon feels warm and wants Muen to let him sleep longer. So Muen is very upset that they are so ignorant. Meanwhile, her parents were hugging each other so tightly, and now she was confused about who to play with. This was the first time Muin saw her parents being so affectionate. But she was confused why they both had bruises on their bodies, and thought that evil mosquitoes had bitten their bodies wildly. Muin searched for items that her mother taught her if she was bitten by an insect, until finally she found the dragon specialty item she was looking for. She confidently replaced her sister to take care of their parents. Muin smeared medicine on their bodies, which made Leon nervous. Until a few moments later, they finally woke up from sleep. But Leon was confused why his face felt so wet. They looked at each other because there was a lot of green liquid on their bodies. Leon laughed loudly, seeing Ross Wise's body filled with green liquid. Muin confessed that it was her who applied the medicine insect to the red marks in their bodies. They became awkward, remembering last night's incident that resulted in the bruises. Muin asked them if she did anything amazing. So Leon praised Muin to make her happier. She is very happy, and next time we'll help her parents apply it again and make Leon and Ross Wise have to lock the door next time. A little while later, Leon took a bowl of rice to Ross Wise's room. Suddenly, Leon took a spoonful of rice and fed it to Ross Wise, so that it spontaneously made her shocked and asked what Leon was doing. Seeing his wife who refused made Leon immediately put the spoon in her mouth to make her eat. But she said that Leon doesn't have to feed her and she can eat by herself. She praised his food because it tasted quite good, which turned out to be Leon's cooking that he made with love. Seeing Leon eating his own cooking made Ross Wise angry and wanted to snatch it. She also ate very well and soon finished his food. Because his wife was still immobile, Leon would take care of her bathing, cooking, and feeding her. Ross Wise read Leon's mind that he would eventually clap her either after bathing or after eating. But Leon said that it was not torture, but the loving care of a husband. Ross Wise shouted that every single thing that Leon did to her was humiliation. She was very upset that Leon was doing whatever he wanted to do to her, and accidentally unleashed her power quite violently. She did not control the power she released, so that makes part of the wall crack. But here she realized that her strength had returned. After that, Leon immediately washed the cooking utensils and dirty dishes, and hoped that Ross Wise would not recover quickly because he still wanted to bully her for a few more days. Day had turned into night. Maid Anna entered Ross Wise's room while delivering the medicine that helped her to regain her strength. But Ross Wise said that her strength had returned, so it was okay not to drink. Anna was shocked to see a crack in the wall where she had been hit. Ross Wise explained that she couldn't control her strength well and accidentally damaged it. When Anna wanted to leave the room, Ross Wise called out to her. She wanted her not to tell Leon that she's recovering because she wanted him to take care of her for a few more days. Hearing that, Anna fell silent and immediately smiled at the behavior of her queen. But the truth was that Ross Wise would finish off Leon for his behavior that humiliated her all this time. 2 days later, Muin was alone with her father and asked him to teach her something. She wanted him to teach her something he did when he fought with her mother at the training ground. But Leon asked Muin why she suddenly wanted to learn magic. It turns out that because her sister is studying at the academy, so she doesn't want to be left behind and be a burden. At least she realized. Hearing Muin's reason, Leon seemed to be able to understand her, because having 2 children in one house will definitely cause competition between them. With enthusiasm, Leon was determined to teach Muin magic, which made Muin very happy. But after a while, Muin tried very hard, not usually that she usually just played. Leon was quite amazed by Muin because in just a few hours, she managed to guide the magic power in her body, and thought that Muin might be a genius. But that thought disappeared after Muin stopped trying because of hunger. Leon realized that he was in too much of a hurry, so they ended the training session and went back to eat. Nightfall saw Anna delivering the goods that Ross Wise wanted. But suddenly Leon walked into Ross Wise's room, who was excited to see his beloved wife. Leon held Rosswise's hair happily. Rosswise was confused by what Leon was doing. He picked up the mirror and teased Rosswise that he had changed her hairstyle. Rosswise was annoyed by Leon's random behavior, but she actually quite liked him even though she didn't tell him. From what Anna had told him, he thought that Rosswise needed 5 more days to fully recover, so he still had time to torture her. He gladly offered Rosswise a massage to make her comfortable. Rosswise was disappointed and mocked Leon that the Empire's strongest dragon slayer was so weak that he could only clap her for 2 days. Leon was quite upset to hear Rosswise's taunts and didn't realize that this was a trap for him. So he immediately pulled the blanket off Rosswise's body roughly and was ready to devour Rosswise because she challenged him and intended to make her body hurt tonight. Rosswise pretended to be afraid of what Leon would do. Wasting no time, Leon immediately took off his shirt and was going to make Rosswise regret it. But Rosswise smiled and said that she would not regret it. She used her tail and wrapped it around Leon's body. Leon was very surprised, and he was pulled very strongly, and was thrown against the wall very hard. Rosswise sat on Leon's stomach, who was now confused as to why her strength was so strong. He finally realized that his wife had recovered, but it was too late because Rosswise was about to start executing her plan. It turns out that she asked for handcuffs and whipping tools from Anna. Leon realizes that he will be the object of BDM tonight. Rosswise quickly handcuffs Leon's hands, closing his eyes and opening his pants, telling Leon not to think too much about what they were going to do. While Leon is getting scared, this might be the most delicious, the cruelest punishment he has ever felt. Leon tells Rosswise that this is useless because he has received professional anti-interrogation training and will never give in to her. But Rosswise pulled out the footage of Leon asking Rosswise for a kiss and said his training was useless. Leon is shocked because he didn't realize he had done such a thing. Rosswise asks, "Who is the person who is begging to her like this?" Leon was too embarrassed to admit that he was the one on the tape, but he remained in denial and said that it was not him and only their voices were the same. Rosswise opened Leon's vision a little so that he could clearly see the footage. What gave Leon goosebumps was seeing himself getting wilder and wilder. He regretted it and begged to stop the recording. Rosswise took her whip and asked Leon to repeat what he just said several times, because if he don't remember clearly, she can review it for him, while her hand grips and shakes Leon's hard shaft, making him moan between pleasure and pain. The sadistic game from Rosswise made Leon regret his ignorance to Rosswise. But in the middle of their game, a dragon delivered a letter to her. A letter from the academy that was probably urgent enough to be delivered at night. Rosswise mentioned that the academy asked them to come to the academy because Noah had a fight with someone, which made Leon shocked and worried. The next day at the vice president's office, Leon's worries disappeared a little after seeing that Noah was fine, while some boys have a battered body condition. He explained that the reason they called Leon and Rosswise was mainly to deal with the fight between Noah and her classmates. Hearing the vice president's words made Rosswise conclude that these 3 young dragons teamed up to bully her daughter. Rosswise's anger made them scared. Hearing the word bully, Leon checked again whether there were any wounds on Noah's body, but he said that the fact is that it was Noah who beat up the 3 of them. Rosswise held back her anger after hearing this. Leon didn't think that his daughter heard his words at the beginning of Noah's entry into the academy, that she had to beat up the kids who often bothered him, and he was quite proud. What worried the vice president was that this small incident involved the conflict between cocoon-born and viviparous dragons. The dragon race has 2 ways of reproducing: cocoon birth and live birth. Cocoon-born dragons inherit strength from their mothers and have certain advantages in physical fitness and talents. Viviparous dragons need to grow up and learn before they can master strength. But even though Noah is a live-born dragon, this child was able to single-handedly defeat 3 cocoon-born dragons. While he was thinking, the door suddenly opened with a bang. In came the three parents who heard that their son beat someone up and were willing to pay all the medical expenses. But he was shocked to see his son battered, so they immediately cried and hugged their respective fathers. Rosswise told Leon that he was a member of the Red Flame Dragon King, who was famous for being arrogant and domineering. He mentioned that a Silver Dragon Queen should be able to discipline her children not to bully others, and said that whether the Silver Dragon was not strong enough against the Red Flame Dragon to force her daughter to intentionally hurt other children. Leon stopped his nonsense, but Red Dragon challenged him not to leave this room before apologizing to his son. The loud banging of the table stopped the argument between them, then explained how the whole story between their children. In the cafeteria, Lal and two other students had an argument with Noah because her plate hit their clothes. So on the way back to the dormitory, they blocked Noah and had a fierce physical conflict. The vice president asked them if they had anything to add. They confirmed the story. But it seems our little baby Noah has her own version of the story. So the vice principal invited Noah to add something if she had something to say. She said Lal was the one who provoked Noah in the cafeteria, and knocking over the plate was just an accident. When they were in the backyard, they rushed over Noah and scared her, so Noah accidentally broke his arm in self-defense. Lal agreed to Noah's words, leaving her father confused as to why Lal was so afraid of Noah. Hearing Noah's explanation, Leon denied that she did anything wrong. Of course, seeing her father like that made Noah sad. It turns out that Leon told her that she should have kicked his knee first because the Red Flame Dragon clan had a knee injury and Cloud only takes a beating. The Red Dragon was immediately angry because Leon actually taught his evil daughter to bully his child in public, so he said an apology will no longer solve the problem and they should be expelled directly. Things started to get heated as both sides became very emotional. But many students reported that Lal often bullied some viviparous dragon and proved that it was Lal who deliberately provoked Noah first. He screamed loudly because Noah beat her son and forces the collage to punish her immediately. Leon retaliated and asked the age of his son because the Red Dragon was shameless for being beaten by a 1-year and 2-month-old girl. They both looked at Lal, so he immediately answered that he was 7 years and 11 months old, making Leon stifle a laugh, and if he encountered such an embarrassing thing, he would definitely bury himself in the ground. His anger peaked and said how dare Leon say that about his son while he was just a coward who doesn't even dare to show his tail. He pointed at the Silver Dragon Queen and cursed her as a lowly. But before finishing his words, Leon held his hand pointing at his wife. It's fine if he cursed Leon, but he wouldn't hesitate to break his hand if he hurt his family. Rosswise had expected it because Leon is quite protective of his children. He challenged Leon how dare Leon to attack him. He introduced himself as the Duke of the Dragon Clan and would definitely avenge what Leon had done to him. So Rosswise had to step in to resolve this conflict. She said that this is just a small conflict between the children, so it would not be good to violate the family status. The vice principal thinks that the Silver Dragon clan is really a visionary, seeing that they will accept whatever the Academy's outcome is. He saw Red Dragon, who was still emotional, and told him if he was still stubborn, then his children's student status may be revoked. Lal stopped his father from causing trouble in the room, so he finally calmed his mind and also accepted the Academy's idea. But in his heart, he was still angry at Leon's behavior towards him. The vice principal finally decided because Noah was acting in self-defense and excessively, so Noah went back to receive verbal education from her class teacher and reflected on her behavior. While the Red Dragon students had to write a self-review and were responsible for the hygiene of the class for a week to make them regret their actions. Eventually, the conflict was resolved so that Noah would return to her class. Leon encourages her to keep studying and kick them in the knee if they bully her again. The vice principal heard his words and shocked Leon. It turns out that he was behind him all this time. One thing that makes him still curious is that Leon has never exposed his tail. So that Leon was surprised did he discover Leon's identity. The vice principal wants Leon to show his tail because he can't tell which noble dragon clan he is from. Rosswise immediately covered it up and said that he is just an ordinary dragon. He's just a commoner. The reason is quite reasonable, and they are very lucky to be able to give birth to such a talented dragon cub. So the vice principal requested that they continue to make children, thus giving birth to other talented children. He believes that when Noah graduates, she will definitely be able to lead the dragon clan to defeat more dragon slayers, so that it makes Leon scared to think about it. The Red Dragon family monitored their conversation from a distance, as well as planning something to avenge the Silver Dragon family who had insulted him. Finally, they left the academy, but after arriving at the academy gate, Red Dragon immediately cut off their journey. Rosswise asked what the Red Dragon meant, since the academy had already given the outcome of this matter. But he said it was just a formality and everything would be settled according to the way their clan handles it, which means it must be resolved through a fight while looking down on Leon. Rosswise was confused because if they refuse here, everyone will definitely slander silver dragons for being weak and afraid of fighting. This had all been planned by the Red Dragons so that they could not escape. Rosswise was worried about Leon and asked about his body condition. Of course, Leon felt challenged because he saw a dragon challenging a dragon slayer. Silver Dragon Queen only hopes that Leon doesn't beat him to death. The match between dragons has spread to the school, so Noah had a feeling that it was about her family. Leon's fight in front of the gate was witnessed by many students at the academy. Red Dragon thinks Leon looks so frail because a dragon that doesn't show its tail is a weak dragon. So he thought it would be easy to avenge his son's defeat. He explains that as long as Leon can survive 3 rounds, then he will lose. But Leon told him to stop talking nonsense and start the match immediately, making Red Dragon upset with Leon's behavior that underestimated him. He thought that Leon's attitude was too rude, so he immediately attacked Leon with fire fists at maximum power. Of course, Leon with his super agility can easily avoid it because he is much weaker than the dragons on the battlefield. Leon teased him because he only had 2 more attacks, making him annoyed because it turns out Leon is good at dodging. He hit the floor with a fire punch that made a sizable explosion to make Leon jump into the air so he can't dodge. He let out a breath of fire towards Leon. It was a good plan because Leon couldn't avoid it, but Leon only saw it as a joke. Red Dragon thought the explosion would hit Leon, but he avoided it with super speed, making him surprised to see Leon's speed. Leon immediately counterattacked him, kicking the Red Dragon's leg until he fell. He wanted to immediately attack Leon back, but before he realized, Leon was already in front of him with an aura in his hand, directly hitting the Red Dragon's face very hard, making him bounce until he crashed into the wall a few meters behind him. This is all so easy that Leon doesn't even need to use magic. The other Red Dragons were shocked because it was out of their plans. Leon thought they also wanted to fight. But seeing Leon's strength made them afraid. Leon let them run away and said not to trouble his daughter anymore. He wanted to show off to his wife, but when he looked back, he didn't realize that Noah was behind him. She said that she just happened to pass by and saw that there was something lively here. Noah gave them a small box, which contained a piece of cake that her teacher had taught her in cooking class. But since she was in second place, she was sure it didn't taste very good, and asked them not to eat it if they didn't have to. Seeing her daughter's face, Rosswise immediately split it into 2 for Leon, because they were sure the cake would be very good and would definitely win the first place next time. Noah praised Leon very awesome after seeing his match. Leon was surprised because Noah rarely complimented him directly. He was very happy to think that his relationship with Noah was becoming closer. Leon brags that of course her father is very powerful, making Leon stroke Noah's head because he was so happy. But Rosswise seemed to have realized something about that. They finally returned home after the fight. Leon calmed down by reading a book in his room. While enjoying and reading a book about dragons, suddenly someone knocked on the door of his room. It turned out that Rosswise in her sexy clothes was role cosplaying as a nurse carrying medical equipment into Leon's room. Leon asked his wife if she needed anything for coming to him. But Rosswise ignored him and immediately sat next to Leon, and it seemed to make Leon suspicious, thinking that his wife would do something new to him again. Rosswise's face blushed, she shyly pointing her hand to Leon, telling him to show his hand to her. Leon didn't understand what Rosswise meant, but she realized that Leon's hand had a wound from the fight against the Red Dragon earlier. Leon didn't realize he had the wound and said that it was just a minor injury and would heal within 2 days, so he told his wife not to worry too much about it. However, Rosswise insisted, because she was worried that the wound would become infected if left untreated. Leon finally felt a slight itch after his wife held the wound. Rosswise opened the medicine she was going to use on Leon. She applied the wound carefully, although it was a bit rough, making Leon feel a slight sting in his hand. Leon remembered his past as a dragon slayer. Of course, he had many wounds on his body that had healed. But this is the first time that someone applied medicide to him so carefully. He felt the softness and warmth of Rosswise's hands. Her fingertips are slightly cold, and the places she touches are itchy. So Leon started to get confused about what he was thinking, making his face red. Rosswise thanked Leon for today. Leon was surprised to hear it and asked her thank you for what. Because Leon took the initiative to stand up to defend her and Noah against Lal's father. Leon replied that it was his duty, even though they two are strangers, but in front of outsiders, she is his wife. Of course, he said that he was doing it all for Noah. Rosswise knows how stubborn her husband is. Then she tells him that her sister invited their whole family to visit her place. But Leon was lazy and refused, so Rosswise had to threaten him so that he would come. The next day, they rode Rosswise to Red Dragon territory. Rosswise in her dragon form finally landed on the ground quickly. Muin, who fell asleep on the way, was finally forced to wake up because their journey had arrived. Her sister immediately ran towards Rosswise right when she hit the ground. She hugged him with love because she admired her sister's awesome dragon form. Rosswise ended her dragon form and transformed into a human form. Immediately, her sister groped her body in public, which made Rosswise very upset and embarrassed. Rosswise was uncomfortable because her sister was too clingy, so she immediately introduced her husband and children because they had not met formally before. They got acquainted and greeted each other because her sister only knew that Leon was still unconscious during this time. Muin greeted her aunt enthusiastically, and Noah introduced himself as well. Her aunt immediately hugged her, guessing that this cheerful girl was Muin, and the one behind was Noah. She asked Noah, "Do you want your aunt to hug you too?" Tsundere Noah was forced to give in to her aunt's wishes. She was very happy to have such cute nieces and hugged them tightly. She was so happy to have had such a fulfilling experience. She also thanked Leon because Rosswise told her that Leon usually takes care of the children. Leon said it's not hard at all because he likes taking care of children and they are close to him. Rosswise denied that the children were obviously closer to her, but Leon couldn't figure out what kind of joke she had said and how that was possible. They fight right in front of Rosswise's sister, and she teases that they really have a good relationship. So they immediately stopped fighting and looked away from each other. She invited them to come in and rest because they had traveled a long way. After they ate dinner, they relaxed in the living room to chat together. She brought out a photo album of Rosswise when she's a child. Rosswise was shocked, and Muin was eager to see it. Not wanting her family to see it, Rosswise grabbed it and asked why her sister still had the photos. With her dragon instincts, she gave Leon a sharp look. Leon also caught what his sister was thinking well, so they did teamwork. She threw it to Leon, and he caught it. Rosswise was very embarrassed if Leon saw it, because of course Leon would use it because there's nothing more humiliating than looking through her childhood photos and past. The golden light that came out of the photo surprised Leon so much that he was shocked to see it. Leon didn't expect his wife to have this side. Noah and Muin also wanted to see it, and Rosswise didn't know what kind of photos were in the album. It turned out to be a picture of her in her school days that looked very energetic. The Dragon Queen looked very cute wearing her school uniform. Leon was confused as to why she was now turning grumpy like this, unlike in the photo, making Rosswise step on his foot. She warned Leon don't get too cocky because he might be her next target of teasing. There are many other photos of his mother that Moon and Noah have seen. There are also photos of when her mother was a young child like the two of them. Moon called her father to see her mother, who was very beautiful in this photo, showing her strong charisma when Rosswise inherited the title of Silver Dragon Queen. Leon praised her as very cool, which made her happy, although a little annoyed. They were disappointed that they had reached the last page when they still wanted to see more pictures of their mother. Rosswise took the album because they were done looking at pictures of her, which made her embarrassed. But apparently his big sister said that it's not over yet, while taking out the recording stone. Leon was very happy because they could see the video too. Likewise, Moon and Noah. Rosswise finally begged, for the sake of her being her biological sister, please don't let the things inside out, because she couldn't hold back any more shame. Leon also begged, for the sake of him being her brother-in-law, she must show them what's inside, because apparently there must be some shameful videos of Rosswise here. They kept at it, and her sister was more than happy to tease them both. Because this is Leon's first time as a guest at home, so she listens to him this time and listens to little Ross next time, making Rosswise regret having brought Leon here. She activated it with magic, said that this is a very precious video. Seeing the place in the video made Rosswise remember something. She immediately didn't want Leon to see the video. In the video, her sister asked Rosswise during her school days what would be her criteria for choosing a partner in the future. She said, first of all, this person's grades must be better than hers, and it would be best if he had won many first places. Be responsible and don't hate children, Moon asked. Isn't the person mommy talking about daddy? And Noah agreed. Leon also agreed, being strong but not bullying the weak. All the criteria were on him, making Rosswise very upset because he was shameless. Her sister just smiled at her beloved sister. She continued talking. She realized her criteria were too high, and if such a person doesn't exist, she doesn't want to force herself to get married. If she ever gets married in the future, she will only marry someone like this, with a smile that is very cheerful and full of youthful hope, making Leon speechless at the answer from young Rosswise. It turns out he is the perfect person in her mind. Leon teased her because she was very ashamed of her words when she was young. Her sister was also very curious who pursued who first, but none of them wanted to admit who chased first. Rosswise was so angry that Leon was forced to make excuses. She was the one who chased him, but he kept ignoring her, so he regretted it and pursued her again. Seeing the two of them, they really have a good relationship. Furthermore, her sister offered to see the love letters she received back, then made Rosswise confused why she had all this, threatening to burn it all. It's time for them to rest, and they have to be in one room, because they have to. Accompanied by a bathtub filled with rose water, a bed with rose petals formed in love. It looks like her sister wants them to have another kid tonight. It made them speechless to see what her sister had provided. Rosswise immediately shouted to her sister, asking what this romantic room was all about. She replied proudly that she had specially prepared a guest room for Rosswise, who would be staying here for the next 2 days, making her immediately ask for another room, but his sister teased him because she looked so embarrassed. Leon was careless because now he knew that she should not be underestimated. She wanted to lock up the 2 endangered species, wait for them to go into heat, reproduce, and complete the task of revitalizing the rays. Leon secretly wanted to leave this room immediately, but he was caught and not allowed to leave at all. Leon reasoned that he had to see his children who missed him. It was also expected by her that Moon and Noah had prepared another room for them with lots of toys, and they should be having a great time now. So now she allowed them to clap wildly like animals tonight without worry, making Leon and Rosweiss uncomfortable to the point of sighing. Leon did not expect her sister to be so sinister, but they had no other choice but to stay in this room, so she opened the closet to find a change of clothes. But there were many adult clothes for night service that had been provided by her sister, making Rosweiss very surprised and closed the closet so hard that Leon couldn't see it. She quickly distracted herself and said that since this room only had one bed, Leon would have to sleep in the bathtub. Leon did not accept why he had to sleep in the bathtub. His sister blocked the water hole in the bathtub so it couldn't drain and made sure that they had to sleep in the bed together. Even the scent of roses in this room aimed to prevent people from sleeping. Leon immediately jumped on the bed and felt something different from a normal bed. He guessed that this was a water bed, which was of exceptional quality provided by his sister. Leon enjoyed the mattress because it was quite elastic, so he would not allow Rosweiss to enjoy this comfortable bed alone. Rosweiss had no other choice, so she invited Leon to sleep together tonight with Shyly. But seeing Rosweiss being nice, Leon became suspicious of whether she was planning something bad against him. Seeing Leon's behavior that annoyed her, Rosweiss threatened to hit him while asking, "Are he going to sleep or not?" Because if not, she suggested to play with all the toys in the closet tonight, making Leon become scared because of the torture he had received last time by toys. Rosweiss was about to take a shower and forbade Leon to peep. She ends up kicking Leon because she can't take his word for it. It pissed her off that Leon had already seen her entire body. So what was there to be afraid of? Suddenly, while walking outside, Leon met Aisha, who was drinking alone on the balcony of her castle. She was surprised why Leon left his room, so Leon replied that he wanted to get some fresh air. Aisha offered Leon a drink to drink with her. Leon accepted the invitation. She poured the wine and said that this wine is what little Ross usually likes to drink. She gave a glass of wine to Leon. She told him that in the past, little Ross and her would occasionally drink and chat here. She watched Rosweiss grow up, and she spent the past 50 years since she was born. Later, she became Silver Dragon Queen and left here for years. More than a year ago, she told her she had married a low-key Dragon King and was pregnant with his child. Although she is married, she doesn't look very happy, and her melancholy can be felt between the lines. She said in the letter that you were not in good health, always had to sleep for every long time, and could not be with her, and having twins baby and much more difficult than a single baby. Leon also thought that forced to bear the child of her mortal enemy and spend pregnancy alone, at that time Rosweiss must have been living a miserable life. Aisha at that time thought that Rosweiss married an irresponsible, lazy, and useless male dragon while hitting Leon hard on the back. So Leon asked, does he look like that kind of dragon to her? But after spending a short time with him tonight, he really doesn't look like trash. Maybe there's a reason for that. And this also makes her more certain that Rosweiss really likes him. Hearing this, Leon stopped drinking his wine in shock. That maybe all this time Rosweiss has been holding all her burden alone because she likes him? Leon still couldn't believe how could Rosweiss, who had been so harsh and cruel to him, have feelings for him. Of course, her sister was confused why he felt embarrassed about it. Here Leon felt that she didn't understand her sister at all. However, he still has to pretend to be in love in front of her sister. So he said, "You are right. We are in love with each other," while scratching his head with his stupid face. Seeing this, she can tell by the way he gets along with each other. It looks like she is the type who likes to hit other people's shoulders, especially if they laugh. Why does her sister think that way? Because Rosweiss is not good at expressing her feelings. Apart from her, it seems that Leon is the first person that she can treat like this. So Aisha forces Leon to be a responsible man, and he must know what to do in the future without her telling him. Of course, if Leon answers he doesn't know, she will definitely kill him here. He finally told Aisha to please rest assured and leave her little sister to him. He wasn't able to take care of her when she had her first child, and if there is a second child, he will protect her wife and children to the death. What a convincing-looking charade. It made Aisha confident and hopeful that Leon would do it. She pushed Leon and told him to stop showing off and go back quickly to little Ross, of course in the intention to make a second child soon. Before Leon left, Aisha called out to him wanting to say something, so Leon looked back asking if there was anything else. She said to Leon, "Don't feel restrained tonight because the soundproofing in that room is very good." Hearing the word good soundproofing certainly makes Leon's mind think of many crazy things and can play to scream at will. But his own wild imagination made him ashamed of himself. So he shouted loudly, thanking his sister. Since it was already nighttime, Leon opened the door slowly. He entered slowly for fear of disturbing his sleeping wife. He made sure Rosswise was sleeping, and he climbed into the same bed. Seeing her asleep, Leon was happy that he doesn't have to suffer from her tonight and can sleep peacefully. Even though he had to admit that she looks really beautiful when she falls asleep, let alone the two mountains that appear from the blanket make her hot. But suddenly Leon was shocked because he saw something. He saw Rosswise's chest suddenly give off light by itself. Could it be that the dragon pattern has been activated? But Leon didn't feel the dragon pattern on his body resonate, so he was confused about what had happened. So Leon opened her blanket and saw the glowing dragon toy that Rosswise was holding. She opened her eyes and said hi to Leon suddenly, making Leon very surprised and angry because she had hidden the light blub under the blanket. Rosswise, in her hot pajamas, said she found a small toy on the wardrobe and she thought it was interesting, so she brought it to amuse him. And judging from his reaction, he doesn't think it's a pity? After successfully shocking Leon into thinking that his dragon crest was active, Leon dismissed it and said that he didn't expect to be clapped at all tonight. Leon quickly went to bed and put on a blanket and said not to talk to him because he was going to sleep. Rosswise teased him, saying he better not regret it, and attacked her in the middle of the night. But Rosswise's hand accidentally touched part of the bed, which activated the descent of spiders from the roof in front of Rosswise, making her confident face suddenly turn into fear, and screamed so loudly that it made Leon panic and look in her direction. But Rosswise suddenly hugged Leon very quickly, which made Leon confused, seeing Rosswise cry for the first time because she had seen a spider. When he was looking through the photo album, he seemed to see a photo of Rosswise crying because she was scared by a spider when she was a child. Was it a trauma left over from her childhood? So that made Leon laugh out loud because he did not expect the Silver Dragon Queen is also afraid of things. She forced Leon to quickly dispose of the spider, and Leon felt proud because he felt she really couldn't do anything without him. He finally held the Godzilla-sized spider by his hand. But after holding it, he felt something strange about the spider. Leon realized something, and it turned out that the spider was just a toy, so he immediately showed it to his wife, but she screamed very loudly because she was still scared. She said whether it's real or fake, she will still destroy it while releasing purple flames that can destroy anything in an instant. Now it was Leon's turn to be scared because he was afraid that Rosswise's attack would kill him in this room. So he finally threw the spider toy out of the room. He tried to calm his wife that the spider was gone and invited her to go back to sleep. Of course, Leon realized that the toy was part of her sister's plan. But he was grateful because this allowed him to see the scared and vulnerable side of Rosswise. So Rosswise begged Leon to change their sleeping position to move away from the window where the spider had gone, of course with her cute face, making Leon unable to refuse the easy request of his wife, who was scared and cute. They immediately lay down, but they felt very awkward in this silence. Leon offered his hand to Rosswise, saying he could hold it if she was scared of anything. Rosswise didn't expect that the sometimes evil Leon could be so considerate to her once in a while. So Rosswise accepted the offer with tsundere. But of course she was reluctant to hold Leon's hand because of her high pride, so she only held the tip of his pinky. Leon yelled at her to hold her hand correctly, but Rosswise felt that she was holding it correctly. Making Leon model how to hold a hand, the right way, quickly and comfortably. Making Rosswise quite happy, as it had probably been years since she had held the hand of someone she could rely on. However, she had not accepted this, and felt that as a queen, this felt very humiliating. Finally, there was a conflict in her brain because she felt very comfortable, and at the same time very hurtful to her pride. In contrast, Leon is very calm. He says that Rosswise's hands are sweaty, but Rosswise strongly disagrees. She felt that Leon's hands had many scars and calluses from fighting and holding swords, but his hands felt warm. Like when they touched, there was an electric current spread through it. She thought it might be because of Leon's lightning element. Staying at her sister's house really made her experience a lot of crazy things. They kept chatting while holding hands, discussing her words when they were young. They did this because they couldn't calm down, like there was something they hadn't done yet. Of course, Leon couldn't sleep because of all this. So he peeked at Rosswise to see if she was asleep. He felt his hand stiff from the same position, so he shifted it slightly. But his hand accidentally touched Rosswise's body, so she was annoyed while pretending to sleep. A prisoner dares to touch his master. She thought that Leon was holding her intentionally. So Rosswise retaliated by touching his hard body parts, making Leon, who wanted to sleep, suddenly woke up because of the touch. They rubbed against each other continuously. Leon also felt that Rosswise's body was very soft. He feels so strange, like there is a feeling of hunger growing wildly in his heart. Because of touching each other, they finally couldn't stand it, making their faces red and swallowing their saliva. So they looked at each other's faces because they had the same thoughts. It looks like Noah and Muen should get ready to have a younger sibling, because they wildly threw the blanket. Leon overlapped Rosswise's beautiful body with the cozy atmosphere of the room surrounded by the scent of roses. They decide just for tonight they will clap. Maybe clapped at home again tomorrow. Get out! Tonight was the first night where they did it without coercion. Rosswise called his name softly. Leon smiled at the sight of his wife's beauty that he could no longer stand. Obviously, they all knew what was going to happen next. But the strange thing was that the dragon mark didn't react at all. Because when two people have the purest desire for each other, the dragon mark will not react. When they wanted to kiss, suddenly Leon accidentally pressed the button on the reverse side of the bed, making the other spider toys drop back down. So Rosswise shouted and almost released the dragon flame again. Aisha, who heard the scream, just smiled, imagining her sister's funny face. Leon calmed his wife down. He checked carefully inside and outside, and there was no other mechanism. They continued their romance tonight. Rosswise asked why Leon's heart is beating so fast. Leon replied that it was because he was afraid of spiders, not wanting to admit that it was because of his wife. Rosswise also said that she wouldn't do this anymore, asking Leon to don't mention this after tonight. They continued the night with love until the morning. Rosswise opened her eyes suddenly and immediately woke up from her sleep. She saw that Leon was not next to her and felt grateful because she would have been awkward. Her legs were still shaking violently after last night's clapping. After what happened last night, she doesn't know how to face him now. This is the first time she broke her own rules. She exposed her weakness in front of a human being and fell asleep in his arms. It's so embarrassing and no one else should know. Someone greeted her as soon as she came out of the room. Aisha asked, "How was your night? Was it exciting?" Aisha loves to tease her sister. She also asked if Rosswise used the toys she had provided. She was also impatient and asked when the next child would be born. Rosswise couldn't stand her sister's teasing and immediately pulled her down for breakfast. Leon was seen playing with his children. He pinched Muen's chubby cheeks. Muen saw that her mother and aunt had arrived, so she jumped up because she was very hungry and wanted breakfast. They all ate at the table. but they both felt very awkward, because both of them felt embarrassed remembering last night, where they lowered their pride respectively. So there was a conflict in Leon's mind that he was a dragon slayer, but he was also a husband. But Leon didn't care about that and continued eating. He wanted to add some peanut butter to his bread. But Rosswise also wanted to and made their hands touch. They stared at each other, making their memories of last night instantly pop into their minds. It made them choke with embarrassment, and they couldn't look at each other. Aisha, who saw this, teased them as to why they were blushing. Was the room hot? They both said yes and made excuses about it. So Aisha offered them to go back to their room and take a shower together. No matter how many times she teases them, their reactions are always funny. Aisha also asked about their conflict with the Duke of the Red Flame Dragon a few days ago. She said that her son had bullied Noah and wanted to pick a fight with them but was beaten up by Leon. Aisha praised Noah because Noah is so amazing. However, after that useless Duke found their leader Constantine and made a big fuss about the matter. Hearing the name Constantine, Leon remembered a heroic figure who helped the Dragon Clan expand its territory in the history of the Dragon Clan. So Aisha warned them both to be careful. Rosswise was emotional, but if he really wants to attack the Silver Dragon Castle for a useless Duke, then don't mind her giving the Red Flame Dragon Clan a trim. Finally, they were going home again today. Aisha hugged Rosswise because she would definitely miss her. She also gave her a gift and asked her to open it at home. She hugged her two nieces and kissed them both cute. Until the last, she looked at Leon, asking him to keep his promise, making Rosswise confused by what they were talking about. Rosswise changed into dragon form and took them. Flying quickly left Aisha. Once inside, the room was quiet again without them. She said the young dragons are so interesting. She opened the room to Rosswise and Leon to check it, but it turns out they prepared a spider toy to get back at her, until the spider came down right in front of Aisha's face. But she was tough enough to be shocked without screaming at all, saying that Leon is so eager to protect his wife. Leon sneezed like someone was talking about him. He felt that Aisha must have discovered the spider he left for her. One thing he knew, Rosswise and her sister were different from the Dragon Kings he had met. After getting along with them, they are more friendly, peaceful, and more family-oriented, and she actually entrusted her most cherished sister to him. Rosswise heard Leon's mumby, then asked something about what Leon promised her sister, but Leon laughed and wouldn't tell her, making Rosswise upset. They finally reached the Silver Dragon Castle at midnight, taking the sleeping Muen and Noah to their beds. Leon waited for his wife outside because he had plans for tonight. He tempted Rosswise to give him a live performance about yesterday's video, where little Rosswise takes a bath while rubbing her tail and blowing bubbles. She felt a bit regretful that she had brought Leon to her sister, who had exposed many of her secrets. It turned out that on that night, they watched a video. There was an extra video where Aisha recorded something. She heard something from the bathroom. She opened the door and heard a singing voice. It turned out that it was a video of Rosswise as a child who was bathing. Leon laughed out loud, getting material to tease his wife. Rosswise exploded and wanted to destroy the video, but finally it survived, and they keep it as a family heirloom. Leon laughed loudly because he had teased Rosswise. This made her very angry, so she wanted to retaliate because Leon seemed bored. She pushed him very hard. Rosswise looked very angry, which made him regret teasing her so much. She would punish Leon for what he had done at his sister's house. Leon felt like he was going to be squeezed until dry, so his heroic instinct told him to run. He ran away and hid in his room, but it seemed he wasn't fast enough, so Rosswise held the door. She said she would give him 10 minutes to take a shower and come to her room, and Teacher Rosswise will teach him a lesson tonight. She immediately slammed the door shut. Leon was in danger because of his very rude mouth, but he didn't expect her to react so strongly. This just goes to show that her dark history is very effective. He felt he had the strongest weapon against Rosswise's weaknesses to slay the dragon, although the price of breaking her defense was torture to his body, but as long as he could make the Silver Dragon Queen uncomfortable. It's his duty as the #1 dragon layer. So Leon will repay her for all this by using her weaknesses. 10 minutes had passed, and Leon entered his wife's room. He said, "Don't be so cruel, Rosswise." Rosswise was seen role-playing as a teacher. Leon teased her and asked what she was doing. Seeing a disrespectful student, teacher Rosswise immediately whipped him very hard. She wanted Leon not to call her by her name, but to address her as teacher. The whip doesn't hurt much when it hits Leon's body, but it feels so awkward. He finally realized the Dragon Queen wants to humiliate him through this kind of role-playing game. Rosswise played the teacher, and he was the student who made mistakes and was disobedient. So he had to cooperate so that tonight's punishment would end quickly. He apologized to teacher Rosswise and promised not to make the same mistake again. She accepted because she was a good teacher. Then she asked Leon to hand in his homework. But Leon was confused because he hadn't done his homework. This made teacher Rosswise disappointed. So Leon asked her to tell him again about his homework. The teacher will tell him again. She starts rubbing her juicy thigh and climbs on top. Today's homework is to make her dragon mark light up. If he fails, there will be more severe punishment. Leon tries to start with his teacher's sensitive parts. Because he doesn't want to get punished, he does it quickly. This makes his teacher's body writhe in pleasure. The teacher didn't know how her naughty student learned such things. The teacher knew this was immoral, but she enjoyed it so much. She couldn't stop the feeling and came immediately. The student was relieved because he had finished his task. However, it turned out to be some pre-class exercise, so his homework hadn't been handed in yet. The student felt deceived by this horny teacher. He knew this female dragon wouldn't let him go easily. This made his dragon mark glow. He felt his mouth was very dry. So he immediately kissed his teacher wildly and pushed her until their bodies touched. The teacher said stop, disappointed because he was so naughty. The student said, "Wasn't this what you wanted, teacher?" Even though she said she refused it, her body was enjoying it. They were so intense, so they clapped again. I hoped I would get homework like this from my teacher too. After a while, they finally finished. The teacher was seen sleeping exhausted beside him. The homework had been handed in, so Leon wanted to leave the classroom. Suddenly, the teacher woke up and pulled him back. She said that this homework was only for one subject, and there were still 100 subjects to come. What the... Leon was speechless because he was shocked by this. Until finally he screamed because he realized that tonight his body would be destroyed. This was destined to be a long and tiring night. The next morning, Rosswise's face looked very cheerful. In contrast, Leon's face looked gloomy. Muen and Noah laughed at him and said that he didn't get enough sleep. However, Leon replied that he had finished his homework too late. Muen asked, "Do adults have homework too?" So they were confused about what homework their father had been doing. Muen discovered a super powerful pattern. When mommy is in good condition, daddy becomes very weak. Then when daddy is in good condition, mom becomes very weak. Leon was shocked because she could see that, so he praised Muen for being very smart. If anyone says again that she can only act cute, he will be the first to fight with him. Noah saw their silliness, but was distracted after seeing a dragon had come to pick her up. She said goodbye to her family. Muen wanted Noah to come home quickly and play together, while Leon encouraged her, making her blush to hear that. Finally, she quickly left for the academy. The big dragon flew very fast and left them. Leon asked Muen what they would do next. Muen thought of an idea because her father was always weak and made her mother seem worried. So she decided to train her father to become stronger. She urged him to run to the training ground. Rosswise followed them to take a look because it looked very interesting. At the training ground, Leon was seen warming up with Muin, who was having difficulty doing so. Leon explained that they did this before exercising is to reduce the risk of injury. Suddenly, Rosswise joined them wearing quite hot sportswear. Seeing her mother join in made Muin happy. The two of them encouraged each other to train. Leon tells her not to overdo it because she always sits too long in her office. However, she teases Leon because he's still lost in their last sparring session. Muin encourages them to fight another round together. Leon covers Muin's mouth because children shouldn't talk about fighting and killing all the time. But Muin asks, "Why? Can't Daddy beat Mommy?" He answered that he just lets Rosswise go because he doesn't want to hurt her mommy. Hearing that, Rosswise immediately drew a line with her tail, challenging Leon to compete to see who can run longer. But Leon was very confident in this endurance competition, so they will fight, with Muin joining in this time. The maid gave the signal to start, so Muin ran very fast like Naruto as soon as the race began. Leon started provoking Rosswise about her tail getting in the way while running. She replied that the tail helps maintain balance, so Rosswise told Leon to show his tail as well. But he replied that he doesn't need any tail to beat her. They had been running for 2 laps. Muin was very tired and couldn't run anymore. Maid praised her very impressive, making her happy. Muin will support both of her parents from the sidelines. Leon began to tire and realized he had no advantage against the silver dragon. But since he stood at the starting line, there was no turning back. He now risked his dignity as a dragon slayer. He couldn't lose to her here, so he used a brutal method to bring down the Dragon Queen and fight until death. But after 20 minutes, Leon finally collapsed. However, he still couldn't accept this defeat, so Rosswise told him to stand up and keep running. He asked for 2 days to train, and he would definitely beat her. But that was pointless because even 2 years wouldn't be enough, said Rosswise. So she told Leon to accept his defeat. Leon didn't say anything and replied that he wanted to take a shower immediately. This made Rosswise laugh at her victory again today. She invited Muin to train again because her daddy was too weak. Muin also told her daddy to train harder. Hearing that from his daughter shocked Leon and made him lose his pride. So he shouted at both of them not to underestimate him. Finally, it was time for dinner after the intense training. Muin took a spoonful of soup and fed it to her daddy. Leon wanted to eat the spoonful from Muin. However, he was too tired from challenging a dragon to a race. He had the excuse that he lost because he was too tired from doing Teacher Rosswise's homework last night. Rosswise was annoyed, so she told Leon to continue doing his homework tonight. Hearing that made Leon scared. So he decided to tell Muin the story tonight. But Muin didn't remember they had made that promise. Rosswise had told Muin not to talk too late and go to bed early. Leon was relieved because he wasn't drained dry again tonight. Rosswise walked down the hallway after leaving the room. She ordered someone to come out. Her spy maid came out to meet her. Rosswise asked for the latest information. She found the home where Tiger Lawrence and his wife had previously hidden their identities, but they had moved out over a year ago and are no longer in the Empire. In addition, when they left, they donated all their family property to the orphanage and gave their livestock to the neighbors, except for a donkey, which was very precious to them, and they took it with them when they moved away. Rosswise remembered Leon mentioning the donkey before. She ordered him to continue searching for Tiger's whereabouts, so she'll take her leave. Rosswise wondered why Leon's master left the Empire. A few days later, at Silver Dragon Castle, they were surprised when Noah mentioned the family sports day. The Academy is going to hold a family sports day next week. Rosswise didn't remember that parents were required to participate, but Noah replied that it was said to be a new attempt. Muin asked her mom what place she got in the sports that year. "Of course it's first place," she replied confidently. Muin then asked her father, but he replied that he didn't have a rank. The academy blacklisted him because he was too overpowered at rank 1, so Muen asked if her dad cheated. Leon tapped Muen's forehead when he heard that. The academy secretly reissued him a medal, which he melted down and made into a gold bracelet for her grandmother. Rosswise couldn't believe it because Leon valued honor and championship, so why did he melt his medals? She asked Leon if they would sign up for this sports meet. Noah explained that this competition would not affect regular course grades, but she also wanted to take first place. Seeing Noah's obsession with being at the top made Leon resolve himself. He looked at Rosswise, who seemed to have the same idea, so they both decided to participate. Muen also wanted to join, but Noah said the competition was limited to 3 people. Leon comforted the sad Muen and asked her to support them all, so she became enthusiastic again because her cheers would make them win. With the whole family working together, winning the sports meet would not be a problem.
After that, they immediately began training for the family sports meeting a week later. Leon watched his wife warming up. He thought Rosswise looked good in anything she wore. She asked Leon to run a few laps because their child was not awake yet. He asked what kinds of sports were competed in at Dragon School. However, he laughed after hearing running, high jump, and long jump, which were not much different from human sports meets, and said that human are not as simple as Dragon thinks. But she teased Leon about him fainting after their running competition a few days ago. Hearing that made Leon angry, and he reasoned that it was because she forced him to do homework all night. Homework here meaning clapped. Seeing Leon angry made Rosswise want to motivate him. If Leon won first place in the family sports meet, she would give him a week's vacation, which meant a week without sex. Leon was very excited because sex with a dragon often crushed the body of an ordinary human, so he immediately ran quickly to train his stamina. Rosswise smiled, seeing how naive Leon was. A few moments later, Leon was sitting down after running quickly. He said all the joints and muscles in his body felt awake. Rosswise took a rope out of her bag. She explained that since this was a family event, they also needed to develop mutual understanding. Leon was scared when she took out the rope, thinking they were going to play bondage outdoors. Rosswise explained it was only for the 3-legged race. This disappointed Leon because they weren't going to play bondage after all. She handed the rope to Leon, so he tied the rope around both of their legs. Feeling their bodies this close made them feel awkward. They immediately started practicing. However, when Leon walked, Rosswise didn't move her legs. This confused Leon about what she was doing. That's because Leon didn't say where they were going. This caused them to fight and almost fall because they were moving randomly. They said not to hinder each other, so they started to get ready. And Rosswise started running very fast. Leon didn't expect that. This made him dragged in Rosswise's running speed, and he shouted for her to stop immediately. Leon said, "Do you understand what tacit cooperation means?" Meanwhile, Rosswise didn't care and just looked down on Leon for being slow. Leon gave him instructions. Every time he counted 1 and 2, they would move 1 foot in and out. Leon suddenly grabbed Rosswise's hips. This startled her because it made her stomach feel tingly. Leon said, "This will shorten the distance and make movement easier." So Rosswise could only say, "Go ahead." And with that, tacit understanding between Rosswise and Leon slowly improving. Earlier at Queen's special training, Rosswise helped Leon do push-ups by sitting on top of him. Leon felt her soft buttocks and couldn't resist. But when he was about to fall, Rosswise quickly moved underneath him and said that if he fell, they would kiss, making Leon say, "Absolutely not." And just like that, today's 500 push-ups were successfully completed. Finally, the Academy Family Sports Day was held as scheduled. They gave a speech to kick off the event. Mun only cheered them on from above since she wasn't participating. The event will be commented on by the famous, beautiful young dragon. The 3 of them are already in position for the warm-up. The first race is a relay race with a total distance of 3,000 meters. They immediately distribute the numbers. Noah gives the first number to her mother, and she will take the second position. He shyly calls his dad and gives him the number 3. Leon is very happy that Noah called him daddy. Noah tries to say the word dad correctly. So Leon wants to hear it again, but Muen will talk after they win first place today. Rosswise immediately tells Leon to take his position. They look at each other, encouraging each other without saying a word. She calmed Noah down because her mom would be the first to pass the baton to her. They walked until they reached the second leg. The parents encouraged their children. Leon also encouraged Noah to be careful and not get hurt. He also asked Noah to give a little encouragement to her old dad. They started encouraging each other with fist bump like Naruto and Kurama. The first leg runners began to take their positions at the starting line. Muin shouted encouragement to her mother. The referee began to give the signal to run. The Dragon Queen immediately ran quickly with a lightning aura, creating an explosion as she started. She had already taken a commanding lead, but a contestant was closing in on her from behind. The woman's husband said it's not like only their Silver Dragon Clan excels at speed. Leon recognized them as the Electric Dragon Clan, who are experts at fleeing on the battlefield. Rossweiss's position was overtaken by the woman. The commentators discussed their speed. He said his wife is so far ahead that he doesn't even need to watch to know the outcome, and said her wife is amazing. But Leon can only laugh at that, because his wife is even more amazing. Rossweiss begins to unleash explosive power, and immediately overtakes the woman very quickly, making her very surprised because until now Rossweiss had only been using her as wind resistance. She was in the lead and she couldn't catch up to her speed. Noah was already visible to Rossweiss, and she passed the baton to Noah. Rossweiss stopped running and looked around. She accidentally saw Leon, who was actually giving her a thumbs up. Now she'll leave the rest to them. The other dragons were confused to see how fast Rossweiss was running. Meanwhile, Noah continued to run at a leisurely pace. This caused her to be overtaken by the other dragons. Seeing that she had been overtaken, she didn't want to fall too far behind. She heard Muin shouting encouragement from the stands. The commentator commented on Noah because of his age and height, which were relatively lower. The two of them were almost there in a very intense race. Noah ran with difficulty, until finally they handed the baton to their father. However, Noah was a little late compared to the child next to him. Leon immediately ran to catch up with the dragon. Noah felt sad and guilty, but Rossweiss praised her for facing an opponent much larger than herself, so she encouraged her to cheer on her father. Muin shouted with all his might to support his father. The dragon acted arrogantly toward Leon, and immediately unleashed his power, running at incredible speed. Leon, seeing this, felt overwhelmed. They kept running ahead, leaving the other dragon behind. Noah panicked because her father was starting to fall behind, but she kept encouraging him, "Do your best, Daddy," until Leon heard her. Hearing Noah call him Daddy made him very motivated, so he unleashed his power faster for Noah. The dragon began to panic because he would be overtaken if this continued, so he had no choice but to ram Leon and make him fall. However, Leon realized this, so he added acceleration just as he was about to collide with him. This caused that dragon to lose momentum, and it tripped over his own legs, making he fall very hard just before the finish line. Leon won first place in the race. His child and wife ran toward him. Leon lifted Noah and claimed her promise, so Noah called him Daddy again as a promise. Leon was very happy because this was a rare occurrence. Rossweiss was concerned about Leon using his power, but Electric Dragon couldn't accept his defeat and reported Leon for cheating. However, Leon naturally refused to accept this. He accused Leon of intending to dirty trick on him, but Leon could prove it with traces of electric current on his shoulder and clothes. This caused a commotion. However, someone came to break it up. It turned out to be the Electric Dragon leader. The dragon immediately reported it to his leader. Since they were from the same clan, of course the leader would definitely side with them. But he just checked the video of the game with other referees, and decided that their family would be disqualified from future competitions. They were very shocked to hear this, but they didn't dare to because they had embarrassed the patriarch. He apologized to the Silver Dragon. Rossweiss hoped he could discipline his people. Fortunately, her husband was not injured, so she only needed a simple apology. He agreed to discipline his people. Leon was very proud of his wife. However, Rossweiss did not accept who she called her wife. The beautiful commentator announced the next competition. They continued with a donut eating contest, then a three-legged race as they had practiced. Then there was the intelligence competition they were good at, and the blindfolded eating competition. These competitions were very exciting but also exhausting, until finally they reached the last competition, namely, the cooking with love competition. They had to make a family-friendly meal, and they couldn't untie the ropes on their ankles while cooking. This surprised them because it was the hardest competition for them. Leon took the name of the menu they had to make, and the menu was cream puffs. Leon asked his wife, and it turned out they couldn't make it, but no matter what, they had to keep trying. Leon started cooking, with Rossweiss as his assistant. Meanwhile, Noah's competition on live streaming. She seemed to be struggling in the Battle Royale game. All the dragons surrounded her to make her give up. The three of them immediately ran to attack Noah, who was small in stature. However, she used her advantage and dodged from below. Thus, she successfully popped the other participants' balloons, and ran with all her might. She quickly popped the last participant's balloon, and emerged as the winner against the other large dragons. Muin was very proud, and told everyone that it was her older sister. Leon knew Noah could do it. Rossweiss said, "Of course, "Don't you see whose daughter she is?" While laughing, Leon noticed there was flour dust on her nose, so he helped Rosswise clean it off. Of course, their affection became a spectacle for the people there. Leon hoped more flour would fall on her body so he'd have a reason to clean her off. Their intimacy was broadcast so that the public could watch it. They were considered a top-quality family that included care and love. This made them both applauded by all the dragons who watched them. Leon laughed but was annoyed and asked which dragon he should slay after this event, and Rosswise suggested killing everyone who watched the event. After trying to cook the challenge given, they did it well. They gave cream puffs to the judges to taste. The texture was crispy on the outside, and the cream inside was smooth and delicate. So the judges thought they must do this often at home. Leon agreed that they often play in the kitchen even though it gets messy. Leon imagined them playing in the messy kitchen hardcore. It made him shake his head for imagining something strange. The judges asked why it tasted so good and what the secret recipe was. They replied in unison that their deep love was added to it. The judges were very satisfied with the result, so they received a total of 27 points. Leon was quite happy with the result, so he couldn't wait to enjoy his 7-day vacation free from Rosswise. They received the total score from all the games and secured the first position. The third-place winner in today's competition received a noodle voucher. The second-place winner received a B-level magic secret book. Leon's family was awarded a medal as the first-place winner today. He read the prize they received, which was a 7-day luxury hot spring tour. However, he was surprised to see this, because it meant he would spend a week with Rosswise without a break. Noah was very happy to have the opportunity for a vacation. Leon was upset because no one had told him about the first-place prize. The day was nearing evening, and they ended the day with a victory party. Muin was very proud of his family who had won today. Noah thanked everyone for participating in the competition. Rosswise said they were just doing their duty as parents, but Leon was very tired. Seeing him made her annoyed and think, does he really not like going on vacation? Noah also asked them for something. She wanted them to close their eyes for a moment. She began hugging them one by one. She was very shy, so he asked them to close their eyes. Leon was confused about what Noah was going to do, so he was very surprised after receiving a hug from his daughter. It turned out to be a hug to express gratitude. But suddenly Noah pulled Leon's shirt toward him and kissed him on the cheek, making Leon surprised. Noah asked them to open their eyes again. She thanked them and said she would do what she promised if she won the competition. But even if she couldn't win the championship, she would still call him daddy, which made Leon crying. Muin was confused as to why her sister's face suddenly turned so red. So Leon regained his enthusiasm and would drink a lot of wine tonight.
The next day, they went to Sky City to buy swimsuits to wear on their vacation. Once, there was a perfect vacation in front of him, but he didn't cherish it. Leon won the championship but didn't expect the prize to be a 7-night vacation where he would surely be clapped hard by Rosswise. The little dragon looked at him like he was strange because he looked so weak just thinking about it. He had to be prepared in case any of his bones broke when he clapped with a dragon. Rosswise approached him to ask his opinion on the clothes she was going to buy, and Leon replied, "Nice." But he didn't look at her at all. She realized this, even though Rosswise looked very hot in her swimsuit, hoping to please Leon's eyes. He said that whatever his wife wore would look good. However, she wasn't sure and felt a little uncomfortable because she felt tight around her chest. So she took another bikini that might be more comfortable than the one she was wearing now. She showed it to Leon and asked, "What about this one?" Leon imagined his wife wearing that very revealing bikini, which made him very tempted. It made him horny, causing blood to spurt from his nose. He thought he wouldn't be able to handle it if Rosswise wore that bikini at the hot spring bath. So Rosswise put it back because she thought Leon didn't like it. The swimwear chosen by Muin and Noah had been delivered, and it looked very cute. Rosswise noticed Leon's dejected expression and thought he was unhappy. She knew he deserved this vacation, but the date of the hot spring trip couldn't be changed. But think about his daughters. They were all looking forward to this vacation. If his happy daughters were happy, he as a father would be happy too. Leon felt there was some truth to that, but he couldn't hide the disappointment on his face. So Rosswise made him an attractive offer, promising not to touch Leon for the next 7 days so he could enjoy the vacation. But Leon didn't believe her because Rosswise must have been thinking of 1000 style when clapped him at night. Rosswise assured Leon and swore on the reputation of the Silver Queen Dragon. This forced him to agree because he saw her swear. However, Rosswise told him that if he couldn't control himself, He shouldn't blame her if they ended up doing it, making Leon blush because she said it in an erotic tone. Leon reassured himself that he was a dragon slayer, not a dragon layer, so he had no reason to be tempted by a dragon. Roswise smiled and said that if her dragon pattern appeared once in these 7 days, it would be over for Leon, and he accepted the challenge. Finally, the day of their vacation at Flowing Cloud Valley arrived, where dragons were seen flying happily. They were greeted at the hotel lobby as a model champion family at St. Health Academy. Leon was seen wearing a new outfit, and Roswise was also wearing her new sexy outfit. Meanwhile, Noah and Mune were looking at the fish in the aquarium, which made Mune hungry and want to eat them. Leon received their room card, but he asked why they only got 2 rooms. However, the receptionist thought Leon was dissatisfied with their room arrangement. So she offered a special couple's honeymoon suite, which Leon immediately refused and was forced to accept 1 room with Roswise. They head to the room with enthusiasm, except for Leon, who is gloomy. They leave the lobby with Mune and Noah running quickly. Leon devises a strategy to avoid getting horny during the vacation, as it's impossible if he shares a room with Roswise. He once shares a room with Mune and Noah, but they refuse because Mune only wants to be alone with her sister. And her Aunt Isha said they must give their parents some private space to do something. This shocked Leon because it was the first time Mune had rejected him, cutting off his last chance of survival from the Dragon Queen. Noah said he would take care of Mune, and her daddy and mommy could enjoy their own world of 2, making Roswise hold back her laughter as she watched Leon lose hope. She gave them their card room and told them to call her if they needed anything. Mune invited Noah to run and open their room. Meanwhile, Leon was sad to see his children had grown up and no longer relied on him, their old father. Roswise was already staring at him thirstily, ready to suck Leon dry once they entered the room. Roswise entered the room and saw a beautiful view from the window. She was very happy to see it and called Leon to enjoy it together. Seeing her excited expression, he thought she had been to this place several times. But she shook her head because she was busy dealing with the affairs of the Silver Clan Dragon. Roswise also said she brought a camera with her so she could take some photos. Leon was shocked when she mentioned the camera. He opened his suitcase and saw the camera he had secretly used to take photos of Roswise as a bunny girl before. Those photos were his weapon that could intimidate her, but if they fell into her hands, it would be ironclad evidence that he would be sentenced to death. But suddenly Roswise asked Leon to give her the camera, which made him break out in a cold sweat. Leon held it like a baby and volunteered to take the photos because he was super professional. Roswise found this suspicious because since when did a professional dragon slayer become a photographer? But because Leon insisted, she finally handed the camera over to him, allowing Leon to breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, they went outside happily to enjoy the nature outside the hotel. Leon took photos of Noah and Mune in front of a beautiful Dragon Knight statue. They also played with small deer and looked cute. However, Roswise looked so beautiful that her children were amazed. Mune then invited her mother to play Claw Doll's machine. She was very confident because she thought it was an easy children's game. Leon watched her play because she made funny expressions. Especially when she got a doll, she looked very happy, unlike her usual cold self. Leon took a photo of her expression, which turned out great. Even Roswise herself was surprised because she thought Leon would take a photo of her when she looked ugly. Leon was waiting in line to buy a drink, and Roswise accompanied him, saying she was afraid Leon would get bored if he was alone. In fact, she had other intentions, but she was too shy to do it. Leon understood this and asked her what she wanted. So Roswise quickly pointed the teddy bear right at Leon, as a reward for what he had given her in Sky City. However, Leon laughed because she gave him a small bear while he gave her a king bear. This made Roswise upset because he compared the gifts they gave each other, which lowered her pride. So she yelled and took back the doll she had worked so hard to get, but Leon refused to give it back to her. Meanwhile, Mune and Noah were very bored waiting for their drinks to arrive. While waiting, Noah brought up the conversation that she was jealous of her. The foolish Mune didn't understand why she was jealous. She envied her for being able to tell her parents anything without scruples. But since they were still children, of course they should be able to. It turned out that Noah had made up her mind to become a grown-up kid, so she couldn't do whatever she wanted. Actually, Noah wasn't always so precocious. As twin sister, she was born only 20 minutes earlier. They grew up together carefree under their mother's careful care, exploring the world and learning knowledge. In their eyes, their mother was the most omnipotent and powerful being. Until one day, Noah saw her beautiful and strong mother sitting beside her unconscious father's bed, looking sad. She suddenly realized that her mother also had a soft and fragile side. So she wondered if she grew up a little, would she be able to share some of the responsibilities with her mother? From then on, a seed of the desire to take good care of her family took root in little Noah's heart, and she began to try her best to act like an adult. Noah forced herself to grow up quickly, become independent and mature, and achieve good grades. All of this was done to prevent her mother from looking as sad as she did that day. As usual, Moon didn't really understand complicated things, but she was also very jealous of her sister. This made Noah curious about what Moon envied about her. Moon began to explain enthusiastically why she was jealous of Noah. Of course, because she is smart and capable, always takes care of her like an adult, and has won many first places. Therefore, she wants to become someone like Noah in the future. However, Noah is very tsundere and puts herself down. This made Moon ask what Noah wanted to be in the future. She replied that she would become what Leon and Rosswise expected her to be. Moon was very happy that she could finally drink her favorite pineapple juice. They played until nightfall to enjoy the beautiful fireworks. Noah and Moon were so happy that they smiled broadly. Rosswise saw Leon's happiness when he saw their children happy. So, as a father, he wanted to photograph their beautiful moment. However, he couldn't take his camera. It turned out that Rosswise was looking at the photos Leon had taken. Leon was shocked to death when he found out, because Rosswise would see the photos of her in the bunny girl costume that Leon had kept. Leon quickly racked his brain to get Rosswise's attention. So he gave her candy, hoping she would stop looking at the camera. But it didn't work because Rosswise wanted Leon to feed her. So Leon gave in and fed his wife. But Rosswise brought her face too close to Leon's. It made them embarrassed because they suddenly got so close. After seeing the photo, she realized that Leon had only photographed them without any photos of him at all. So she asked him to take a photo together. Although she seemed cold, Rosswise was actually very attentive to him. Leon was a little reluctant when Rosswise wanted to take photo, but she persuaded him. So they ended up with a very nice photo. They continued playing with the fireworks. Noah ran around playing with her mother, who looked very happy. It was rare for two people who were usually so serious to have so much fun. Meanwhile, Moon, who was usually noisy, chose to sleep instead. Moon also wanted her sister to play with her mother longer because she was busy at the academy. Leon praised her for becoming a little more mature. Moon didn't understand. She just wanted her sister and parents to be happy. Leon was so happy that he shed tears. Leon wanted to say something to her, but she suddenly fell fast asleep. They finished playing and saw that Moon was exhausted. So Leon carried her and took them back. Rosswise saw this and looked at Noah. She said she would carry her too. Noah was very surprised that her mother said that. Although she was embarrassed, that was what she really wanted. Leon was surprised to see Rosswise carrying Noah because this was a rare moment that made them all very happy. Finally, they said goodnight to Leon and Rosswise. Leon immediately jumped onto the bed, happy to finally be able to relax. Rosswise just looked at him and asked if Leon was going to sleep with her tonight, but he said, "Of course not," loudly. He definitely wanted to take a bath in the hot spring first, so he told Rosswise to go to sleep first. He walked until he finally reached the hot spring, which flowed with the soothing sound of water. He began to soak and really enjoyed the perfect hot water. He basically had to take a relaxing vacation and wanted to avoid clapping with the female dragon that could crush his bones. So he had to find a reason to avoid her. But while he was thinking, Rosswise suddenly opened the door with weird camera angle from between her legs. This startled Leon and he screamed, but she casually said that she wouldn't do anything to him because she was bored. Rosswise just wanted to take the camera to photograph the final fireworks show. This was bad news because Leon didn't want her to take his camera. But Rosswise saw the camera and wondered why he always carried it with him. So she immediately took it and left, causing Leon to panic instantly. He couldn't let her see her picture wearing the bunny costume on camera because it was a weapon he could use against her someday. So Leon had no choice but to use his secret weapon. Sure enough, he immediately asked Rosswise to take a bath with him, accompanied by the explosion sound of fireworks as a sound effect. The sound made it difficult for Rosswise to hear clearly. So Leon repeated what he said, that he wanted to take a bath together. Rosswise didn't expect Leon to finally be honest about his desires. So she had no choice but to obey her husband as a good wife, and coincidentally, she had prepared a super sexy swimsuit and warned Leon not to lose control. He was confident that the Dragon Slayer would be able to resist all kinds of temptations. Rosswise immediately left to change clothes, leaving Leon behind. Finally, Leon breathed a sigh of relief because she didn't bring the camera. For him, this was a small price to pay to protect the camera. He just had to endure without getting horny. Feeling unsure that he could do it, he recited the 3 honors and shames of the Dragon Slayer in his heart. A few moments later, Rosswise returned after changing clothes. But I was disappointed because it didn't meet my expectations. Shit. She was wearing a normal swimsuit, but she still looked beautiful and elegant in that swimsuit. Leon couldn't hold back his laughter after seeing her. He laughed after seeing Rosswise's swimsuit, which she said was super sexy but turned out to be nothing special. Rosswise was quite disappointed to see her husband's response and said he was too smug. She only brought this one swimsuit, which was a gift from her sister. Leon said that her sister had such a weird taste. After Leon led her, they finally soaked together, but after a while they fell silent because it felt very awkward. Leon was grateful that her swimsuit was conservative enough. Rosswise looked at Leon and asked why he didn't dare to look at her. Was he afraid of lighting up their dragon pattern? But Leon said that even looking at her wouldn't make him horny, until he saw something happen. He looked at Rosswise and was shocked to death. When he saw her swimsuit melt when it touched the water, it turned out to be one of her sister Isha's pranks. Rosswise was shocked because she didn't expect this either. She immediately covered her booba. But she thought again about Leon's hurtful words and how he had just laughed at her. So she went all in to tease Leon, saying this was a surprise. Leon tried to look away because he became horny, but Rosswise moved her body closer to Leon, the dragon slayer who had defeated countless dragon kings. However, he was helpless when 2 large booba touched his body. Leon was about to lose control, so he had to find a way to hold back his ejaculation. Leon has been with Rosswise for a long time and has fallen into her traps many times, so he is very familiar with Rosswise's routines. As usual, her first step would be to provoke Leon into challenging him. The second step would be to seduce him, with all the touches from her thick body that made Leon lose his mind. Finally, they clapped and she would surely say that Leon was the one who took the initiative, because he had fallen for the dragon's seduction. And Leon suddenly realized that Rosswise had taken the first step of provocation. So Leon decided to challenge her back if Rosswise got horny first. He couldn't back down, so he had to take advantage of this moment. She dodged and said she could control her desires perfectly. Leon provoked her back and asked if she was afraid. Of course she didn't accept because there was nothing to be afraid of. So if she got horny first, she would give Leon another 7 days off. Leon accepted it, and he shouted with joy in his heart. Because the female dragon accepted his bait, he had to be able to hold his lust no matter what happened. Rosswise pointed to the fireworks and said they resembled her dragon pattern. However, Leon wasn't provoked because he wouldn't look at her booba for the sake of victory. She sang something and made Leon confused as to why she suddenly started singing. Rosswise prepared many attacks to make him look in her direction. Since it didn't work, Rosswise started pressing her body against Leon. Because of that, her dragon pattern lit up, indicating that she was horny. Leon didn't believe it, so he looked at her booba, but it was just a very successful fake attack from Rosswise. Leon's nose bled profusely because of her lie that it was just light that she made up. Leon thought that Rosswise was cheating, so he had to fight back. He quietly moved his hand towards Rosswise's tail. Leon quickly grabbed her tail, which surprised her. She asked what Leon was doing. He knew that her tail was an extremely sensitive part of her. Rosswise didn't expect this and she can't let it happen. So she hit Leon to get him to let go of her tail, but he was very good at dodging. Leon immediately caressed and stroked her tail with a massage. This made Rosswise let out a very seductive moan after her sensitive part was touched. She couldn't take it anymore and was about to come, so she had to do something quickly. She said she wanted to hold hands with Leon, asking in a very spoiled tone. Even Leon was tempted to see her being spoiled for the first time because she was usually always arrogant. So he held the hand of his beloved wife, and they held hands tightly, even making Leon's heart flutter. Even though he almost won, it was impossible to defend against it. She spoke sweetly and sighed softly right into Leon's ear, making his hair stand on end. Quickly, he grabbed Rosswise's waist. He pulled her close until they were hugging, and her two large booba touched Leon's body. Leon couldn't hold back anymore, but he also knew that Rosswise was trying hard to resist. Finally, their dragon patterns lit up simultaneously, meaning they were both horny. The patterns dimmed again, and they were still embracing. They could feel each other's breath because they were so close. They couldn't hold back any longer and brought their lips closer together. And finally, the fireworks explosion supported the intense atmosphere of their kiss. Finally, they clapped all night without rest. They overslept until Myun came to their room, but she was confused because there was no response from her parents. According to the pattern that one of them becomes weak every once in a while, it should be their mother's turn this time. Myun couldn't think because she smelled meat, which made her hungry, so they decided to have breakfast first. The sun was already high, shining on the two of them sleeping affectionately together, until finally, Leon woke up from his sleep. He woke up, but his body felt broken because he had been too wild last night. The two of them failed the challenge without the dragon pattern, and they were both horny. In his confusion and passion, he even kissed the dragon queen. He blushed, because it was their first real kiss. Seeing Rosswise's lips reminded him of how soft it had been the night before. He almost lost control again and became horny again, so he tried to stay conscious. He immediately left the room before he went crazy. After Leon left, Rosswise woke up because she pretended to still be asleep to hide her embarrassment. Her body was covered in bruises and hickeys after not being clapped on all night. She was confused as to why Leon touched her lips, reminding her of her kiss with the Dragon Slayer. However, she didn't want to accept it because it made her look like she wanted to kiss Leon. They both rejected their feelings and blamed everything on the dragon mark. They played in the exciting swimming pool. Myun played with her water gun, mischievously aiming it at Noah. This surprised her. However, Myun did not stop teasing her, until Noah retaliated by spraying water at Myun. Rosswise asked why he didn't jump into the pool. He said he had been wet in the pool too long last night and blaming Rosswise. She wanted to argue, but someone approached them. They asked if the cute Myun and Noah were their children. They introduced themselves and asked if they could chat with them if they didn't mind. So they welcomed them warmly. They were a newlywed couple. They had planned to go to the Blue Sea for fun, but they heard that there had been a dragon dispute there recently. So they came here to avoid trouble. Rosswise didn't expect Constantine to act so quickly. Although the Blue Sea was far from their territory, she still needed to keep a close eye on their movements. They said that their couple looked like they had been married for many years and had a good relationship. Leon held back his laughter upon hearing this. Even though their child is old, they just kissed for the first time last night. They really envy Rosswise and Leon for having two such lovely children. They haven't planned to have children yet, so they want to ask for advice from their seniors. Rosswise was confused and replied that she just didn't think much about it and agreed to Leon. Leon held back his laughter because it was clear that his dragon curse mark had made her lose her mind in the past. He helped give advice that there was no need to force themselves and not to be afraid of it, just let it go. He asked if Leon usually quarrels, and how does he resolve quarrels. His wife said that she can be a bit too dominant sometimes, so they occasionally argue over trivial matters. He said he couldn't answer this question and deliberately nudged Rosswise. He said, "Don't be fooled by his wife's tall figure and super fierce appearance, but she actually likes to act cute and coquettish." Hearing this, Rosswise felt that he was secretly mocking her. So she pinched Leon's stomach and said that she was so embarrassed to say it out loud, that they were acting so sweet. He took their advice very well. Leon also added, no matter how strong a woman is, she will still show her soft side. So whenever this happens, no matter what kind of person you are, you should stand up and firmly protect your wife. And he thinks this is a responsible and good man, the Dragon Slayer said sincerely, advising the young dragon. And then the 7-day hot spring trip ended quickly and life finally returned to normal. Her spies reported that they had found the tigers, Leon's master. She stumbled upon their hideout while circling the outskirts of the empire. That place was very secretive, with shielding arrays set up all around. It was impossible to get there without the ability to fly. Rosswise was confused as to why they were hiding there, and how they, as humans, got up there. She said she could sense that the human named Tiger was very powerful, not even on the same level as the other dragon slayers. He could easily kill her if he wanted to. Although she excels at infiltration and espionage, her combat skills are relatively weak. However, she is one of his confidants after all, and even the human race's top dragon slayer may not be able to kill her easily. She actually gave him such a high evaluation. It seems that Leon's master is not that simple. Actually, she was discovered when she entered the domain, but after he learned she was from the Silver Dragon clan, he let her go and asked her to bring a message to Rosswise. Rosswise was surprised to hear that Leon's master wanted to meet her. In that case, of course, they would have to meet. Without wasting much time, Rosswise used her dragon form and flew there. After several hours in the air, they finally arrived. Shirley said Mr. and Mrs. Tiger were behind that waterfall and he wanted her to go in alone. Rosswise said that if she didn't return within an hour, then Shirley should know what to do. She passed through the waterfall without hesitation and arrived at their hiding place. Finally, Rosswise was able to see her husband's master. Despite his old age, he was still very handsome as an elite dragon slayer, and he invited her to sit down. Rosswise had fought against countless dragon slayers, but Leon was the only one she found difficult. The man in front of her had the same courage and pressure as Leon did back then. No, even more so. He gave Rosswise tea, saying he had been waiting 2 years to meet her. He asked with a serious face about Leon's condition, whether he was still alive. Rosswise took the teacup, saying he was still alive. She explained that Leon was her prisoner of war, that he had suffered a lot of torture, like paying with his body day and night, but he never gave up and tried every way to escape back to the Empire, but failed in the end. He was relieved that his stubborn disciple was still alive, although he didn't know what kind of deal she had made. It seemed he had some use for her as a personal dildo. She said he had paid the corresponding price. Well, he hoped she could prevent him from escaping back to the Empire within the next year. Knowing that his beloved disciple was still alive, instead of rushing to rescue him, he even hoped that he would stay in the hands of the enemy for another year. He explained that, as she knew 2 years ago, the Dragon Slayers returned from the Silver Dragon Castle in defeat, suffering heavy casualties. The Emperor was very angry about this, and public opinion also pushed the Dragon Slayer army to the forefront. Someone always had to take the blame for the failure of the war, so the Empire attributed everything to the existence of a traitor within the Dragon Slayer army. Rosswise quickly realized that the whereabouts of the famous dragon-slaying hero Leon were unknown after the war, making him the perfect person to take the blame. So even if he returns to the Empire now, he will die. It's better to let him stay with her and survive. Rosswise was actually happy, but she pretended to object by proposing a condition to the master. As payment, she needed to know all the information about Leon, especially his dark history as a child. Of course, the master felt her request was a bit special. However, it was not a high price to pay for the safety of his disciple. So he gathered what Rosswise asked for, starting from all the love letters Leon received from the time he entered the school to the time he graduated. The master gathered all of this because it was actually intended for his future wife, but what could he do? It was for Leon's own safety. But don't worry, master, you gave it to the right person, Leon's wife herself. However, I think this will be bad for Leon. Of course, Rosswise couldn't wait to give him his day of reckoning. Seeing Rosswise's expression gave the master goosebumps. He thought, why is she so interested in her captives? Is this some new form of torture? Yes, in some ways you guessed right, master. Rosswise saw Leonardo da Vinci's painting, a truly beautiful masterpiece, so she asked who the person in the painting was. The master laughed when he saw it because it was Leon's dream girl when he was 6 years old. He liked tall, cold, pretty girls with silver hair. He also said there was a girl at school who fit this profile and confessed her feelings to him, but he rejected her. Suddenly, the master stopped talking because he felt he had spoken too much without realizing it. And after looking closely, it turned out that the Silver Dragon Queen met all the criteria that Leon liked. But no way, no matter how brave Leon was, unless he was insane, he would not clap the famous Silver Dragon. He also explained that Leon hates carrots and will faint if he eats eggplant, and his waist is very sensitive, which Rosswise noted in great detail. Then at 2:30 in the morning, if you ask Leon any question while he is asleep, there is a certain probability that you will hear what he really thinks. He can even do things according to orders while sleepwalking. The master even used this trick to make him do a lot of farm work before and laughed proudly. Rosswise asked if there was any other information, but the master felt that was enough. He couldn't betray him again. Instead, Rosswise would give him the latest photos of his beloved disciple. So the master had one important piece of information. He would show Leon's white moonlight, which Rosswise had always known. White moonlight is Leon's first love. But suddenly, the master showed him a donkey that looked annoyed at being woken up from its sleep. So Rosswise was shocked that Leon's white moonlight was a donkey. The master laughed at Rosswise's expression. Leon has tamed many poultry and dangerous species since he was a child, but he has never tamed this donkey, so he followed this donkey around all day long, and you could say it was his childhood sweetheart. If you touch his nose bridge carefully, you will find some dents which were caused by him being kicked by a donkey when he was a child and was having his hooves nailed for the first time. After hearing all that, Rosswise felt silly after hearing the story inside. However, she felt strange because she felt relieved after learning that Leon's first love was a donkey. Because it's just a donkey, there's no need for her to be nervous. So, because the exchange of information satisfied her, Rosswise placed Leon's latest photos on the table and she had to go back first. She also needed some token of him or something else, anything that could prove that he was still alive. The master quickly threw a letter to Rosswise, telling her to give it to him and he would understand. Rosswise said her last words, that this might be the first and last time they would meet. But for Leon, she didn't want to keep him away from him for just 1 year. After saying that, she immediately left at lightning speed. What a decisive queen, but the master didn't understand what she meant. The photos fell because of the strong wind. Seeing this, the master almost had a heart attack. At that moment, a black figure appeared behind the master. It turned out to be the master's wife, who asked how Leon was doing. Although the master felt annoyed, he felt like the word good alone was not enough to describe his life now. It turned out that Rosswise had given the master their family photos, which made him realize that he had been worrying for nothing all this time, living a difficult life, while Leon was enjoying a dragon day and night. However, with this, the master finally made up his mind. It was time to remove the label of traitor from Leon and restore his reputation. He would just consider it a gift from him to his granddaughters. After that, the scene shifts to Silver Dragon Castle. Leon feels that something is strange about Rosswise lately. Every time he asks where she is, they always says she is out on business. But as soon as she comes back, she says she will prepare dinner for them personally. And he always feels like something is wrong when he sees her suddenly cooking. Sure enough, Rosswise is planning something, as seen from her Yandere expression. Mune was surprised to see that her mother's steak looked very delicious. Leon was also surprised to see that his meal was just a pile of carrots. She explained that his tonight's menu was vegetable salad. This annoyed Leon because there were only carrots in it. Mune asked her father if he liked carrots. Rosswise told him not to be picky about food, as he always told Mune. So he would eat it, not just a plateful, but even a whole gardenful. Rosswise had deliberately done this, and he was confused as to how Rosswise had figured out his weakness. Rosswise also wanted something. That tonight she would sleep in Leon's room, which made him choke when he heard it. When night came, Rosswise entered Leon's room. She was wearing very sexy night clothes. Leon pretended not to care, but foolishly he was reading a book upside down. So Rosswise knew he was panicking because he was looking forward to it. She sat elegantly and teased him to pounce on her immediately. Leon obeyed her and thought she was so anxious after not seeing him for 2 days. She looked at Leon's waist as his sensitive spot, which she had learned from his master. They immediately turned off the lights, so Leon just gave up, even though his body would be sucked dry tonight. But after half an hour passed, nothing happened. This seemed strange and made him anxious, because it was impossible that she just wanted to sleep together. It turned out that Rosswise was still awake, and asked Leon what he was expecting. But Leon maintained his pride and just went straight to sleep. Tonight, Leon would rest to recover his strength for a counterattack when she was at her most proud. Several hours had passed after they fell asleep, until it was 2:30 a.m. Rosswise immediately opened her eyes from her sleep, because this was the moment she had been waiting for. According to the master's words, this was the moment when Leon could obey anything he heard. So Rosswise was curious and decided to try it out right away. She asked what his little daughter's name was. He answered Mune, which made Rosswise happy because it worked. She asked what kind of girl he liked, and he answered, silver hair and tall stature. But why did he reject the girl at his school who fit those criteria? He paused for a moment, then answered simply because he didn't like her. However, Rosswise felt annoyed because he still hesitated for 5 seconds when answering that question. She asked him again what else he liked, and he also liked mature women, black stockings, bunny girls, answering that all his fetishes were those of a man of culture. So, did Leon want to see his female classmates wearing bunny girl clothes? Leon answered no. So she asked, then who did he imagine wearing bunny girl clothes? Leon paused for a moment. Then he answered Rosswise, while fantasizing in his wet dreams, which made him smile. Of course, she was shocked to hear this, and she immediately became flustered because she was embarrassed to hear about Leon's hidden desire for her. She asked why he wanted to see her in a bunny girl outfit. Leon replied, because But he fell asleep without finishing his sentence. It made Rosswise angry because he fell asleep at the critical moment. She let him get away with it this time, but next time she would make him do something embarrassing while sleepwalking. The next day, they were walking outside the gate of the Silver Dragon Castle. Leon asked when she left last night because he didn't see her in the morning. Rosswise replied that when he fell asleep, she teased Leon, asking if that disappointed him. But he didn't care about that. She teased Leon again, saying she heard him talking in his sleep. It seemed like he regretted not agreeing to the female classmate who confessed to him back then. Leon thought that was impossible because he was focused on serving his country and had no time to talk about love. However, Rosswise continued to tease him. While picking flowers, Mune suddenly saw something. She saw her sister who had finally returned from the academy, so she immediately ran to greet her. Noah returned home and approached her parents. She was carrying a scroll from the academy, which made Leon curious about it. Noah showed her academic assignment to Leon and Rosswise. She said it had to be finished quickly, so she asked for their help. Leon and Rosswise read the instructions, which required Noah to write a long essay about the meaning of family and happiness. Both of them were surprised because the theme was quite heavy. Noah explained that this kind of essay contest was common in her class, and most students wrote about their own families, especially cocoon families and dragon families. Noah wanted to be different by taking another perspective. She planned to use the uniqueness of dragon families, who give birth viviparously. Mune got curious and asked what the advantages of a viviparous family were. Noah thought for a moment before answering. Noah said the core advantage lay in a bond that forms from the very beginning, especially what mattered most to her, the love between mom and dad. Leon and Rosswise were shocked to hear that. They hadn't expected Noah to see their relationship as the strong foundation of her family. Noah then asked for more help so she could find material and inspiration. Mune was excited too, because she wanted to see the result. In the end, Leon and Rosswise agreed to help. When they asked what they needed to do, Noah told them to go on a date to Sky City tomorrow, as a real-life example of family and love. The next day, Leon and Rossweiss arrived in Sky City wearing matching couple outfits Noah and Myun had prepared. They looked awkward, since they weren't used to presenting themselves like a couple. Leon decided they would start the date as Noah requested, while Rossweiss simply nodded in agreement, still feeling stiff. They talked about whether Noah truly understood what dating meant at her age. Leon was doubtful, but Rossweiss knew Noah was more mature than other children. Leon asked if Rossweiss had ever dated before. She explained that in her hundreds of years of life, she had been consumed by study and career, so romance had never crossed her mind. Leon admitted it was the same for him. His youth had been nothing but learning and working, and for the last 2 years he had focused on raising their children. In the end, they realized they both had no dating experience. It made them embarrassed, but also helped them understand each other. Rossweiss said she had studied a lot last night. She read references to make up for her lack of experience, and now she felt more confident. Leon was shocked because the book she read turned out to be a romance novel, but he admitted he had done something similar. Leon showed her a list of couple activities he had compiled from what he read. He made sure everything was safe without overly intimate physical contact. The list included simple activities like going to a dessert shop, watching a musical, visiting the zoo, and fortune-telling. Leon was sure that if they followed the plan, the date would be a good example of parental love for Noah's assignment. Leon grew more confident that they would get the right date material for Noah. Rossweiss checked the list again to ensure everything was safe. Noah and Myun followed them in secret. From a distance, they took notes on every detail while eating ice cream, making sure everything went according to plan. Leon and Rossweiss began their first activity at the market, picking out clothes. Rossweiss hesitated a little, while Leon offered opinions awkwardly. They moved on to the next activity, watching a performance. The children kept observing from the back row, focusing on their small interactions. The show continued, but the situation changed when the host pointed at Leon and Rossweiss and called them up on stage. Before they could refuse, they were brought to the front. Leon had to do a fake proposal scene as part of the show. Rossweiss stayed quiet, but followed along. Leon knelt down and handed her a stage ring. Rossweiss accepted it. From behind the decorations, Noah and Myun watched excitedly, feeling the date was a huge success. After the show ended, they went to a fortune-telling booth as planned. A large tent served as the location for their next activity. The fortune teller guessed Rossweiss' zodiac sign correctly. She was shocked at how the fortune teller knew her birth date, while Leon simply watched with curiosity. The fortune teller began explaining Scorpio traits, seeming cool on the outside, but actually full of passion and extremely firm about love and hate. Rossweiss listened calmly. The fortune teller added that when a Scorpio falls in love, it becomes a serious struggle. Leon muttered that fortune-telling like that was just a way to scam kids, but Rossweiss still seemed slightly drawn in. The fortune teller then guessed Leon and said he was a Leo. Leon nodded awkwardly, not expecting it to be correct. The fortune teller said Leo and Scorpio were an incompatible match. Leon imagined their everyday conflicts. His expression turned dramatic, as if all the tension between them finally had a reason. He even called the fortune teller master and believed their zodiac incompatibility was the source of their problems. Rossweiss only stared in confusion, her cheeks reddening. The fortune teller explained that Scorpios like Rossweiss were sensitive and easily insecure. They said Leon needed to make her feel safe and show love more often. They looked at each other, shocked and embarrassed. They had never thought about their relationship from that angle. Rossweiss felt the tent growing hotter and more awkward, while Leon didn't know what to do. The fortune teller said their reaction was a real example of what they meant. Then the fortune teller prepared a crystal ball for the next reading, making both of them tense and curious. The fortune teller told Leon to place his hand on top of the crystal ball. He did so even though he still doubted it. The moment his hand touched it, a bright light appeared and startled Leon. Rossweiss leaned in to see the result. The fortune teller began describing a vision: iron prison bars and wild grass, turning the mood suddenly serious. They concluded that Leon had been imprisoned before. Leon was shocked, while Rossweiss held back laughter because the reading sounded so random. The fortune teller offered help in exchange for 100 gold coins to free Leon from his bad fate. But Leon had fallen for scams like this before. Rossweiss teased him, saying she could help financially if needed. Leon immediately decided to leave, unwilling to get trapped in paid fortune-telling. Rossweiss followed, smiling. The fortune teller tried to stop them and announced a new prediction. They would have a child in the future. They grew even more confident and said they would have many children. Leon and Rossweiss could only stare blankly, not knowing what to say. Outside the tent, Leon was still annoyed because he felt he had been lied to. Rossweiss tried to calm him down, but he still refused to continue with a game he thought was nonsense. Leon kept thinking about what the fortune teller said about having children in the future. He asked Rossweiss if it was possible, but she immediately said it wasn't. However, Rossweiss admitted she had felt many new things today, and all of it felt pleasant to her. She said the date felt real, like they were truly dating. The look in her eyes startled Leon and made him nervous. Leon answered softly, saying that as long as she liked it, that was enough for him. They went on to the final destination, the beach, to watch the sunset. Noah and Myun followed behind as the Dragon Squad. The beach near Sky City looked beautiful at dusk, making the atmosphere more romantic without them realizing it. Leon announced that the last stop of the date was the beach. He looked more relaxed, while Rossweiss enjoyed the evening breeze. Rossweiss began to feel the romantic vibe and asked whether the atmosphere wasn't too sweet. Leon glanced at other couples being affectionate. He agreed that the place was full of couples, then suggested they find a quieter spot so they could enjoy the view comfortably. With a small smile, Leon realized this place really was designed as a dating paradise. He led Rossweiss away from the crowd, keeping the mood light. Leon and Rossweiss walked along the beach at sunset. The calm waves made the atmosphere feel more intimate. The sunset light reflected on Rossweiss' silver hair until it looked golden. Leon found himself staring without thinking. Rossweiss noticed his gaze and was startled, not understanding why he kept looking at her. She asked right away, but Leon covered it up by saying he was just looking at the sun. Rossweiss didn't believe him and started teasing him about his stubbornness, bringing up a dream he had mentioned before. Leon firmly said the only woman who had any relationship with him was Rossweiss, leaving her speechless for a moment. Leon suddenly realized something. The way she was sensitive and brought up other women reminded him of something that had happened before. With confidence, he guessed that Rossweiss was actually jealous. Rossweiss reflexively covered his mouth quickly. She denied it fiercely, embarrassed, but her reaction only made her flustered feelings clearer. She stepped closer with a sharp look, reminding Leon about the dangerous things he had said last night, making him panic because he had no idea what she meant. He kept trying to remember what he had said, but she refused to explain. Rossweiss ran off laughing, and he chased her along the beach. Leon was annoyed because she kept teasing him, and now he desperately wanted to know what he had said. From behind a tree, Noah and Myun peeked. They saw their mother smiling freely, something they rarely saw. They needed a camera and wanted to save that moment. A waitress came over and said that actually, it wasn't a pity. The waitress said Rossweiss, as a dragon, felt that a long life made beautiful moments pass too quickly. That's why she truly valued fleeting happiness. She told Noah and Myun to keep this moment in their hearts. Noah and Myun didn't expect their mother to say something so beautiful. While Rossweiss played in the water, Leon chased her again. She accidentally splashed him, and Leon swore he would get back at that female dragon. Rossweiss turned to dodge, but her step wobbled. She almost lost her balance while running in the shallow water. She slipped, her body tipping forward. She screamed in surprise, trying to grab onto something. Leon immediately jumped to catch her. He reached out in panic so Rossweiss wouldn't fall onto the wet sand. As Rossweiss nearly fell, Leon managed to grab her by the waist. His hand steadied her, and their bodies automatically moved closer. Rossweiss flinched when his arm held her. They stopped at once, realizing there was almost no distance between them. Rossweiss looked at him, breathing heavily. She was embarrassed but didn't pull away, surprised by the sudden warmth she felt. Leon also fell silent. His heartbeat grew louder as he realized how close their faces were. He didn't intend to do anything, but his body didn't move back. In a brief impulse, Rosweiss tilted her face. She gently touched his cheek and leaned in, letting the moment flow on its own. They kissed. Leon closed his eyes and returned it softly, while Rosweiss held his face so he wouldn't pull away. The sunset made their silhouettes look warm and calm. From a distance, Noah and Mune tried to peek, but the waitress immediately covered their eyes. She insisted they shouldn't watch something like this, while the two children protested because they didn't understand what was happening. Leon and Rosweiss walked along the beach, enjoying a quiet moment after a long journey. Rosweiss expressed her view that a story is judged by its ending, not just the process. She reached out to Leon, testing him about the relationship that had always been considered complicated. Leon chuckled and chose not to avoid the question. He took her hand, assuring her that everything was fine. The day ended simply, their togetherness closed by the sunset. Time passed. Noah stood on the podium, sharing her family's unusual but successful story and winning the Excellent Award. Until finally, night fell. Leon searched for something under his bed. He was actually hiding something there. Secretly, Leon kept a previously printed photo of Rosweiss as a bunny girl. He considered the safest place to hide the last photo in his room. Someone entered silently, immediately thwarting Leon's plan. Leon realized the presence and reacted reflexively. He hurriedly tried to save his belongings. Leon slipped and fell onto the sofa, making the atmosphere awkward. Rosweiss stood in the doorway, watching everything without much comment. Leon tried to divert attention by reading a book, asking curtly, "What? You want to sleep at my place tonight?" Rosweiss responded casually, considering it no big deal. Leon finally said, "Whatever you want," to her. Leon couldn't wait to use his trump card to threaten the Dragon Queen. Rosweiss sat back and immediately brought up Leon's interest in bunny girls. Leon was shocked, his mind immediately racing to the possibility that his secret had been exposed. Rosweiss explained that he often talked to himself in his sleep and unconsciously revealed his desires. Leon denied it vehemently, but without realizing that he had indeed said it, he also asked her to wear a bunny girl outfit. Rosweiss was silent for a moment, realizing that the conversation had changed from joking to confession. She chose to continue teasing and let the situation run its course. Rosweiss calmly refused the request and asserted her stance. Leon felt safe again, knowing that the discussion was not about the photo he had. He even challenged her back, asking what she would do if she wore a bunny girl outfit. Rosweiss emphasized that no magic or trick would force her to do something she refused. She raised the stakes, saying that if Leon really succeeded, he could freely mention his desire. Leon confirmed again that the offer was serious. Rosweiss reminded him of the risks if he failed, while testing Leon's confidence. Leon stood up quickly and took out his trump card. He opened the last drawer and pulled out a photo that had been hidden all this time. Leon declared that all preparations were complete. He threw the photo of Rosweiss wearing a bunny girl outfit while she was unconscious. Rosweiss was silent, not expecting all this while holding back her emotions. Leon closed it with confidence, throwing more photos from his collection, which he called his art. However, all of his collection was immediately burned by Rosweiss' blazing fire. Rosweiss asked when the photos were taken, while Leon realized that the situation had reversed. Leon explained that the photos were taken when Rosweiss was unconscious due to the blood curse. Rosweiss responded coldly, questioning whether Leon was threatening her. The distance between them grew closer, the tension rose, and Leon was in a pressured position. Leon immediately clarified his intentions and reminded Rosweiss of the agreement she had once made. Rosweiss sat back down and asked Leon to state his request directly. Leon repeated Rosweiss' past words and then made his request. Rosweiss asked what would happen if she refused. Leon subtly pressured her by saying he would give the photos to her sister. Rosweiss demanded to know how many backup copies there were, while Leon deliberately gave an ambiguous answer. Leon pressured Rossweiss to comply by wearing a bunny girl costume tonight. Rossweiss turned and left quickly, holding back her emotions for the sake of her pride. Leon called after her, giving her a deadline and ensuring his plan would go ahead. Leon waited with complete confidence that he now had control. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Leon arrived at Rossweiss' room as promised. Rossweiss appeared half-heartedly prepared and set boundaries from the start. She finally agreed to cooperate on one condition. All backup photos must be destroyed. Leon responded casually and did not immediately give a definite answer. He pulled the blanket covering her, emphasizing that the final result depended on her mood. Rossweiss warned Leon not to try to find the photos before she acted. She appeared wearing a bunny girl outfit, looking very beautiful but also elegant. Leon was speechless. This was what he called true art. Rossweiss teased Leon, calling his combination embarrassing but effective. She caught Leon's reaction and made sure he was satisfied. Leon refused to stop, reminding her that their agreement was not yet complete. He approached, took control, and signaled the continuation according to his plan. Rossweiss asked what else he wanted from this situation. Leon changed the mood, called another name, and began the lesson in his own way. The door closed, and the night continued with the agreement finally going according to Leon's will. Rossweiss realized the tables had turned, feeling that Leon was repaying her past treatment in his own way. Leon took on the role of teacher and ordered her to memorize the teachings of the Dragon Slayer's pride. Rossweiss objected, questioning her role as a dragon, not a dragon slayer. Leon asserted the rules and demanded that she follow instructions without objection. Rossweiss finally relented and accepted her role as a student. Leon read the first rule. Rossweiss repeated it in a restrained voice. Leon slapped Rossweiss' buttocks because even a small mistake was immediately corrected by Leon. Rossweiss moaned in pain, feeling that she had followed the instructions correctly. Leon demanded a repetition with a clearer voice and a more obedient attitude. Rossweiss fell silent, realizing that Leon now had complete control. She remembered the imperial teachings about loyalty and hatred for the Dragon Clan. That anger was still ingrained and turned into a personal grudge against him, the Dragon Slayer. She vented that hatred directly. The past and the insults were constantly brought up as reasons to get revenge someday. He responded casually, treating everything like an entertaining story. For him, her reaction was just part of the game. She reiterated her threat. Her grudge had not faded, and she promised to avenge everything that had happened. Time passed. The situation turned into a learning class. He continued to play the role of teacher and assessed her as a student who quickly understood the Dragon Slayer doctrine. The class ended. She realized the change in their roles and asked about the continuation of the lesson. He decided to move on to the next session. Leon took off his shirt, and she was surprised because the direction of the lesson had changed drastically from theory to practice. He explained that the next lesson was about cultural appreciation, a concept that was enforced directly through action. He emphasized that today's lesson was about tolerance and acceptance of foreign cultures. Her position left her with no choice but to refuse. She repeated the concept in confusion. Her old understanding of the enemy began to waver by the way he controlled the situation. He noticed the dragon mark on Rossweiss' body began to glow, indicating that their bond was becoming more active and could not be ignored. She fell silent as he approached and touched her. Her reaction showed confusion between rejection and acceptance. She gently bit Leon's finger. He interpreted her attitude as a form of unconsciousness. For him, this change had been apparent from the beginning. His student had become very naughty, how she flirted with the teacher. The unfamiliar feeling began to feel familiar. She no longer completely resisted what was happening. The dragon mark glowed again as the distance between them disappeared. The bond reacted more strongly than her own will. From outside the room, the situation continued without interruption. There was no turning back from this change. Leon asked her to turn around so it would be more comfortable. Control was now completely in his hands. Because it took too long, he turned her around by force. He asked Rossweiss to recite the Dragon Slayer's 3 honors and 3 shames that he had just taught her. She was surprised. Did she have to say it now when it felt so good? He confirmed that she had to do it now. She began to recite the old teachings about loyalty to the Empire and hatred for the Dragon Clan. Her words sounded uncertain. He asked her to continue. The pressure made it even more difficult for her to maintain that conviction. But Leon bit her sensitive tail. She reacted and tried to resist. Her refusal was accompanied by confusion. She finally gave up verbally, refusing to continue memorizing and challenging him to punish her. He accepted the statement and reversed its meaning. According to him, she had chosen her own path. He closed the lesson with a conclusion about foreign cultures. Tolerance had occurred, and now she was forced to learn to accept it completely. They clapped all night long, learned. She lay exhausted, her emotions mixed between anger and helplessness. He closed the session with brief praise and declared the day's lesson over. His role returned to normal. He said goodbye and left the room, telling her to rest. He closed control of the situation. She held back her anger after he left. The threat of retaliation arose as a spontaneous reaction. The next day, she began looking for evidence to fight him. Her focus was on the missing photos. She realized that only by finding the photos could her position in the family be saved. Her new goal was clear. While making her plan, she sensed that something was wrong. Her instincts immediately alerted her. Without hesitation, she moved quickly toward the source of her suspicion. The decision was made instantly. The door slammed shut. Her steps marked the beginning of a new conflict that would continue. He walked down the palace hallway with Myun. He postponed playtime and told him to go find her nanny, Anna. Myun ran away obediently. He stopped and turned around, his feelings disturbed by a bad feeling. He opened the door to the room that had just been left. His memory was clear. The door should have been locked tight. He entered and examined the room. The layout was the same, but there were signs of someone else's presence. He caught a lingering scent in the air. It was enough to confirm who had just been there. He concluded that she had come to look for the photo. That assumption actually made his steps calmer. He pretended to leave for a trivial reason, deliberately giving her an opening to let her guard down. She appeared at the door, surprised that her plan had almost been exposed. She intended to retreat before she was caught. She whispered to leave immediately before he returned. The decision was made hastily. He was already waiting at the door. A slight smile indicated that he had read all of her moves clearly. He stood relaxed when the door suddenly opened. His presence confirmed that this trap had been set from the beginning. She realized she had been tricked. Leon would scold her again because she had planned to steal by sneaking into the teacher's room. Leon stood in front of the bathroom door, teasing Rosswise because she looked suspicious, and Leon knew she was definitely looking for the bunny photos. Inside, Rosswise was very upset because Leon dared to say that her bunny girl last night was awesome. She refused to open the door and told him to go away. Leon turned the doorknob and began counting, threatening to send Rosswise bunny girl photos to her sister if she didn't open the door. When he reached 3, the door opened. Rosswise appeared right in front of Leon. Leon greeted her calmly and made sure Rosswise finally came out. They faced each other in front of the bathroom. She asked Leon what he really wanted to do. Rosswise accidentally pressed the shower switch inside the bathroom. Water flowed heavily, flooding the room and forcing them to be very close. Leon did a cabotin on Rosswise under the shower. They stared at each other in silence. Leon told her what he wanted right now, that he would punish Rosswise right now very severely. The bathroom door was closed. Meanwhile, Rosswise could only resign herself to accepting Leon's big missile. Until finally the door closed and they finally clapped. The clock showed that it was getting late at Leon's walk-sleep hour. Rosswise woke up from the bed with Leon. She complained softly because her body felt sore. Rosswise was annoyed that Leon didn't go easy on her. She noticed that Leon was fast asleep and realized that he was completely unaware. Rosswise asked about the backup photos that Leon had hidden, hoping to get a reaction. Leon remained asleep without answering. Rosswise could only stare at him in silence. Rosswise decided to try another method to provoke Leon. She approached him and asked Leon to take her to where the photos were hidden. Leon reacted faintly and finally woke up. It worked. Leon woke up and immediately moved away from the bed. Leon walked away from the room, while Rosswise followed behind him. Rosswise warned that when morning came, everything would return to the way it was. They arrived at the area behind Silver Dragon Castle, heading towards the mountains. Rosswise realized that it was no wonder she couldn't find the photos anywhere. She remembered the route she had taken with Leon that night and began to feel that something was strange. Rosswise felt that they were passing the place he had taken her to that night. Leon stopped walking suddenly. Rosswise asked if they had reached their final destination. Leon turned with an ambiguous answer. Rosswise realized she had been tricked. Leon hadn't really been asleep all night and was just pretending to follow her plan. She insisted that Leon stop pretending, saying he didn't know what kind of charm she would use to make him obey her. Leon replied calmly, stating that no magic worked on him. Rosswise was relieved that Leon didn't seem to be aware that he could sleepwalk. Leon moved aimlessly, passing through paths that felt familiar to Rosswise. Rosswise recognized the places they passed as the same locations from that night. She regretted coming here and didn't expect Leon to clap her again in this place. Leon pulled Rosswise closer and set their final class that night in that place. Rosswise screams echoed towards the mountains, venting her frustration at Leon. The scene shifted. Rosswise slammed her notebook on the table, venting her pent-up anger. She sat down and admitted that Leon had tortured her in various ways over the past 2 weeks. Rosswise decided she had to get out of this situation and began to devise a plan. She opened the drawer and remembered her original intention to use a letter from Leon's master to manipulate Leon. Due to the urgent situation, Rosswise chose to use the letter sooner than planned. There was a knock on the office door and she invited the person outside to come in. Leon entered the room and approached her casually. Leon asked what Rosswise needed, unaware of the plan she was preparing. Rosswise lifted the letter addressed to Leon from his master, whom he hadn't seen in 2 years. Leon was shocked. She confirmed that the letter was written by his master and offered Leon to see it. Leon reacted quickly and tried to grab the letter but failed. Rosswise held onto the letter and proposed a deal to exchange the information in the letter for the backup photos. Leon doubted the authenticity of the letter and accused her of it being just a blank piece of paper. Rosswise insisted that this was Leon's only chance to find out about his master's condition. She threatened to burn the letter if Leon did not agree. Leon stopped her and realized that Rosswise only knew about the existence of 2 backup photos. Leon concluded that even if he exchanged the 2 photos, he still had the advantage because he still had secret one. Leon slammed the table, pretending to be angry, realizing that he was still trapped in Rosswise's game. Leon finally agreed and said he would take the item now. A few moments later, Leon placed a stack of backup photos on the table. Leon handed them all over and invited Rosswise to take them. Leon quickly took the letter. Rosswise also took the incriminating photos. Among the photos, she found one group photo that felt different. Rosswise picked up the photo and realized that the 2 of them looked good together. So she thought Leon really liked bunny girls. Rosswise stated that keeping one photo wasn't a big deal. Leon was silent, covering his face with the letter, while Rosswise watched him and asked what was in the letter that had shaken him so much. Leon showed her the contents of the letter in annoyance, realizing that it was not at all what he had expected. Rosswise held back her laughter, while Leon remembered his master's habit of always acting out of the ordinary. Leon began to feel uneasy, sensing that the master had deliberately forbidden him from returning for some reason. Rosswise revealed that Tiger had indeed asked Leon not to return to the Empire for a year, and she also had no intention of letting him go. She reasoned that the master just wanted Leon to stay and gain experience in this place. Leon rejected that assessment and asserted his reputation as the Empire's #1 dragon slayer. Rosswise responded casually, quipping that Leon excelled in battle more than in other matters. He challenged her to fight again, claiming his victory rate remained absolute. But Rosswise ended the conversation by telling Leon to train more before challenging her again. Leon clenched his fists, holding back his anger and renewed determination. He shouted, threatening Rosswise to wait for his revenge. The next day, Leon found Myun training. He felt that several months had passed since he woke up and his health had recovered very well in all aspects. But strangely, his magic power remained depleted. His magical attribute was lightning, a highly offensive element that had an extraordinary effect whether used to clear out large numbers of mobs or to deal single-target damage to the Dragon King. No matter how strong one's physical abilities were, without the aid of magic, one simply could not defeat an opponent of the Dragon King's level. As expected, it's still the same, and to defeat Rosswise, he must find out why his magic is depleted. Meanwhile, Myun is confused about what her father is doing because he looks lost in thought. Leon says he is practicing lightning magic, so Myun wants to learn it too. But Leon says the time will come for her to begin her magic awakening. However, Leon wonders what kind of magic Myun will awaken later. In this world, every being that reaches the stage of awakening possesses a magical element, their fundamental power. Leon masters the element of lightning, while Rosswise possesses the element of fire. Other elements can be learned, but they will never match the original awakening element, neither in terms of control nor in the speed of learning. However, there are a handful of rare geniuses capable of awakening two elements at once, such as the green-haired woman who controls the elements of wind and water simultaneously. Leon approached Rosswise and asked for permission to enter her private library. Rosswise was surprised to hear the request. Leon explained that Myun's magical awakening was imminent and he had no experience with it. He wanted to borrow a basic guidebook on dragon magic to study. Rosswise was silent for a moment. She then opened a drawer in her desk and took out the key to her private library. Rosswise handed him the key and told Leon to take whatever he needed himself. Leon thanked her. In his heart, Leon admitted he hadn't expected to get the key this easily. Actually, he was also looking for information about his mana depletion, something he hadn't found in the public library. As Leon was about to leave, Rosswise called out to him, telling him to stop for a moment. Leon turned around and asked what was wrong, worried that Rosswise might want to revoke his permission. Rosswise, however, asked which element Leon had summoned when he first began his magical journey. Leon answered the element of lightning, then asked in return. Rosswise told him that almost all dragons summoned the element of fire. Leon retorted that of course he already knew that, he was just asking casually. But in his mind, Leon was actually curious, what element would a human-dragon hybrid like Myun summon? He then asked Rosswise directly, what element did Noah awaken back then? Rosswise hesitated for a moment, then answered so softly that Leon couldn't hear her. Rosswise answered loudly that it was the element of lightning. Noah's awakened element was the same as Leon's. Leon thought that made sense. A daughter inherits her father's power. It's only natural that Noah inherited his lightning element. Leon then confidently guessed that Myun might also awaken the lightning element. Rosswise disagreed and challenged him back. She was certain Myun would definitely awaken the fire element. They both shouted at the same time. Leon was sure it was lightning. Rosswise was sure it was fire. Rosswise turned around and said, "We'll see." Leon just stood there with his arms crossed, neither willing to back down. Leon headed to the 4th floor of Silver Dragon Castle, Rosswise's private library. Myun followed him in and was immediately amazed to see thousands of books filling the shelves from floor to ceiling. Leon began sorting through the books. Myun recognized one of them, the same book Noah had read before. She was determined to study hard and follow in her older sister's footsteps. Leon announced that today's lesson had begun. Myun eagerly welcomed it. Leon explained that magic is a combined power, formed from the user's physical and mental strength. That power then flows through the magical circuits within the body and is released as the desired effect. Myun asked what mental strength was. Leon explained that mental strength could be understood as a strong desire toward a goal. Leon picked up a book and asked if he used a little effort when lifting it. Myun nodded. Leon explained that when lifting the book, he used both physical strength and the desire to lift it, both working together to complete that simple action. Myun asked if her father didn't truly want to lift the book, Could he still do it? Leon admitted that he could. But Leon added that, for something as complex as magic, mental strength has a major influence on the final result. Leon gave an example. 2 dragons with identical physical conditions. One who loves magic and one who hates it. Which one would breathe a stronger dragon fire? Myun immediately answered the first one. Leon asked why. Myun explained, since magic is formed from both physical and mental aspects, with equal physical strength, greater mental strength determines a stronger final result. Leon praised Myun for learning so quickly, then ruffled her hair. He added that mental strength alone isn't enough. Physical strength remains a crucial factor. Leon noted that Myun had been doing regular physical training lately, and that was a good thing. Myun replied, of course. She didn't want to fall too far behind her older sister, Noah. Leon silently told Myun to study hard from a young age, so that one day she could surpass all the Dragon Kings for her father's sake. Leon told Myun to work on her assignment while he went to look for reference materials. Myun nodded obediently. As he scanned the bookshelves, Leon concluded that the cause of his mana depletion was neither physical nor mental exhaustion. He recalled that earlier, he had briefly used lightning magic while training in the Dragon Great Force and fighting Rosweiss. He was still able to generate magic, which meant the problem wasn't with the magic synthesis process. Most likely, something was wrong with the magic circuits inside his body. Leon stared at the endless rows of books and realized this would be a very long investigation. Time passed until night fell at Silver Dragon Castle. Myun slumped at the dining table. Her stomach couldn't hold any more food. Myun continued to praise her mother's delicious steak while lying there, stuffed to the brim. Noah suggested Myun take a short walk to help digest the food. Myun immediately agreed enthusiastically. The two said their goodbyes to Rosweiss. Rosweiss let them go and told them to be careful. Meanwhile, Leon helped Rosweiss clear the dirty dishes in the kitchen. Rosweiss handed him the last plate, and Leon took it. Once they were done, Leon remembered something and was about to mention it. Leon asked if next Tuesday was Rosweiss' birthday. Rosweiss recalled, October 25th was indeed her birthday. But inwardly, she decided not to tell Leon that dragons' birthdays are calculated differently from humans. Dragons live much longer. They celebrate their birthdays every year before reaching adulthood, but only once every 10 years afterward. Rosweiss' actual birthday was still 2 years away. Rosweiss asked in return why Leon had suddenly brought up her birthday. Was he going to give her a gift? Leon immediately and firmly refused. Leon argued that there was no way a prisoner of war would give a birthday gift to their captor. Rosweiss didn't mind the gift, but said that Leon should at least make some other gesture. Leon didn't understand what she meant. Rosweiss said, for example, Rosweiss suggested that Leon help her organize a birthday party. Leon was surprised. Leon asked in return, as the queen of Silver Dragon Castle, surely many dragons would come to celebrate her birthday. Did she really need Leon to handle everything? Rosweiss reminded Leon, last year on her birthday he was still in a coma. Noah and Myun had been whining non-stop, wanting to celebrate with their father. Now that Leon was awake, Rosweiss was holding him to his promise. Wasn't he going to make it up to her? Leon fell silent. Deep down, he admitted he didn't want to disappoint his 2 daughters, but he also had no intention of throwing a massive birthday party for Rosweiss. Rosweiss leaned in and whispered, isn't it only natural for a good husband to celebrate his wife's birthday? She also added that Leon surely didn't want others to think their relationship was strained. Leon couldn't answer right away. Rosweiss cut in firmly. As a prisoner, Leon had no right to bargain. He simply had to obey orders. Leon admitted to himself that was his typical reaction. But Leon finally accepted the challenge. He promised to throw an unforgettable human-style birthday party. Rosweiss agreed but set a condition. If the result wasn't satisfactory, Leon would have to provide another acceptable explanation. Leon clapped Rosweiss on the shoulder and assured her she'd be satisfied. The deal was sealed. In the days that followed, Myun's lessons continued. Leon taught her about magic circles, one method of using magic by combining various magical arrays to achieve specific goals, including simple tasks like cooking Myun's favorite steak. That day's lesson ended. Leon asked if Myun still had any questions. Myun replied that she understood everything. Noah observed Myun. Because of her active nature and dislike for a rigid classroom atmosphere, their father had adjusted his teaching style to make it more engaging for Myun. In her heart, Noah acknowledged that Leon was the best and most effective father. She planned to ask Leon to teach her lightning magic during the upcoming vacation. During the lesson, Leon asked Myun and Noah what Rosweiss usually liked. Myun immediately raised her hand enthusiastically, claiming she knew the answer. Leon was secretly grateful. His little daughter was indeed useful when needed. Myun answered confidently. Her mother liked her father, liked him very much. Leon fell silent. He mused to himself that, in Myun's eyes, their relationship seemed like the purest love story. Myun was puzzled by Leon's silence and asked if her answer was wrong. Leon quickly corrected himself. He confirmed Myun's answer, then asked if there was anything else besides him that Rosweiss liked. Myun thought hard. Noah relayed her mother's words. Dragons live for a very long time, and all beautiful things eventually come to an end. Myun continued. That was precisely why her mother cherished those fleeting, beautiful moments all the more. Those words left Leon silent and pensive. Fleeting, beautiful moments. Suddenly, Leon had an idea. He knew what he had to prepare for Rosweiss. Leon immediately ended the lesson and asked Myun to continue reading on her own. He had something to prepare. Myun was confused. Myun and Noah exchanged glances as they watched Leon run off enthusiastically. Noah guessed their father had gone to find something their mother would like. Rosweiss' birthday arrived at Silver Dragon Castle. Rosweiss carried a stack of gifts from the guests, but Leon wasn't seen at all day. She began to wonder where Leon had gone. Rosweiss noticed that her bedroom door was open. She pushed open her bedroom door and called out to Leon, then asked what he was doing in her room. Suddenly, confetti burst out of the gift box in her hands. Rosweiss was startled. Leon emerged from the room with a glowing birthday cake and confetti, wishing the female dragon a happy birthday. Rosweiss commented that the surprise was nice, but it would be better if Leon called her by her name instead of female dragon. Leon laughed and promised to do better next time. Rosweiss examined the cake. She knew the human tradition of blowing out candles on one's birthday. Leon agreed and added that a cake that big must have been hard to make. Rosweiss took a small bite and admitted it didn't taste bad. Leon immediately stopped her. He explained that the person celebrating their birthday must blow out the candles and make a wish first. Rosweiss protested there were too many candles. She suspected Leon was deliberately playing a trick on her. Leon casually replied that he was just following human tradition. The number of candles corresponds to one's age. He invited Rosweiss to blow them out. Rosweiss secretly suspected Leon was indeed trying to make things difficult for her. She was determined not to let Leon have all the fun. Rosweiss then grabbed Leon's hand and told him to blow out the candles together. Leon was confused. Why should he have to blow them out on someone else's birthday? Rosweiss insisted that as a prisoner, Leon should feel honored to blow out the candles with the queen. Leon gave in and complied. Leon and Rosweiss stood together in front of the birthday cake, which was covered in lit candles. They blew out the candles together. Their breath was too strong. White smoke billowed through the room, making them both cough. Rosweiss grumbled, finding the human tradition strange. Leon explained that usually there were only a dozen or so candles, not hundreds like a dragon's age. The candles finally went out. Leon urged Rosweiss to make a wish right away. She nodded briefly, then closed her eyes and prepared to make a wish. Leon was curious what she would ask for. As the Silver Dragon Queen, she could get anything she wanted on her own. She clasped her hands together and began to state her wish. She hoped her captive Leon would never be able to escape. Leon was shocked to hear this. Leon protested vehemently, reminding her that a birthday wish wasn't meant for something like that and might actually come true. She simply replied casually that it was her birthday and she was free to ask for whatever she wanted. Leon decided not to argue and began cutting the cake that read, "Happy Birthday, Rosweiss." He handed a slice of cake to Rosweiss. She accepted it, Rossweiss asked why Leon had taken the slice with her name on it. Leon replied that he just wanted to eat the Rossweiss part. Leon enjoyed his cake and praised its sweet and sour taste. He said Rossweiss was delicious. Rossweiss got angry. She threatened to get back at him the same way on Leon's birthday. Leon felt the situation was getting out of hand and began to worry. The tension eased. Leon remembered something. He said it was time and took out a gift box for Rossweiss. She was surprised to hear the word gift. Leon led Rossweiss to the balcony and asked her to come with him. She looked out but saw nothing and asked where the gift was. Leon asked her not to rush, holding something small in his hand. Leon snapped his fingers at the night sky. A blue flash of lightning shot into the air. In the sky, large letters formed from the lightning's energy. Happy birthday, Rossweiss. Leon stood with his arms wide open, facing upward. Rossweiss stood transfixed, watching him. Leon explained that he had created it using a lightning element magic circle. But unfortunately, it only lasted a few seconds. The flash of lightning faded from the sky. Rossweiss said that was enough. Only things that are fleeting have meaning worth remembering, Leon added. He looked at her with a faint smile. Rossweiss fell silent, staring straight ahead. She agreed with Leon's words. The two walked in together. Leon asked if Rossweiss was satisfied. She admitted that she hadn't expected him to be that skilled at organizing a birthday party. Leon proudly admitted that he had always been the one to handle his donkey's birthday parties. So of course he was an expert. Rossweiss was annoyed to hear that. The next morning, the palace looked bright in the sunlight. Rossweiss yawned. Leon watched her while preparing the leftover cake from the night before to share with the others. He asked why she kept yawning. Rossweiss replied that she'd just been feeling a bit sleepy lately. She also noticed her stomach felt a little bigger than usual, even though she always maintained a healthy diet and exercise routine. The only difference she could think of was that she'd been handing in her homework to Leon less often lately. Leon commented, asking if even the queen could get lazy. He'd always thought she was a workaholic. Rossweiss defended herself by saying she works every day from morning to evening all year round. So there's nothing wrong with wanting to sleep a little longer today. Leon gave in and told her to just rest. Rossweiss felt dizzy and unwell. Leon was worried and asked if Rossweiss was really sick. She almost fell and he quickly caught her. Leon checked Rossweiss' forehead. She said she didn't have a fever. Rossweiss explained that she had just stood up too quickly earlier and felt a little dizzy. Leon suggested she drink some hot water. Rossweiss glared at him sharply. Leon was immediately kicked out of the room. A few days later, Noah found Leon flipping through a book and asked if he was looking for something. Leon replied that he was just reading for fun to pass the time. But deep down, Leon thought he shouldn't tell anyone about his dwindling magical power. It would only worry them and might reach Rossweiss' ears. It would be very serious if she found out. Leon asked Noah if Mune had finished her task. Noah replied no, but it would be done soon. Noah concluded that with Mune's learning speed and the way Leon taught, Mune should be able to begin her magical awakening this month. Leon asked which element Mune would likely awaken, lightning or fire. Noah replied that her mother's element was fire, her father's was lightning, and hers was also lightning. In her opinion, to make her mother feel more at ease, if she were Mune, she would try to awaken the fire element. Leon explained while ruffling Noah's hair that the element summoned couldn't be chosen at will. Noah then changed the subject. She brought up the lightning element. Leon was surprised and asked what was wrong. Noah said her winter break was only a month away and asked Leon to teach her more lightning magic. She hoped it would help her coursework next semester. Leon panicked inwardly. In his current condition, he couldn't display powerful lightning magic. Even if he could, only a small spark of lightning would come out. Leon hung his head dejectedly. Noah comforted him by saying it was okay. He was still cute just the way he was. Noah decided to go study with her mother instead. Leon immediately panicked and shouted, begging her not to go. Leon resolved in his heart that this must not happen. He ran after Noah. He steeled himself. His position in this family and in his daughter's heart was something he had to defend. Noah saw Leon's expression and offered to just forget about it if it was a bother. Leon turned around immediately and firmly said it wasn't a problem at all. He promised to teach Noah lightning magic properly when the time came. Noah asked enthusiastically if that was for real. She reminded him that her father always kept his promises. Noah immediately kissed Leon and thanked him. Leon was surprised and flustered. Noah said goodbye, saying she was going to see Myun first, then ran off. Leon was determined, for his daughter's sake. He had to restore his magic before the holidays arrived. He walked down the hallway, reflecting on the past 2 weeks he'd spent searching for the cause of his magic's depletion and trying various ways to restore it, but all had failed. He wondered if his research had been heading in the wrong direction all along. Leon began to think. Perhaps the problem didn't stem from himself, but from an external factor. He recalled that since becoming a prisoner of Rosweiss, the only new thing he had acquired was this dragon mark. He wondered if it was the dragon mark that was absorbing his magical power. The dragon mark was described as a companion spell used by dragon couples to maintain loyalty and strengthen their bond. This mark is usually invisible. It turns light purple when one partner misses the other, and dark purple when the two are united. Leon stood in front of the mirror, staring at the dragon mark on his chest. He thought that Rosweiss had once used this mark to torment him. But if she knew this mark could also steal his magic, she would surely have used it to torment him even further. Leon decided to try it out for himself. He focused his magical power. Blue lightning energy surged through his entire body. The flow of magic moved from his palms, up his arms, to his shoulders, and finally toward his chest. Sure enough, his magic vanished after flowing into his chest. Strangely, however, the dragon mark had absorbed only a small portion of it. He realized that the main cause of his magic's disappearance was something entirely different. It was explained that after magical enlightenment, a mage could store magical power within their own magical circuits, allowing it to be used whenever needed. Leon realized there was something inside his body stealing magic from his magic circuits. This prevented him from storing magic, making it seem as though his magic was completely depleted. He wondered when this thief had entered his body, and why it was absorbing his magic for no apparent reason. So far, he hadn't felt any strange symptoms, so his condition was still safe. Leon then realized something. Since the dragon mark couldn't be absorbed by the thief, that meant he could store magic within the dragon mark itself. This method was indeed slower than usual, but far better than having no magic reserves at all. Leon steeled himself and began gathering magic bit by bit that very day. The day of Myun's magic awakening arrived. The palace looked bright under the blue sky. Leon yawned in the morning. It seemed he hadn't gotten enough sleep from training. He greeted Rosweiss enthusiastically and commented on the nice weather. Rosweiss remarked that Leon had greeted her first and seemed to be in a good mood. Leon replied, of course, because Myun was about to awaken the same element as him. Rosweiss insisted in return that Myun would definitely awaken the fire element, since dragon race genes were far stronger. Leon challenged her back. If dragon genes were that strong, why did Noah also awaken the lightning element? Rosweiss replied briefly that it was a matter of probability. Leon said they just had to wait. When the lightning symbol lit up on Myun's summoning array, it would prove who was right. Rosweiss simply replied that they'd see later. Inside the hall, the magical summoning array glowed brightly in a golden yellow hue on the floor. Myun stood at the hall's entrance, clasping her hands nervously. They finally entered together, still in the midst of their argument. Myun ran to greet them both and called out to them joyfully. She told them she would soon summon her element and asked if they would watch. Rosweiss immediately stroked Myun and assured her that both Mommy and Daddy would stay with her until it was over. Leon knelt down in front of Myun and told her not to be nervous. Just do what he had taught her. Myun nodded slowly. A servant reported to them that the awakening ritual for Princess Myun was ready to be activated. Leon and Rosweiss accompanied Myun as she stepped into the magic circle. They encouraged her, assuring her they would always be there for her. Myun replied firmly. Myun stood in the center of the brightly glowing magic circle, energy flowing around her. The energy grew stronger, seeping into her. Mune unleashed that power. She had successfully gathered magic power for the first time. Rosweiss was surprised, as it usually took several attempts to succeed. Leon casually remarked that it was only natural, considering who had taught her. But Mune's power hadn't stopped. The energy grew wilder and uncontrollable. A massive fire erupted from Mune's body, filling the entire room. Rosweiss exclaimed that Mune had awakened the fire element. Leon remained silent, wondering to himself how this could have happened. Rosweiss asked why Leon wasn't smiling, even though their daughter had just successfully awakened her power. Rosweiss patted Leon's arm and said she understood that Leon had won many times before, even regarding their eldest daughter, but this time, she was the one who had won. Leon said only one word, wrong. Leon explained to Rosweiss that the massive fire element symbol wasn't the end. Mune's awakening wasn't complete. Mune's power erupted once more, this time accompanied by lightning striking alongside the raging flames. Rosweiss watched in wide-eyed disbelief at what was unfolding before her. During the awakening ceremony, Mune unleashed two elements at once, fire and lightning. Everyone present was stunned. Dual awakening was something that only existed in ancient records. Leon watched in silence. As the youngest daughter of the strongest dragon slayer and the Silver Dragon Queen, it was no surprise she was born different. A dual awakening meant her magical potential had no ceiling. Her future was beyond anything anyone could measure. Mune opened her eyes, fully aware of what just happened, and grinned to herself. She ran straight to Leon and Rosweiss, asking if they saw what she did. Then she pointed out that since she could use two elements, the argument between them about which element she'd awaken, fire or lightning, was now settled. Both of them were right. Leon and Rosweiss stood there, speechless, realizing their daughter had just used her awakening to end their argument. Leon pulled Rosweiss close. He told her there was nothing to argue about. They were both too happy for that. Rosweiss agreed, and they both told Mune how proud they were. Rosweiss suggested they celebrate that night. Mune immediately demanded steak. Leon told her to leave it to him, and the family walked home together. Night fell over the castle as the family gathered inside to celebrate. Leon had prepared a full spread steak, roasted chicken, oysters, and salad. He told Mune she did great and to eat plenty to grow stronger. Mune happily dug in, thanking him between bites. Mune then held up 2 chicken legs, declaring that since her parents worked so hard, she was rewarding them both. She placed one on Leon's plate. Then she dropped the other onto Rosweiss' plate. Rosweiss thanked her with a smile, but Rosweiss barely touched her food and said nothing. Leon noticed she had hardly eaten anything, not even the meat right in front of her. He asked if something was wrong, pointing out there was no cilantro in her dish. Rosweiss brushed it off, saying it was probably just an upset stomach. Leon wasn't convinced and asked if she was on a diet. Rosweiss snapped back, insisting she was not on a diet. She had just gained a little weight recently. Leon teased her, saying losing weight always starts with losing cup size, and if she kept eating so little, she'd end up flat. Rosweiss' expression darkened. Leon quickly grabbed the plate of oysters and slid it toward her. Rosweiss demanded to know what he was doing. Meanwhile, Mune happily kept eating, completely unbothered. Rosweiss told him she had heard oysters were good for men, so he should eat them all himself. Then she warned him no sleeping until he finished every last one. Leon froze. Rosweiss repeated herself slowly, no sleep until he was done eating. Mune, still at the table, giggled to herself, completely amused by the whole exchange. Morning came. Rosweiss yawned, visibly exhausted from the night before. She asked her maid Anna what was on the schedule. Anna listed the morning duties, reviewing letters and documents from other dragons, followed by a routine inspection of the armory that afternoon, then asked if Rosweiss had any additional arrangements. Rosweiss told Anna to push everything to tomorrow. She was tired and needed to rest. Anna was stunned. Rosweiss, who never missed a day of work, was asking for a day off. Rosweiss added that Anna should come back if anything urgent came up. Anna firmly told her not to worry and to just rest, then hurried off before Rosweiss could change her mind. Alone, Rosswise stretched and wondered why she still felt so tired despite going to bed early. Looking out the window, she spotted Leon and Mune sitting together on the grass below. Leon was quizzing Mune on the characteristics of lightning magic he had just explained. Mune said she had understood everything. Leon told her lightning magic combined offense and defense. Mastering it meant she would be fearless anywhere. Mune repeated the lesson back confidently. Mune then asked why he was only teaching lightning and not fire magic. Before Leon could answer, Rosswise walked up behind them. Mune ran to her and excitedly reported that lightning magic was incredibly powerful, and that Leon himself used it too. Leon told Mune to show Rosswise what she had learned. Mune agreed eagerly. Mune took her stance on the grass. Lightning crackled around her hands as she channeled her magic. She released 2 orbs of lightning energy simultaneously. Rosswise was stunned. Just 2 days after awakening, Mune had already learned to control and shape magical energy. Mune ran over and asked if she was amazing. Rosswise had no argument. Rosswise noted that while a sphere was the most basic form of energy manipulation, Mune's learning speed was already on par with Noah's. Rosswise then asked Mune to show her fire magic too. Mune hesitated and said Leon hadn't taught her that yet. Mune repeated what Leon had told her, that fire magic was only good for roasting weak chickens and wasn't very useful. Leon panicked hearing her say it out loud. Rosswise turned to Leon and told him to explain himself. Leon laughed awkwardly, claiming he was just worried it would be too much for Mune to learn 2 types of magic at once, so he was taking it 1 step at a time. Leon tried to recover, insisting both lightning and fire were equally powerful, so the order of teaching didn't matter. Mune called him out immediately, saying that wasn't what he told her yesterday. Leon tried to cut her off. Rosswise stepped in and told Mune to go ahead. What exactly did Daddy say yesterday? Leon was trapped. Mune reported faithfully that Leon had said fire magic was too simple, had no learning curve, and gave no sense of accomplishment. And furthermore, he had said only a foolish dragon would focus on fire magic. Rosswise's patience snapped. Leon shrank back. Rosswise grabbed Leon. Mune looked on and innocently asked why Mommy looked like she wanted to eat Daddy. Rosswise sent Mune off to play with Anna, saying she and Leon had things to settle privately. Leon tried to bolt but didn't get far. Mune cheerfully waved them off. Shortly after, a spread of eggplant dishes and carrot salad appeared on the table, none of it meat. Leon stared at the plate and quietly wondered if this was his last meal before execution. Rosswise told Leon to stop staring and just eat. Leon muttered to himself that all he did was skip teaching fire magic. Did it really deserve this punishment? He claimed he had no appetite and didn't feel like eating. Rosswise told him that wasn't acceptable. He had worked all day and his body needed fuel. Mune chimed in, asking if Daddy had to eat. Then she reminded him of his own rule: 3 meals a day on time for good health. A steak sat untouched on Leon's side of the table. Rosswise smiled and repeated Mune's words back at him. Leon weakly tried to refuse, but Rosswise picked up a piece of eggplant and told him to open his mouth. She fed it to him anyway. Leon sat there, hollow-eyed, processing what just happened. He collapsed face first onto the table. Mune asked why Daddy had fainted. Rosswise calmly said he was probably just tired and would be fine after some rest. Rosswise told Mune to finish her meal while she took Leon to rest. Mune agreed and asked Mommy to take good care of Daddy. Leon was laid down in bed, unconscious. He came to and heard Rosswise ask if he was awake. Leon complained that using eggplant as punishment was despicable. Rosswise countered that dragons and dragon slayers had always fought by any means necessary, so why call it despicable? Besides, she added, she never said what she was actually planning to do. Leon narrowed his eyes. His shirt was already undone. Rosswise stood over him in a nurse outfit, holding a syringe, and told him she just wanted to help him get treatment. Leon's nose started bleeding. He covered his face and thought to himself, first a classroom act and now this. What was this dragon planning next? Rosswise leaned close and offered to wipe his nose. Leon quietly admitted she was something else entirely. Leon wiped his own nose and told her to skip it and change out of the outfit. Rosswise smiled and said nothing. Leon jolted as something happened suddenly. Rosswise pinned him down and told him to cooperate with the treatment. She consulted her clipboard and said his medical record showed he frequently experienced chest tightness. Was that correct? Leon shot back that of course his chest felt tight when she was sitting on him. Rosswise pressed down harder. Leon yelped in pain. Leon gave in and confirmed yes, chest tightness. He told himself to play along for now and deal with it later. Rosswise announced the treatment would begin. She leaned in close and told him to open his shirt so she could examine him properly. Leon questioned whether a nurse should use the word tear, clearly suspicious of the situation he was in. Rosswise ignored him and tore open his shirt, exposing a glowing dragon pattern on his chest. She said he was far more powerful than any jackal or hungry tiger. The dragon pattern on Leon's chest glowed brighter. Rosswise noted it had already activated. Rosswise asked what the tattoo was. Leon told her he had no idea and suggested she check her own chest, implying she had the same mark. Rosswise warned Leon to stop saying inappropriate things, or she would sue him for sexual harassment. Leon protested. He pointed out that she was the one sitting on him in a miniskirt and tearing off his clothes, calling her the real pervert. Rosswise pinned him down and told him not to move while she examined his body. Then she suddenly froze. Something she saw shocked her. Rosswise pulled away from Leon abruptly, visibly shaken. She rushed to a nearby sink and vomited. Rosswise admitted she had been feeling nauseous frequently lately, and a troubling thought crossed her mind. Leon, still sitting on the bed, asked what was wrong, pointing out that a nurse should be able to heal herself. Rosswise shot him a sharp look. Leon carefully asked whether she might be pregnant. Rosswise firmly denied it, insisting she always used a purification spell afterward, making pregnancy impossible. Leon quietly asked whether it was truly 100% effective. Rosswise explained it was a purification spell that, if used within 24 hours, would prevent a dragon from conceiving with a 99.9% success rate. She even pulled out a board to explain dragon contraception magic. Leon pointed out there was still a 0.1% chance. Rosswise countered that 99.9% was a conservative estimate. In millions of years of dragon reproduction, no exception had ever occurred. She concluded that as long as the purification spell was properly performed, nothing could go wrong. Leon suggested she just get tested to be sure. He added that if these strange symptoms kept bothering her, she wouldn't be able to rest easy anyway. Rosswise went silent. Leon told her that whatever the outcome, he would face it with her. Rosswise said nothing and placed her hand on her stomach, lost in thought. She told Leon to wait a moment, then walked away to do the test. 10 minutes later, both of them stared at the result, completely stunned. The test showed 2 red lines positive. Rosswise muttered that he had won. Leon muttered back that he had actually won, both equally in disbelief. Rosswise broke down, demanding to know how this was possible. Leon calmly asked whether she had forgotten to cast the purification spell even once. Leon suddenly remembered, on the night of the blood curse, Rosswise had been unconscious for 3 days straight. Rosswise grabbed him and called him the culprit. Leon fired back that she was the one who had used the blood curse on him first in the dungeon, and that without it, he would have died. Rosswise slumped down, muttering that she had actually made a mistake. The text beside her read Queen's Autism, a comedic label for her spiraling self-blame. Leon gently held her and told her it was too late for regrets. She should now focus on the pregnancy. Leon acknowledged that during her first pregnancy, Rosswise had gone through everything alone. The physical changes, the emotional swings, and that it was only natural she felt worried and confused. He held her hands and told her this time was different. This time, he would stay by her side. Rosswise, caught off guard by his sincerity, said he had no experience but promised to start learning how to care for her during pregnancy right away. Rosswise then told him there were some things he needed to know first. She explained that dragons during pregnancy often lose appetite, sleep excessively, and become irritable, and that he would have to endure her temper even when she was angry. Leon quietly muttered that she was already like that all the time, and he had never once held back. Rosswise snapped at him to stop arguing, declaring that during pregnancy, the mother was the most important person. Leon immediately agreed. "Yes, Your Majesty." Rosswise gave him a sharp look, making sure he understood. She told him that at least he was aware of his place. Leon said nothing, standing outside under the night sky, silently accepting his new role. True to his word, Leon ran himself ragged, fetching drinks when she was thirsty, bringing food when she was hungry, kneeling to tend to her leg, all while Rosswise sat comfortably on the sofa with Mune beside her. Rosswise watched him scramble around and thought to herself, it was all thanks to the child in her belly that this man was willing to be bossed around like this. Rosswise placed a hand on her stomach and wondered what the new child would look like after birth. Leon confidently said the baby would definitely take after him more. Rosswise scoffed and asked where he got that confidence. Leon pointed to Mune and Noah as his proof. Both of them had black hair, just like him. He showed a family photo as evidence. Rosswise countered that while their hair was black, they still had tails, which made them more dragon than human. Leon then pointed out that Noah's lightning elemental attribute matched his own. Rosswise simply reminded him they still had tails. Rosswise stated that the tail was the most obvious difference between humans and dragons, and no matter what Leon argued, that fact could not be overcome. Rosswise asked if he had anything left to say. Leon went silent. Having lost the argument, Leon turned to Rosswise's stomach and whispered to the baby not to grow a tail after being born. Rosswise immediately tackled him, demanding to know what nonsense he was saying to her unborn child. Leon, being pinned down, told the baby to take note. Mommy was hitting daddy, and the baby should never do the same. That night, Leon stayed up reading books about dragon pregnancy, stacked with titles like Precautions During Pregnancy and What Nutrients Do Pregnant Dragons Need. Leon reflected that during his first time with Rosswise, the entire pregnancy had been handled using dragon methods while he was unconscious, which was why Mune and Noah came out more dragon-like. Now he wondered how to make this second child more human. Leon concluded that by exposing the baby to human culture from the womb, the child might be born more human-like. In his mind, this served two purposes. On a personal level, it was a way for him to claim his place as a father in a dragon-dominated family. On a larger scale, it was proof that human genes could stand equal to or even surpass dragon genes. Determined, Leon jumped out of bed. Rosswise was not even 2 months pregnant yet, but he decided the prenatal education plan had to start immediately. He searched through his belongings and recalled something he had bought back in Sky City. He pulled out a portable recording stone, a small device capable of capturing sound. Night had fallen over the palace. Leon crept through the darkened corridor, his shadow moving quietly along the floor. He found Rosswise already asleep in bed. Leon stood over her, grinning to himself as he whispered his plan. He leaned close and told her to wake up. It was urgent. Rosswise was sound asleep. Leon noted that the pregnant woman was sleeping well. Since she wouldn't be disturbed, he held up the recording stone and activated it quietly next to her stomach. He held the glowing crystal close. Leon began narrating into it, starting with a story about a wise and courageous race born on a distant western continent, who called themselves humans. He told the baby that humans were the #1 race in the world and urged the child to take after them. Hours passed. By the time dawn light touched the piano in the next room, Leon was still going, praising humans as a great and heroic race, resilient and indomitable, always fighting for a better tomorrow. He noted with satisfaction that the recording stone's quality was excellent and planned to record even more books for the baby to listen to. Still full of energy, he announced the next piece, a poem he composed himself, titled Humanity's Greatness, Beyond Words. As morning arrived, Leon recited his poem loudly outside, declaring that every evil dragon king would be defeated by humankind. Somewhere nearby, someone responded with silence. At breakfast, Rosswise sat at the table looking exhausted and irritated, muttering about what had happened the night before. Leon played dumb at the breakfast table, asking what she meant by last night. He thought to himself that he had slipped back to the balcony before she woke up and hoped she hadn't figured it out. Rosswise said she had a nightmare. She dreamed she turned into a human and praised the greatness of humanity. She found it deeply disturbing. She muttered a prayer to the dragon god to protect her. Leon, hearing this, quietly noted that while it was unclear whether the prenatal education was working on the baby, it had clearly already affected Rosswise. Seeing the results, Leon decided he had to keep going and influence the baby as soon as possible. Rosswise changed the subject and asked what Leon planned to teach Mune that day. Leon answered basic fire magic. Rosswise instructed him to start with controlling the form of fire elements first, then said she would personally handle teaching Dragon Flame in a few days. Leon agreed and told her to take her time eating while he went to find Mune. After he left, Rosswise's nausea returned. She told the maid to take the food away. The maid complied. Rosswise sighed and told the baby in her stomach that mommy was enduring so much hardship for them. Then she smiled and thought she might as well transfer some of that suffering to their father. Outside in the garden, Mune was already firing flames at Leon's feet during training. Night had fallen over the palace. Leon was training alone, lightning crackling around him as he channeled power through the dragon mark on his chest. He exhaled and paused to catch his breath. Leon noted with satisfaction that magic power was steadily building inside the dragon mark. If it kept up, he would soon be able to use lightning magic. He glanced at the clock. It was already past 2 a.m. Leon stood at the window looking out at the night sky and decided it was time to carry out the prenatal education plan again. A few minutes earlier, Rosswise had been tossing and turning in bed, unable to settle. Her mind was too full of thoughts to sleep. She had noticed that during dinner, Leon deliberately avoided the topic of the second child, and she couldn't stop wondering what he was thinking. She checked the clock. 2:25 a.m. Something felt off. She sensed the timing was just right for something to happen. Rosswise decided to go confront Leon directly and find out what he was really thinking. She walked through the palace hall toward his room. As she arrived, she noticed the door was slightly open. Leon had already slipped out. His room was empty. Rosswise waited in his room and asked where he had been wandering around so late at night. Then she noticed the window was open and realized he had sneaked out through it. She immediately rushed out to find him. Leon spotted Rosswise coming back and panicked. He knew he absolutely could not let her find out that he had sneaked into her bedroom in the middle of the night, or his reputation would be ruined. With no time to escape through the balcony, he quickly hid behind a large cabinet inside the room. He stayed completely still as Rosswise entered, hoping she wouldn't find him. Rosswise entered the room in silence, scanning every corner. She noted that Leon didn't have time to escape through the balcony, which meant he was still inside. She had already checked the bathroom and under the bed. Nothing. That left only one place, the wardrobe. She walked straight toward it. Behind the wardrobe door, Leon panicked, realizing he had been found so quickly. Rosswise grabbed the handles and pulled the wardrobe open. Leon immediately covered his own mouth to stop himself from making a sound. But Rosswise wasn't even looking at him. Her eyes were focused on something else entirely. She reached past Leon and grabbed her eye mask, saying that was where she had left it. She walked away cheerfully, telling Leon she couldn't sleep without it, completely unaware he had been hiding there the whole time. Leon let out a quiet sigh of relief, certain Rosswise hadn't noticed him. He planned to wait until she fell asleep, then slip out undetected. Time passed. The clock ticked on. Leon carefully cracked the wardrobe door open to check if she was asleep. Rosswise was lying still on the bed. It seemed safe. Leon slowly and cautiously stepped out of the wardrobe. The moment he did, Rosswise, still wearing her eye mask on her forehead, was right there waiting, asking what her dear captive was doing in her closet in the middle of the night. Leon froze. She slammed the wardrobe door shut, trapping the situation. Leon realized she had tricked him the whole time. She had known he was there all along. Rosswise sat calmly outside the wardrobe door, telling him the situation felt familiar, and that it was the perfect time for him to sing her a song. She knocked on the door, asking Leon to open up. She wanted to come in. Leon refused to open the door, telling Rosswise to give up. Rosswise found the whole situation amusing. She thought trapping someone felt quite satisfying. She kept knocking, telling Leon he couldn't hide in there forever and to come out. Leon warned her not to do anything reckless since she was pregnant. Rosswise assured him she only wanted to talk and wouldn't lay a hand on him. She told him to come out and reminded him he had to keep his word. Leon slowly peeked out from behind the wardrobe door. He stepped out. Rosswise immediately asked what he actually wanted by sneaking into her room in the middle of the night. Leon said he was worried about her and just came to check if she was sleeping well. Rosswise told him that answer made her feel sick. He disgusted her. Rosswise didn't buy Leon's excuse for a second and gave him one last chance to confess the real reason he came. She moved in close, grabbing his chin, and warned him that if he didn't come clean, he'd regret it. Leon fired back, pointing out that since she was pregnant, there was nothing she could actually do to him. Rosswise smirked and told him it didn't have to be that. As long as he delivered what she wanted, the method didn't matter. She raised her hand, dark energy crackling around her claws. Leon's wrists were instantly bound by her magic, his arms forced above his head. Her dragon tail moved in, coiling around him. Leon panicked and told her to stop, begging her not to use her tail. Rosswise teased him, asking if he didn't usually like having her tail wrapped around his waist. She reminded him of the hot spring incident, saying she had specifically kept her tail hidden back then, yet he had insisted on exposing her. Leon, now pinned and flustered, muttered that that situation was completely different. Rosswise told him that this time, she would use her tail to thoroughly satisfy him. Leon gritted his teeth, insisting that a mere tail couldn't break his resolve. Rosswise laughed, calling him as stubborn as ever. Her tail continued to tighten its grip. She simply said, "So what?" Leon shouted at her to stop. Rosswise warned him not to struggle. He might accidentally break something by resisting too hard. She added that dragons had incredibly precise control over their tails, so there was nothing to worry about. Leon could only groan in response. Leon reminded himself to hold back. All the magic power he had carefully built up within the dragon mark couldn't be wasted here. Rosswise called his name softly, her face close to his. She moaning right into his ear, her breath brushing against him. Leon can't hold anymore. He came and let out a scream that echoed through the night outside the palace. He slumped on the sofa, drained, muttering about how despicable she was. Rosswise sat calmly nearby, pointing out that between rivals, there was nothing despicable about it, and judging by his reaction, the tactic worked quite well. Then she paused, noticing something. She touched the dragon mark on his chest and asked why it had turned blue, and whether it was going out of control again, just like at the hot springs. Leon said it was probably nothing. Rosswise, however, said she actually felt it was quite good this time. She admitted her tail felt tingly and numb. Rather comfortable, actually. Then she asked if she had been electrocuted by the lightning magic leaking from his dragon mark. Leon confirmed it. After the power was released, the energy stored in the dragon mark had dropped somewhat, though not completely. He knew he still needed to find an excuse to deal with Rosswise. He told her it was almost 4 a.m. and that pregnant women shouldn't stay up this late. Rosswise ignored that and told him he didn't have to continue, but he had to explain what he actually came to her room for. Leon looked at her directly and said he truly cared about her. That even though they didn't get along, he could still see the bigger picture. Leon told her she was now the most important person in their family, so past grievances could be set aside. He admitted sneaking into her room was wrong and told her she could punish him however she saw fit. Rosswise stood and said she would let it go for now, but there would be plenty of chances to punish him later. She then laid down one rule. Starting from now, he was absolutely forbidden from entering her bedroom after 7 p.m., or else she knew exactly what she would do. Leon looked up and said he understood completely. The family gathers for dinner, Rosswise and Leon sitting across from their 2 daughters. Rosswise coughed suddenly while eating, catching Leon's attention. Leon plans to tell his daughters that Rosswise is pregnant, but decides to test their reaction first. Leon casually asks Mune if she feels lonely when her sister isn't around. Mune replies that she doesn't mind waiting. Leon asks Mune if she would like more family members added to their family. Mune misunderstands and excitedly asks if her parents will get her a pet slime she's always wanted. Myun notices something wrong with her sister choking, while Leon reacts in shock at the misunderstanding. Roswai steps in to clarify that the new family member isn't a pet, revealing she's pregnant again. Both daughters react with wide-eyed surprise at the news of a new sibling. Myun happily hugs her mother, excited about the new addition, while Rosweiss notes it's too early to know the baby's details. Leon relaxes, believing his daughters took the pregnancy news well and his worries were unnecessary. Myun asks her mother if she can have a big sister instead, wondering if that's possible. Noah explains the baby's gender can't be chosen, only a younger sibling is possible. Myun accepts this and asks her mother to try her best for a little sister. Rosweiss agrees to try. Noah asks whether Anna and the rest of the household already know about the pregnancy. Rosweiss says she hasn't told the maid staff yet, planning to announce it later to avoid disrupting their work. Noah pauses, thinking of something after hearing this. Noah suggests that Leon and Rosweiss should live together. Rosweiss and Leon both react with confusion at the suggestion. Myun asks what living together means. Noah explains it refers to two people in love moving into the same house once their relationship has progressed far enough. Noah explains that since Rosweiss is pregnant, she needs someone to look after her, and since Noah is often at the academy and Myun is too young, Leon is the most suitable one for the job. Rosweiss asks if that means Leon should sleep in the same room as her. Leon flatly refuses, while the daughters point out that the pregnancy is still early and Leon's snoring might disturb Rosweiss anyway. Noah insists that pregnancy must be taken seriously, with no room for mistakes. Noah proposes a family vote, asking everyone to raise their hand if they agree Leon and Rosweiss should move in together. Myun immediately agrees, prompting Leon to accuse her of being a blind follower of her sister. Leon decides to vote against it, expecting Rosweiss to object as well. Rosweiss surprises him by choosing to abstain instead of voting no. Leon reacts with shock, wondering why Rosweiss gave up her vote and what she's planning. With 2 votes in favor and 1 abstention, Leon accepts the outcome is set and agrees to live together, while Myun cheers happily. Noah smiles, satisfied with the outcome. Noah adds that this way, Rosweiss won't have to be alone and upset by herself. Noah insists there's no need to delay, telling Myun to help move Leon's things over that same night. Leon watches, sweating nervously as the 2 sisters rush off enthusiastically. Leon privately thinks this arrangement is actually convenient, since sleeping in the same room lets him work on his second child plan without sneaking around. Rosweiss asks why Leon is looking at her, claiming she's only going along with this to avoid disappointing their daughter. Leon feigns innocence, asking what's wrong. Rosweiss teases him, noting he looks unusually happy and asking if he actually enjoys sleeping in the same room as her. Leon denies it flusteredly, insisting he doesn't enjoy it at all. As they walk off together, Leon mutters that he's only doing this for their daughter, while Rosweiss dismisses his claim and tells him to speak properly. Leon carries his belongings while his daughters ride on his luggage, cheerfully announcing the move. Rosweiss comments that Leon packed quickly since he doesn't have much, and Leon claims he only needs daily necessities and clothes. They offers to help hang up Leon's clothes for him, despite his hesitant protest. They pulls out a black bunny and nurse costume from his belongings, asking if it's a new kind of pajamas Leon has never seen before. Leon quickly dismisses it, saying it's nothing. Leon hastily interrupts, claiming they're just old clothes Rosweiss meant to throw away, telling them not to take them out. Myun notices something else in the closet, pointing out that they're matching couple pajamas. Noah asks if Rosweiss bought them during a date in Sky City, noting the tags are still on and asking if she's never worn them. Rosweiss explains they're being saved because they're cherished. Myun excitedly assumes that once Leon and Rosweiss live together, they'll finally get to wear the matching pajamas every day. Leon awkwardly agrees. Noah then asks seriously whether her parents will really stay living together forever. Leon and Rosweiss reassure their daughter they won't separate, noting privately that Myun is surprisingly sharp at times. Satisfied, Noah says she won't bother her parents anymore and heads off to sleep. Myun skips away cheerfully, wishing them good night before leaving with Noah. Alone, Leon sighs in relief that the girls almost found out about something inappropriate for children. Rossweiss wonders aloud what Noah meant by her earlier comment, admitting she can never guess what Noah is thinking. Once inside the room, Rossweiss tells Leon that starting today, this will be his bed. She points out that since their daughter asked her to take care of him, they can't do that properly without sleeping together, sarcastically asking if he needs her help. Leon lies down and teases Rossweiss that she might wake up to find a spider near her pillow trying to crawl into her bed. Rossweiss tells her to shut up and said loudly, there can't possibly be a spider in her silver dragon castle. Leon is shown asleep, resting peacefully in the room. In the dark, Rossweiss can't sleep. Think about a spider climbing on her bed. It wake her up scared out of her wits, eyes narrowed with mischief. Leon stirs slightly in his sleep, unaffected at first. Rossweiss leans closer under her blanket, asking if he's really asleep. Leon wakes up annoyed, telling her he needs rest to teach Mune the next day and to stop bothering him. Rossweiss tells him to come to her bed and sleep with her instead. Leon reminds her that she was the one who said he couldn't sleep in her bed, and that as queen she can't go back on her word. Rossweiss frowns, clearly irritated by his response. Declaring, "Oh dear," Rossweiss climbed on top of Leon and straddled his shaft, announcing that since he won't come to her, she'll sleep there instead, leaving Leon startled and asking what she's doing. Rossweiss asks if Leon feels cramped, blaming him for keeping her up all night with the spider talk and telling him to just bear with it. Leon protests weakly, telling her she should keep to her own words. He tell her if she not scared anymore, go to sleep, and she nodded. Suddenly, footsteps echo outside the bedroom door. Leon and Rossweiss both tense, recognizing the footsteps as belonging to Noah and Mune. Rossweiss whispers about what the girls are doing there so late, then notices they're not wearing the matching pajamas. Outside, Mune nervously asks what they should do if their parents catch them, while Noah tells her to be quiet. Noah explains they came to check if their parents kept their promise, insisting nothing bad will happen even if they're caught. The two girls sneak further into the room on tiptoe. They peek over the edge of the bed together, curious to see if their parents are really sleeping side by side. Noah confirms the target, announcing both parents are found in bed, quickly changed into matching pajamas. Both Leon and Rossweiss pretend to sleep, aware their daughters have come to check on them. Mune whispers excitedly about their matching pajamas, while Noah quietly notes they really seem to be living together seriously. Noah recalls once seeing her parents sleeping the same way before, while Mune finds this hard to believe. Mune adds that they had seemed exhausted back then, with red marks on their arms and necks that looked like insect bites. Mune proudly recalls that she applied ointment to help them heal, earning praise from Noah for being so thoughtful. Noah wonders if their parents will have red marks again tomorrow morning, suggesting they apply more medicine if so. Leon realized that the insect bite Mune was referring to was a hickey. This made Rossweiss pinch Leon's stomach hard. Leon yelps in pain, demanding to know why Rossweiss is pinching him. Rossweiss warned him not to make a sound. Leon accepted her challenge and said he would play along. Leon suddenly kissed his wife, which took Rossweiss completely by surprise. Rossweiss reacted sharply, calling him a bastard. He hushed her, and the two kissed while lying in bed. Nearby, Mune told her sister she was sleepy and wanted to leave. Noah called out for the Dragon Girl Special Forces to retreat. Noah said goodnight before slipping away. The room went quiet as the two settled onto the bed. Startled awake, both Rossweiss and Leon cried out at the same time. Leon noticed his dragon mark glowing and said they couldn't continue. Rossweiss asked where he was going, and he said he was heading back to the sofa. She grabbed his sleeve before he could leave. She told him he didn't need to go back and should stay to keep her company. He agreed, looking flustered. The two lay down together on the bed, facing away from each other. She told him to extend one arm toward her. He asked if he was doing it right. She murmured goodnight, settling against him. Lying there, he remarked that he wouldn't be able to turn over easily that night. Leon said goodnight as they settled in for the night. The scene shifted to Sky City, where supplements and miscarriage prevention medicine were being sought. Rosswise said she had bought everything except dragon fruit. Leon reported that 10 supplement stores had none and asked about alternatives. She explained the fruit was a rare tonic that calmed and nourished the fetus and worried her temper would worsen without it. She warned Leon that if they failed, he would become her Jade Dew dragon fruit substitute. He promised to search every corner of Sky City to find it for her. A nearby announcer promoted a new store event offering a rare Jade Dew dragon fruit as the grand prize. Hear that Leon rushed forward, eager to sign up. The host laughed, noting how popular the event had become with so many participants. The competition was split into 2 groups, with the winner of each advancing to the final. In the crowd, women cheered Rosswise on, promising to reward her if she won. Rosswise called out for her to keep going. Leon gave a confident thumbs up nearby. The host explained the game. Musical chairs, where dragons scrambled for seats as chairs kept disappearing until only one winner remained. Leon thought the competition looked easy, since his opponents seemed like ordinary dragons. He noted that the only thing to watch out for was one competitor in particular. Watching her, the woman in the red coat, Leon sensed that her dragon's aura doesn't seem simple. The first round of matches in both groups concluded. The host announced Twin Dad and Mysterious Lady as winners, advancing them to the finals. He was told the venue would be rearranged for the final match. Leon noticed the female dragon contestant standing nearby, thinking she had also made it through to the finals. He observed that her abilities resembled Rosswise, calling her strong and just as cunning as himself. She let out a dismissive scoff. He reminded himself he could not afford to lose, or he would end up as Rosswise's punching bag. The host called both contestants to the stage, where their scoreboards showed 0 points each. The host explained the game, called I Have What You Don't. Each side would name something the other lacked, earning a point whenever they succeeded. Leon told himself the rule was to first study his opponent's actions. He offered to let her go first. She thanked him and said she wouldn't hold back. She said she had a younger sister. He replied he didn't have one, but he had a wife. She said she had 2 nieces. He said he had twin daughters. The score climbed rapidly on both sides, reaching double digits. Watching from the crowd, Rosswise wondered why the dragon lady on stage looked so familiar. Leon claimed he owned a donkey and had trimmed its hooves, then worried the match could drag on for hours without a winner, forcing him to think of a clever move. The woman hesitated and then she smiled, said with confidence that she had had her first kiss. He shouted back, demanding to know why a female dragon who still had her first kiss was even at what was supposed to be a maternity supplies store opening event. The host announced the score standing at 9-9 and declared the woman the winner as Leon's turn ran out. Leon buried his face in his hand, cursing that he had come so close. He told himself he couldn't disappoint someone, glancing toward his wife watching from the stands. Leon rushed off, saying the first prize, a Jade Dew dragon fruit meant for pregnant women, would be wasted on her and he asking to buy it instead. She said she'd only entered for fun and asked why she should hand it over. He explained his wife was pregnant with their second child and needed the fruit, calling it a matter of life and death. She reacted with surprise, repeating that he had a second child on the way. She remarked that he must love his wife deeply to beg like this for her sake. He shouted back that he truly loved her very much. Moved, she handed over the fruit, saying she'd give it to him since he loved his wife so much. He thanked her. Then she approached Rosswise and said, "Did you hear that? He said he loves you very much." She took off her hat, and her long red hair fell loose. She congratulated her on a second pregnancy. The red-headed woman, Isha, smiled while taking off her sunglasses. Rosswise cried out for her sister in delight. Tea was poured into a cup on the table. The group gathered in a living room, with Isha lounging on a couch and Leon and Rosswise seated AC Rosswise from her. Isha asked how many months along she was, and was told 2 months. Rosswise asked why she hadn't been told sooner, and Leon explained they had only settled things days earlier and had come to Sky City that day for supplies and a checkup. Leon added he'd planned to write to her once he returned, and Rosswise eagerly agreed. Isha sipped her tea, saying they were still deciding whether to send a letter or visit in person, and Rosswise replied simply that it was fine. Startled, Leon protested that he thought she was deliberately hiding it from him, while Rosswise explained she'd just been afraid he'd get too excited and blab it everywhere. Rosswise asked her sister why she'd come to Sky City dressed up like that today. She replied that the leader of the Wind Dragon clan had sent her a letter days earlier, inviting her to Sky City to discuss important matters. Rosswise asked if there was any new development regarding the Crimson Dragon King, Constantine. Isha explained that Constantine's ambitions had grown after he annexed 4 small tribes, and he'd recently been testing the borders of the Wind Dragon clan's territory, suggesting they might be his next target. Rosswise noted that the Wind Dragon clan held considerable resources, unlike the smaller clans, and remarked that Constantine's ambition to take them down seemed excessive. Isha explained that the Wind Dragon Queen, wary of acting rashly and bound to her by a mutual defense pact, had asked for help dealing with Constantine. Rosswise pointed out that a full war against the Wind Dragon clan would be far larger in scale than the previous 4 conquests, and warned that getting involved might be hard to walk back from. Isha said she couldn't stand by while they were destroyed, since if the Wind Dragon clan fell, the Red Dragon clan might be next. She added she'd join forces with the Wind Dragon clan to pressure Constantine together. Rosswise offered to send some Silver Dragon soldiers to help, but Isha declined, saying Constantine wasn't foolish enough to attack while facing support from her Red Dragon clan. Leon, sipping his tea, murmured that another war was about to break out. He reflected that whether human or dragon, boundless desire over limited resources always led to war eventually. His mind drifted back to when he'd been a dragon slayer, cutting through enemies in a burning city, saying he'd rarely thought about the meaning of war back then. He recalled his mentor once telling him the world was a vast machine, and they were merely tiny cogs within it. He remembered believing his role was simply to be that cog, obeying orders and killing every dragon in his path. But that belief shattered the moment an insider betrayed him, leaving him wounded and bleeding. Snapping back to the present, he wondered aloud why a good person doing his job well would ever be a target, wondering if he'd unknowingly offended someone to deserve such a fate. Leon, still holding her tea, vowed that once he found whoever had tricked him, he'd beat them senseless. Noticing his troubled expression, she asked what was wrong. He brushed it off with a laugh, saying it was nothing. Isha said goodbye to them, promising to visit again if the situation allowed it. Rosswise assured her sister she was fine and told her to focus on her own territory instead. Before leaving, Isha asked Leon to take good care of Rosswise, reminding him to keep his promise. Leon agreed without hesitation. Rosswise immediately questioned what promise her sister meant. Leon brushed it off, claiming he didn't know anything. Isha revealed that Leon admitted he failed to properly care for Rosswise during her first pregnancy, but promised he would make up for it during the second one. The sisters teased Leon for having gotten Rosswise pregnant again in under 6 months, calling him overly eager to prove himself. Leon protested that his sister-in-law had exposed too much information. Isha reminded Rosswise that Leon was a man who kept his promises, so she should hold him to it. Rosswise agreed happily. Rosswise then asked Leon if he really didn't want him to leave her side. Flustered, Leon admitted that he didn't. Isha interrupted, saying she couldn't stand being around the couple any longer without feeling sick from their affection. As she walked away, she said her farewell. Rosswise and Leon watched her go and wished her well in return. Once alone, Rosswise asked Leon whether what her sister said earlier was actually true. Leon feigned memory loss to avoid the question. Rosswise demanded he stop dodging and tell her the truth, while Leon quickly changed the subject, reminding her that their daughters were waiting for them at home. Night fell over the castle where the family resided, marking a passage of time in the story. Inside, Leon stood in his pajamas, a magical dragon mark glowing faintly on his chest beneath the collar. While brushing his teeth, Leon reflected that he had been living with the female dragon for several days, relieved she hadn't asked him to submit homework again since that one incident. He revealed that every day, he secretly gathered magic power and stored it within the dragon mark on his body, letting it accumulate gradually over time. Leon enter their bedroom, looking tired and worn out from his private nightly ritual. He reminded himself that despite needing to avoid provoking her, the prenatal education plan for the unborn child still had to continue as planned. Meanwhile, in another room, Rosswise sat late at night working on documents, he wondering why the workaholic hadn't gone to sleep yet. Leon then approached and asked why she was still awake so late into the night. Rosswise replied that she would sleep once she finished reading her documents, questioning why he was so worried about her. Leon explained he was simply concerned that overworking might tire out their baby, and that resting early would be better for her health. Rosswise told Leon not to hide behind the baby if he wanted to express concern for her. Leon inwardly scoffed, insisting he didn't actually care about her at all. He continued, declaring that the only thing he cared about was when she would hand over the silver dragon's throne to him, so the entire clan would belong to him. Rosswise calmly asked what he planned to do once he had it. Leon claimed he'd finish all her work himself, leaving her nothing to do but retire. Rosswise laughed it off, saying she was still hundreds of years from retirement, and that he could simply help her with the work once that time came. Leon shot back that by then he'd be long dead, joking he'd have to crawl out of his grave to help her. Rosswise replied she'd have a wizard resurrect his body as a working puppet instead, calling it thoughtful. Leon sarcastically thanked his wife for her consideration. She then told him to go to sleep as she reached to turn off the lamp, and he wished her good night in return. Lying beside her, Leon silently urged her to fall asleep quickly so he could carry out his secret prenatal education plan. Late at night, an old wooden clock ticks in the corner of the room, has shown the time when Leon was delirious. Leon and Rosswise lie side by side in bed, both appearing to be asleep. Leon wakes up, wondering what Rosswise wants so late at night. Rosswise leans close and asks if Leon is asleep. Leon suspects she used some kind of charm to make him answer truthfully, but decides to go along with it for now. Rosswise smiles, satisfied that worked again this time. In his mind, Leon once boasted that as the dragon slayer, he wouldn't fall for a female dragon's charm, and instead turned it back on her. Rosswise asks if Leon was sincere in his promise to her sister to take care of and protect her. Leon confirms it's true, saying he would protect her even at the cost of his life. Rosswise is stunned, wondering to herself if Leon really cares about her. She challenges him, pointing out they are enemies, and asks if such feelings toward an enemy wouldn't go against his own conscience. Leon replies that in his heart, she is no longer his enemy, but his wife, his beloved. Rosswise stammers in shock as he adds that she's someone he'd spend his whole life protecting. In his mind, Leon teases her, pointing out she's sweating and blushing, and offers to teach her how to understand her enemy's psychology. Rosswise asks when his feelings for her began to change. Leon answers it was a long time ago, prompting her to guess if it was during their date at the Sky City. He says no, so she guesses again, asking if it was during their time at the hot spring. He says that's not quite it either, pushing her to demand exactly when it happened. Rosswise realizes to herself that their usual late-night question game normally ends quickly, but this time Leon keeps answering question after question. So she concludes that Leon is awake, and he's toying with her. Rosswise declares that if he wants to play games with her, then she'll play along too. She smirks, having already thought of a plan. She asked him could it be after when she put herself in a bunny girl outfit and Leon denies it, and Keep answers no. She teased him. She had actually planned to wear a bunny girl outfit to surprise him the next morning. Leon reacts in shock, wondering if that's actually true. She searches for the outfit, wondering where she put it, and Leon curious whether she really did go through with wearing a bunny girl costume. So decides he'll just take a quick look to check. His face lights up with excitement at what he thinks. He looks around and realizes she's gone, wondering where she went. She suddenly appears right beside him, teasingly calling him her dear husband, catching him off guard. She held Leon's hand in place with her knee. She tells him she was deeply moved by what he said before. She asks if he must have been incredibly moved, right? He admits he doesn't dare move. She teasingly asks if there's anything Prince Leon wouldn't dare do in her castle. He calls it a misunderstanding and offers to explain. She tells him to speak, saying she'll listen to everything her husband says. She offers to help him take off his socks, but instead threatens to use the stocking to either tie his hands or stuff it in his mouth. She accuses him of lying to her, claiming everything he once told her sister was false. He admits what he told her sister was half true and half lie. The promise itself was real, but his mindset at the time was different. She presses him, calling his explanation just an excuse. He never expected her to care so much about that old promise. He wonders aloud if she's trying to turn their fake relationship into a real one. Leon holds up a fist in triumph, pressing it against the teddy bear. Leon cries out dramatically, accusing her of murder for what she did to the bear. She laughs it off, claiming the bear's death has nothing to do with her, and tells him he'd better leave. She can't make out what he's mumbling and asks him to speak up. He grumbles wordlessly in frustration. He notices something seems to be hidden inside the bear. She reacts with alarm. Panicking, she demands he give the bear back to her. He refuses, saying the fact that she's so desperate means there must be something good inside. He runs off with the bear, declaring he wants to know what secrets are hidden inside, while she chases after him. He escapes onto a balcony, pleased with himself for having caught her in a lie. Digging into the bear, he finds a folded piece of paper and wonders what it is. He unfolds it and realizes it's an old photo, remarking he didn't expect her to have kept it. She claims she simply forgot to throw it away. He points out that even if she forgot, she wouldn't have hidden it inside the bear he gave her, and demands she hand it over. She reaches for it in shock. The photo shows the two of them together, smiling. She hurls it off the balcony, asking if she's surprised he actually threw it away. She confirms she really did throw it away, feigning indifference. She sighs that it's boring now and says it's time for bed. Leon starts to respond, but trails off, staring at Rosweiss back as she walks away. He notices there seems to be something written on the back of the photo. The message reads, "May the silvery light forever shine in the eyes of lovely people." The next day, at the Silver Dragon Castle training ground, arrows fly toward targets. Their daughter Myun asks Leon if he and Mommy had a fight. Leon is caught off guard and asks why Myun would think that. Myun explains that this morning, neither of them spoke to each other, even though they usually talk a lot. Leon questions whether they really do talk that much in daily life. Myun insists they do, saying that whenever they're together they never run out of things to talk about. Leon privately doubts it, assuming Myun must be misremembering things between him and Rosweiss. Myun declares that Leon and Mommy are like the two hedgehogs from Young Dragon's Enlightenment story. She explains that hedgehogs are prickly outside but soft inside. She continues that if either of them keeps their thorns out, they'll end up hurting each other instead of hugging. She shows two hedgehogs nuzzling affectionately, asking if that means the pair can only hug once both put their thorns away. Leon tells her that he understands now and thanks her for the advice. He promises Myun that by tomorrow morning, he and Mommy will be back to normal. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Rosweiss searches through the garden bushes at night. She glanced around to make sure the coast was clear and that no one was watching her. She mutters that the photo from yesterday must have landed somewhere around here. She can't find it anywhere and grows increasingly frustrated. She questions herself, wondering why she's so hung up on saving face over the whole thing. She admits that if she'd been more stubborn back then, she could have kept the photos without any trouble, then wonders why she's even bothering to search for it in the dark. Rosweiss mutters to herself that the photo studio owner said the shot was candid, one of a kind, and if lost it would be gone forever. Leon appears behind her, holding up the photo and asking if she's looking for it. She turns, stunned, unable to finish her sentence. He explains he found it while practicing with Myun earlier that day. Handing it over, he tells her firmly that he only picked it up casually, unlike her who came looking for it on purpose. Relieved, she sighs and clutches the photo close. He grabs her and pulls her close, and she stammers that she didn't come here on purpose. She was just out for a walk. He calmly says he understands. He tells her to take good care of the photo this time and not throw it away again. She scoffs, saying he doesn't need to tell her that. They walk off together, with him asking if she knows what Myun said about her, calling her a hedgehog. She accuses him of lying, insisting Myun must have meant them both. He teases her by calling her his smart wife. She snaps back asking who said she was his wife. A hand sets a framed photo down on a table. The photo shows Leon and Rosweiss smiling together. It's now on display in their room. Rosweiss smiles warmly, looks at it, and bids the photo goodnight. 2 months later, Myun played happily in the snow with her family nearby, humming to herself. Leon asked Noah to tell him about her studies at the academy first. She said she had already learned some B-rank lightning magic, and next semester the academy would teach A-rank lightning magic. She added that she wanted to get familiar with that level of magic in advance, which made Leon boast to himself that his daughter was unmatched in self-directed learning. Leon then set up a little lesson, explaining that both humans and dragons ranked magic by letters, from C up to S, with higher ranks dealing greater damage. He added that the same spell could differ in rank between species. Something classified as A rank for humans might only be B rank for dragons, due to their different physical nature. He offered to personally teach her the most practical A rank lightning spell, and also his personal favorite, which made her respond with a curious hum. He told her to watch closely as he began gathering magic in his hand. Crackling lightning surged around his fingers as he prepared the spell. She watched in amazement, unable to hide her awe. He explained that the first step was gathering high-purity lightning magic into a single point. He unleashed the spell with a burst of lightning, calling it a technique meant to land a fatal blow using the burst damage of lightning magic. She was stunned by the display, while he explained that maintaining distance and sprinting at high speed before using the move would greatly increase its penetrating power. He warned that the technique required sharp observation and excellent physical ability, and could be extremely dangerous if interrupted, so children shouldn't attempt it carelessly. She asked if the move had a name. He confirmed it did, explaining that when used, the magic rubbed against the air and produced a sound like the chirping of 1,000 birds, which was why the move was named after that sound. She waited eagerly to hear the name. He answered dramatically, "The name is Thunderstorm." She questioned how that name connected to the 1,000 birds he had just described, leaving him flustered. He brushed it off, claiming he was just showing off his metaphor skills, since using metaphors in essays could earn extra points. Meanwhile, Myun called out for her mommy while playing in the snow, building a giant snowball near a cliff edge. For months into a new pregnancy, Rosweiss asked if her daughter Myun was building a snowman. Myun proudly announced she had already rolled out the snowman's body and head. She then admitted a problem. She was too short, so there was no way to stack the two parts together. Rosweiss offered to help her, delighting Myun. As they sang together, Rosweiss lifted the head onto the body for her. She gathered small items, a stick, buttons, to decorate the snowman. Myun hummed thoughtfully while looking it over. Something felt incomplete to her, though she admitted her mother had never actually built a snowman before either. Leon walked over and asked what was wrong, and Myun excitedly called him over to see the snowman she and her mother made. He noticed the problem right away. The snowman was missing a nose. Rosweiss pulled out a carrot, satisfied that it was the perfect fit. Leon asked, confused, why she happened to be carrying carrots around, and he admitted he disliked carrots and eggplants, but that it worked well enough as a nose. When he questioned it further, she pulled out an eggplant instead, joking it was a cheaper alternative, and he quickly backed off. Leon then brought up his real concern. What if she fell running around in the freezing weather in her condition? Rosweiss reassured him that dragons don't fall, since their tails help keep balance. She explained she had finally slipped away from the overprotective maids and wanted to enjoy herself a bit while she could. When Leon asked what she wanted to play, she suggested teaching Myun fire magic, building another snowman, or having a snowball fight. Just then, a maid appeared from the shadows, gasping her name in alarm. The maid scolded her furiously, demanding to know which of those 3 activities was actually safe for a pregnant woman to do. Rosweiss accused Leon of tricking her into revealing what she'd been up to, and he protested that he hadn't done anything of the sort. A palace guard warned Queen Rosweiss that if she fell and got hurt, it would be her fault, then ordered the maids to escort her back inside. The maids tried to drag her away as she cried out for them to stop. Leon told Cosmode that if he was so tough, he shouldn't bother coming to bed that night, then told him to go rest. As months passed, Rosweiss's belly grew visibly larger while Leon watched their kids play in the snow. With Leon's support, Rosweiss's pregnancy became calmer and easier than before. Summer arrived and Rosweiss's due date finally came. On June 29th, the maids rushed to her bedside as she groaned in pain. A maid urged her to keep pushing. Rosweiss cried out in agony as the contractions intensified. Leon paced anxiously nearby while his daughters lingered close behind him. He recalled reading that labor could take 8 to 10 hours and cause unbearable pain. He could only wait outside the door, helpless to do anything. His daughters asked if he was feeling very uneasy too. Mune said she no longer wanted a new sibling, she just wanted her mother's suffering to end, while Leon assumed they were as anxious as he was. He reassured them that their mother would be fine and told them to cheer her on from outside. Noah asked if they could go to the beach together after their mother recovered, and Leon agreed they had a date. Suddenly, a burst of flame tore through a nearby window. Leon shielded his daughters as the fire exploded around them. His face showed shock as debris and flame closed in. The explosion ripped through the room, sending fire and wreckage everywhere. Leon asked what had happened as he saw a burning Silver Dragon clan soldier before him. He looked out over the city and realized it was an enemy attack. He shielded his daughter's eyes and told them not to look. A maid rushed to check if the royal family was safe. Anna asked what happened, hearing the commotion outside. A maid reported it was a surprise attack by the Crimson Dragon clan. Anna wondered why the Crimson Dragon clan would suddenly attack the Silver Dragon clan. She realized the attack came exactly when Silver Dragon Queen was at her weakest. She asked where Shirley was, and was told Shirley had assembled an elite guard team. They were heading to the gate to stop the Crimson Dragon clan's vanguard. Anna ordered all dragons in the castle mobilized to call for aid from neighboring clans and the Red Dragon clan, and sent 4 teams to break through to the back mountain. Rosweiss's eyes showed pain and exhaustion as she pushed through the crisis. Anna found Rosweiss awoke and asked what had happened outside. She reported that they had been ambushed by Constantine. Rosweiss reacted with shock at the news. Despite her condition, she insisted she had to go with them, but was warned moving now would endanger her and the child. Anna told her to stay and cooperate with the doctor while she led the maid corps to fight, promising to help her and Princess Noah evacuate once the back mountain encirclement was broken. Rosweiss cried out for her daughters, demanding to know where they were. Leon arrived with the twins, who called out for their mother in tears. He reached her side and told her he was there. Rosweiss begged Leon, pleading with him. She told him he had to protect their daughter. Leon promised he would protect Rosweiss. He assured her he would not let any dragon inside. She murmured weakly, comforted by his words. She told him he knew where she kept his things, and the key was in the second drawer, and he confirmed he understood. He opened the drawer, finding a ring of keys along with some potions inside. As Leon prepared to leave, his daughters ran after him crying, one asking if he would really come back. He knelt down and reminded her they had agreed to go to the beach together. He told Noah she needed to stay and protect her sister and mother, asking if she could do it, and she agreed. He comforted Mune, telling her not to cry because he would defeat all the bad dragons. He straightened up and declared it was time to face the Crimson Flame Dragon clan. Now Leon Cosmode swore to defend the Silver Dragon Castle to the death as he led them forward. Explosions light up the night sky as an aerial assault rains down on the castle below. Anna, sword drawn, tells Shirley the enemy blew up their secret escape route, forcing them to keep stalling. Asked about backup, she explains nearby dragon clans feared Constantine's retaliation and hesitated to send troops. Her eyes narrow sharply as she senses something. She lunges forward, slashing her blade through an enemy knight. Covered in blood, she mutters that if the Silver Dragon clan falls, Constantine won't spare anyone either, while dragons breathe fire in the sky behind her. A maid cries out to Anna in alarm. She reports that Queen Isha of the Red Dragon clan said their reinforcements were being held up by the Crimson Flame Dragon clan and wouldn't arrive for at least 3 hours. Anna explains that the Crimson Flame Dragon clan had spent months faking attacks on the Wind Dragons without real war, and now realizes the Silver Dragon Castle was their true target all along, meant to be isolated and left defenseless. She wonders aloud why the enemy chose this exact night, since only a few maids knew the queen's exact due date. The other maid gasps, catching her meaning. A knight shouts, pointing at a massive shape approaching in the sky, and everyone turns to look. Anna's eyes widen in shock as she recognizes who it is. Flames rip across the sky, sharp claws visible in the blaze. A towering black dragon wreathed in fire emerges from the smoke, and someone gasps in recognition. Knights identify the beast as the Crimson Flame Dragon King himself. Shirley freezes, stunned by the crushing pressure radiating from the dragon, barely able to breathe under its weight. The dragon's jaws open, fire building inside its throat. A massive column of flame erupts downward toward the castle grounds. Someone screams in pain as the blast tears through the defenders below. Shirley stood frozen in place, unable to move, as a burst of hot flames came toward her. Anna grips Shirley tightly, shielding her while raising her blade against the inferno surrounding them. Anna barks at her companion not to freeze up, and Shirley mutters an apology, shaken by the chaos around them. Anna orders a soldier to report back that Constantine has appeared and that they need to speed up the breakout through the back mountain. He acknowledges and rushes off. Watching the sky battle intensify, one maid remarks it's going to be a fierce fight, while the other insists they can't let him escape before the queen is safely moved. Anna shouts up at the sky that a dragon's life is far too long, agreeing with something said moments before. She adds that now, like her opponent, she's come to prefer things that don't last. They transform into dragon, roars that they swear to protect the queen to the death, clashing violently with the enemy dragon. The scene shifts to a dark, quiet indoor room, castle windows and a chandelier visible above. Inside, a maid tells Rosweiss, lying wounded, that the Crimson Dragon King has appeared on the battlefield. Noah and Mune listen as the maid says they've essentially already lost. No one can kill a dragon king of that level. The queen, in pain, murmurs deliriously about the Dragon King, saying someone must kill him. Another maid rushes in, announcing that a safe route has been cleared through the back mountain. She urges the queen to leave with her immediately, but the queen refuses, saying she wants to stay and give birth right there. The queen closes her eyes and says she believes in him. Elsewhere, Leon kneels in a dim room, filling a bucket, Rosweiss remarking that killing the Dragon King is exactly what he excels at. Leon greets an old friend, asking him to join in one more mad fight. Flames and fire tear across the storm-lashed battlefield below. A massive red dragon rises against the night sky, roaring, as icy blades slash toward it from below. The white dragon below snarls, blood on its jaws, warning the enemy not to even think about getting closer to the castle. Ice attacks streak upward toward the shadowy red dragon looming above. The two elemental forces collide in a blinding burst of ice and fire. The white dragon roars in pain, blood dripping from its jaw, locked in close combat against the massive red dragon. The red dragon sneers, calling its opponent an overconfident fool as smoke and debris swirl around them. Enemy knights charge forward, ordered to drag the queen out of the castle, and they cheer in agreement. Someone gasps in shock, recognizing the queen's location has been found. A dying voice weakly warns everyone to run away as the enemy soldiers advance toward the castle grounds. A surge of blue lightning-like energy crackles violently through the air. A massive blast of blue energy erupts, knocking the charging soldiers backward with tremendous force. A silhouette stands within the swirling dust and lightning, its identity hidden in shadow. Startled knights demand to know who this new figure is. The Red Dragon King narrows its eyes, sensing something familiar in the newcomer's power and wondering if it could be who he thinks. Leon in white and gold armor strides forward, crackling with blue energy, unmistakably powerful. Shirley looks up, stunned, asking if he's addressing royalty. The massive Red Dragon King wonders aloud if this is what the enemy's true goal was all along. Below him, the young armored man stands defiant against the towering black-red dragon looming above. He raises his glowing hand, declaring that this opponent is about to meet someone. His masked helmet catches the light as he finishes the declaration. Watching dragons murmur amongst themselves, stunned that someone not even in dragon form could release such power, wondering if he's the newly trained Silver Dragon King. A burning red-eye narrows, its owner muttering that whoever this stranger is, he won't be tolerated. The Crimson Dragon King orders his allies to kill him, and the knights scramble as fireballs rain down across the battlefield. The dragon roars fire across the sky, unleashing another devastating attack against its foes. Leon's mask cracks under strain as the fierce fighting continues. Fire tears violently across the sky as the battle escalates further. The armored knight, wrapped in blue lightning, mocks his opponent, asking if he's trying to trap him with such a cheap trick. He warns the enemy not to underestimate him. A massive explosion erupts, and the enemy Dragon King cries out in disbelief at what just happened. Thunder cracks as Leon strikes the dragon head-on with a devastating blow. Lightning bursts through the ground where the two forces collided. The storm-charged knight clashes directly against the massive red dragon in a fierce exchange. He stands alone atop the wreckage, sparking with energy after the intense assault. Surely shocked to see that, wonder aloud if the prince is truly this powerful. Leon recognizes her, calling out Shirley, and the dragon confirms it's her. He orders another dragon to take the remaining soldiers and clear out the rest of the Crimson Flame Dragon clan, saying he'll handle the big one himself. She starts to protest, saying, but he cuts them off and shouts for them to go, and they respond obediently, wishing him safety. Rallying cries erupt across the battlefield as the Silver Dragon elites charge forward to fight back against the Crimson Flame Dragon clan invaders. Elsewhere, someone remarks that this is truly a rare sight, gazing into swirling flames. A shadowy, red-eyed figure stands silhouetted in fire, and a voice notes that this dragon-slaying hero has actually come to help the Silver Dragon clan. The Crimson Flame Dragon King, Constantine, sneers, recognizing him as Leon Cosmode, the strongest dragon slayer. The white-armored knight is stunned, realizing his identity has been discovered. Constantine remarks that what he first assumed was simple territorial expansion by the Crimson Flame Dragons now seems far more complicated than that. Constantine studies him closely, sensing a bigger conspiracy behind this dragon slayer's intervention. Leon explains he doesn't care about the dragon's internal conflicts, but if his wife and children get hurt, that's a different matter entirely. Constantine sneers, mocking him as a traitor playing a ridiculous game of make-believe, willing to betray his own kind for them. He adds that once the strongest person develops a weakness, they stop being the strongest. Leon retorts that someone like Constantine could never understand. He starts to insist his family isn't a weakness at all. Leon strikes him, launching a sudden explosive strike that sends both fighters colliding in a burst of energy. The Crimson Dragon King recoils from the impact, smoke and fire swirling around him. Leon presses the attack, lightning crackling around his fist as he closes in. He strikes down hard, sending a shockwave of blue energy tearing through the ground. Constantine reacts sharply to the blow, surprised by its force. He admits Leon's movements are faster than the Silver Dragon's, but insists this kind of attack still can't break through his defenses. Leon lands another kick, cracking the stone beneath them, and asks mockingly if Constantine even knows why he's fighting either. Constantine notes how dragons typically use their wings for defense, catching Leon off guard mid-motion. He warns Leon that his tactic will end up being his greatest weakness. Leon strikes again with a massive burst of lightning, tearing through the battlefield with tremendous force. Despite the direct hit, he admits that even at point-blank range, his lightning couldn't pierce the Dragon King's tough hide. As Constantine gets back to his feet nearby, a shadowy figure emerges from the flames, and someone calls out the name, Cosmode. Constantine's face burned with fury, and he declared that the dragon had truly angered him. Leon, unshaken, replied that he wouldn't be angry for long, since he intended to kill him. The dragon's rage grew heavier, and he addressed the dragon simply as human, hinting at a deeper truth behind the beast's origin. He vowed that the dragon would pay with its life for its arrogance, striking with a fierce red blow. Dust and flame swirled around the battlefield as the warrior advanced through the wreckage toward the glowing red eyes ahead. The dragon mocked him again, claiming that turning into a larger lizard wouldn't stop it from unleashing its roar. Amid fire and rain, a giant red dragon roared at its silver-armored opponent, mocking that it had already killed countless lizards like him before. A red dragon, Constantine roared, unleashing a burst of fire straight at Leon. Blue lightning tore through the flames, clashing against the crimson dragon's power. Leon avoiding with speed, lightning crackling around his shoulders as he faced the dragon. His body flared with blue light, gathering strength for what came next. He unleashed his S-rank lightning magic, sending a massive bolt through the storm. The spell grew, summoning 1,000 thunderbolts down from the sky, dealing great damage to Constantine. The dragon recoiled, admitting a mere human shouldn't hold such power, calling him a threat to the Crimson Flame Dragon clan. Leon's eyes narrowed in alarm as the fire attack surged closer. It vowed Constantine could not let Leon live, lashing out with fire. Flames spread wildly across the battlefield, engulfing the ground. The dragon searched furiously through the smoke, demanding to know where the human had gone. Its eye widened in shock as it sensed something behind it. Lightning flashed from the shadows, catching the dragon off guard. Leon revealed he had made a pact with Rosweiss, gathering power in his hands. Elsewhere, Noah and Mune pointed excitedly at the lightning in the sky, shouting that it was their father. In another scene, Rosweiss in labor was told the baby was coming soon. Back in battle, Leon declared he was betting all his strength on this attack. He crossed his arms as a massive lightning force clashed against the dragon. Twin bolts surged from his hands, merging into one blinding beam of light. His body transformed, wreathed in the full power of his lightning sword. He screamed, pouring all his strength into the strike as lightning surged around him. The dragon roared back, unleashing its own blast of fire in response. The two attacks collided head-on, fire and lightning tearing into each other. The clash erupted into a blinding explosion of light. Elsewhere, a young girl gasped in surprise at something happening far away. A woman lay exhausted, catching her breath after the ordeal. A newborn baby cried, wrapped tightly in a blanket. Sunlight spilled through tall doors as morning arrived. Leon murmured that dawn had finally come. Facing the fallen dragon, he stated he had promised to show it true power. A pink blade of energy struck down from above. Shirley reported to her superior that the remaining Crimson Flame Dragons had fled after seeing their king die, and the elite troops were mopping up the back mountain. A maid urged Anna to hold on, saying the medical team was coming, while spotting the knight and his companion returning through the smoke. Leon ordered that Constantine's head be hung at the border as a warning, and his men obeyed. Shirley told him she never knew that the prince, he was so powerful. He teased her, asking if she wanted an autograph, and she brushed him off. He told her he'd leave the rest to her and walked away. Soldiers cheered around him, declaring the Silver Dragon clan had won and successfully defended their castle. Exhausted, he admitted that after finally relaxing, his body felt unbearably heavy as soldiers cheered his name. He realized the power he had built up over months had been completely drained, admitting his body was nearing its limit and could collapse anytime, as a guard called out to him in concern. He admitted he had endured everything just to finally reach the door and see the person waiting behind it. Realizing he was still covered in blood, he decided not to scare the children and chose to wash up and change first. Light spilled through as the door creaked open. His daughter spotted him and cried out happily, calling him Daddy. Noah and Mune cheered, saying both of them had seen him defeat the big bad dragon. He laughed and asked if Daddy was awesome, and they agreed he was the coolest. Mune declared he was the second most powerful dragon she'd ever seen, prompting him to ask who was first. She answered it was Mommy, since Daddy always listened to her the most. Leon agreeing that she was indeed the most powerful. A newborn being held by Rosweiss, as it was announced to be a daughter. Leon smiled, marveling at the baby. The newborn let out a small cry, waving its tiny hand. The two older sisters gushed over how tiny their new sibling looked, joking she could be sent flying with just one punch. Leon leaned in, comparing the baby's features to his own, insisting she looked just like him. Ross Weiss scolded him playfully, warning that their daughter must not grow up as stubborn as he was. He protested that he'd never been stubborn a day in his life. Leon asked their two older daughters if their father was being stubborn. They giggled in response instead of answering directly. He grumbled that they were just being childish, not fair judges. He told the baby that her older sisters were the immature ones, urging her not to follow their example. Teased that she'd definitely side with him from now on. But suddenly the baby started crying, as if to disagree with Leon. Make Leon confused. Why is she suddenly crying? Ross Weiss comforted her so she wouldn't cry and would calm down again. She asked Leon, do you want to hug her? But he hesitated to hold her, admitting he still smelled of battle and worried he'd frighten the newborn. She reassured him their daughter would never dislike her own father and urged him to come hold her. Nervous, he asked how exactly to hold a baby properly. She explained step by step, guiding his hands to support the baby's neck and bottom. The baby immediately began crying in his arms. Their two older daughters gushed over how amazing it was that the baby stopped crying only when their father held her. Ross Weiss recalled that both older girls had also cried nonstop until placed beside their father, who could calm them almost instantly. Mune claimed she didn't remember it happening. Noah guessed maybe it was because their father made her feel safe. He reflected that he'd heard Ross Weiss mention something like this before, but never expected to witness it himself. Mune suddenly remembered their new sister still needed a name and suggested they all think of one together. She explained her own name came from Noah, an ancient dragon hero, and suggested naming the baby something similarly heroic, like Blazer. Mune objected, saying that name sounded too savage. She then proposed using her own name's meaning of moon to inspire star for the baby instead. The girls both shouted their suggestions at once, Star and Blazer, repeating them stubbornly. Their father interrupted, admitting naming a child was serious business and that he and their mother had thought long and hard without settling on anything either. He asked if the baby resembled her mother or father more. The girls couldn't decide, unsure which parent she took after. Ross Weiss pointed out something behind the baby, hinting at a surprise the baby had. Leon noticed that his third child also had a tail with pink color. It left him deeply disappointed because, as it turned out, he had failed to create a human being. He confused about how his prenatal education plan had failed to override the dragon heritage. He shrugged it off, vowing that if they ever had a fourth child, they'd surely reclaim the glory of mankind, leaving his kids and Leon baffled at the sudden idea of a fourth child. He caught himself with a nervous laugh, brushing off a thought before a maid announced Princess Isha had arrived. He ordered her brought in immediately. Isha approached through the garden, escorted toward the castle. Explained she had rushed to help after receiving the Silver Dragon Castle's request, only to be delayed fighting off Crimson Flame Dragons along the way. She noted that Constantine's severed dragon head was already displayed at the border. She recalled asking the guards and learning it was actually Ross Weiss' seemingly frail husband who had done it, leaving her stunned. She admitted that even with her full strength, she couldn't easily defeat an ancient dragon king like Constantine, and wondered how he managed it. She vowed to get to the bottom of it once she saw him. Upon meeting the baby, she was instantly charmed, cooing over how adorable it was and asking for a kiss. He admitted he'd assumed she stormed in because she'd somehow found out his secret. His wife guessed she'd really come to ask how he killed Constantine, but got completely distracted by the baby instead. Isha pointed out how much the baby resembled her, especially the tail color, joking it might match hers exactly once grown. She teased them why aren't they saying anything, when couple quarrels, the aunt gets the benefits. He asked why the baby's hair and tail were pink instead of another color, and his wife suggested it was probably atavism, since her own older sister was a red dragon. The aunt then jokingly offered to raise the baby herself and make her the future red dragon queen, causing him to swat her hand away before she brushed it off as a joke. She looked at Leon and finally demanded to know who he really was, the one who can beat an ancient dragon Constantine. Isha called Leon a hidden master and questioned him about it. She reminded him that Ross once said he was frail and sickly, even falling into a coma weeks after his wedding. Yet now he seemed fine. Leon backed up the claim, saying his health had improved thanks to a supplement he took, while Rossweiss laughed along beside him. Isha pressed further, saying no ordinary dragon could kill someone as powerful as Constantine, and asked how he managed it. Leon sensed his sister-in-law growing suspicious. Leon thought to himself that his identity, his past, and his complicated ties to Rossweiss were secrets that could destroy the family if exposed. Isha added that even if she accepted the situation, whether Isha the pure-blooded dragon could accept it was another matter. Leon worried about how his daughters would react if they learned they weren't pure-blooded dragons. He feared their futures would be filled with doubt and contempt if the truth ever came out. He resolved that the secret of his fake family with Rossweiss must never be revealed to them. Leon suddenly screamed, said that actually this has his dream since he was a child. Leon began telling a long, elaborate tale about dreaming of a special dragon since childhood and traveling through the dragon lands, searching for his destined love. He continued dramatically, thanking Rossweiss for saving him from darkness and vowing to protect her forever, while Rossweiss quietly wondered why she still felt nauseous despite having already given birth. Mune asked if their father had loved their mother since he was little, and Noah explained that their father meant Rossweiss was his ideal type. Isha clapped, charmed by the story. But Isha then pointed out that she asked about his background, not how they fell in love, embarrassing him even as he insisted his answer was already in the story. Leon claimed he pursued strength solely to keep his promise of protecting Rossweiss, adding only he knew the suffering he endured. He said all his suffering was worth it, since he had saved his wife and daughter, while Isha noted he still hadn't answered her real question. Rossweiss reassured her sister that Leon hid nothing from her and was truly devoted to the family. Isha, seeing how well the couple coordinated, decided not to press further. She admitted he was at least genuinely trying to keep his promise, while Leon smiled, saying a man should never break his word. Rossweiss reflected that despite being the strongest dragon-slaying hero, Leon often acted immature and childish, unlike his reputation. Rossweiss thought that it was precisely his minor flaws that made him feel more real and reassuring. She called it a memorable morning as she looked at the baby resting in her arms. Noah and Mune tiptoed in, whispering that their mom and little sister were asleep. Isha whispered back, saying they shouldn't disturb them and asked to be taken to get something to eat, since she was hungry. Isha whispered for everyone to get some rest. Leon sighed with relief, remarking that hiding everything had felt even more exhausting than going to war. He decided he would take a nap too, kissing the baby's forehead alongside Rossweiss. Time passed peacefully, sunlight now streaming into the quiet room. Rossweiss, Leon, and their baby lay together, all fast asleep. A close-up showed Rossweiss' eye fluttering slightly as she began to wake. Leon remained in a deep, sound sleep beside her. Waking up, Rossweiss murmured that she really wanted to give him a tail. He then added that he really wanted to cut her tail off, startling Rossweiss. She accused him of not being asleep, and he replied that he woke up because she was peeking at him. She denied it, insisting she'd only been looking at their daughter, and said if he wouldn't admit it, so be it. Rossweiss thought to herself that the morning had been dangerous, since her sister had almost noticed something was wrong. Leon added that Isha had nearly discovered his human identity, though Constantine had truly known who he was. Rossweiss asked if he had seen Constantine before, and Leon explained he'd fought the Crimson Flame Dragon clan on the battlefield but never met him directly, and that his armor should have kept his identity hidden. He continued, troubled, that Constantine had somehow known both his human identity and his exact name and title, though with the dragon now dead, they had no way of tracing where that information came from. Rossweiss wondered where Leon could have gotten information unknown even to the dragons of the Silver Dragon Castle, suspecting there might be more untold stories behind his unusual behavior over the past year. She thought it might relate to the agreement she made with Leon's master, requiring Leon to stay away from the Empire for a year. She debated whether to tell Leon about this discovery. A few days later, the baby played happily in a grassy field, reaching for a butterfly. The two sisters watched their little sister climb around, praising how fast she moved. Leon asked how long it takes for a dragon child to start speaking, and Rosweiss answered that baby dragons usually begin talking after about 2 months. Rosweiss recalled that Noah started calling her Mom a little over a month old, remarking how remarkable her effort was. Rosweiss asked when humans start speaking, and Leon explained that for humans it usually takes 8 to 12 months. Rosweiss then asked if Leon, as a genius, could talk from birth, and Leon revealed he was instead born with the ability to slay dragons, drawing skepticism from her. Noah noticed her baby sister seemed sleepy, so Rosweiss decided to handle it. She soothed the baby in the cradle, encouraging her to rest. Leon asked if the girls were hungry, offering the sandwiches he made, one daughter eagerly agreeing while the other said she wasn't hungry yet. Mune happily bit into her sandwich, thrilled by its taste. Leon enjoyed his own sandwich while Noah, addressing him as Dad, seemed to want to ask him something. She revealed that she had mastered the technique he taught her over winter break and wanted to learn something new. She brought up the finishing move Leon used to defeat Constantine days earlier, describing it as forging a holy sword by hand. Leon corrected her, saying it was actually called the lightning sword transformation. He explained the move wasn't too difficult, only ranked B level in the human system, requiring mastery of condensing and shaping lightning energy. But he admitted to himself that the technique had completely drained the magic power he'd built up over months, leaving him unable to cast even B-rank spells. Rosweiss stepped in, telling their daughter that Leon had been very tired lately and would teach her again in a few days, surprising Leon that she'd spoken up to defend him. Noah said her dad's health mattered most, so it was fine to wait to learn more. But suddenly Rosweiss said if Leon could demonstrate the move for her first, Noah excited at the idea. Leon panicked internally, wondering if Rosweiss somehow knew he was low on magic and was deliberately pushing him into trouble. Mune chimed in that she also wanted to see him forge the holy sword by hand, and Rosweiss encouraged Leon to just show them a little. Leon reluctantly agreed to demonstrate for them. He braced himself, gathering his remaining strength. He forced out a weak burst of what should have been rank B lightning magic. The transformation activated, producing a small flash of lightning energy. He held out the tiny result to his daughter, saying, "Here you go." She complained that she wanted a thunder sword, not a toothpick, while Rosweiss laughed at how small his sword had turned out, with Leon claiming the full version was too dangerous to show. Rosweiss comforted him gently, telling him it was okay. He teased that even the little version was cute, catching himself off guard mid-sentence. Leon grumbled to himself about getting revenge on the female dragon before Rosweiss called for everyone to head back. That evening, the group returned to the Silver Dragon Castle. Rosweiss gathered Noah and Mune, saying she had a task for them that night. She explained the little sister would sleep with them that night to help all 3 sisters bond, and Noah cheered excitedly. Noah reminded them not to wake their little sister, while Mune covered her mouth in acknowledgement. She finished laying out the task, and the girls promised to handle it properly. The 2 girls happily ran off together to start their Dragon Girl Special Forces mission with the baby. Rosweiss remarked to Leon that their daughters had grown thoughtful, learning to help their parents through life's difficulties. Rosweiss murmured Leon's name with a knowing, mischievous smile. Leon reacted with alarm, sensing something was wrong and asking what had happened. She told him he'd worked hard defeating Constantine, while Leon insisted internally that it was nothing to worry about. She pushed back, saying it couldn't be a small matter since he was a great hero of their clan. She suggested they should treat him to a good meal for it, big and chewy meal. Leon shouted for her not to come any closer, panicking as the Dragon Queen chased him down the corridor. He warned her that a book said she shouldn't have sex for at least 2 months after giving birth, or it would seriously harm her body. She caught up to him anyway, cornering him near the couch and asking what book he was even reading. He confessed the whole thing was made up, calling it postpartum care for female dragons. She explained that a dragon's body actually recovers within 2 or 3 days after delivery. He was thrown off, saying he'd never heard of such a short recovery time. She told him that since he already figured out her plan, he shouldn't bother resisting. He accused her of only wanting him because he was the father of her child, insisting she wouldn't go easy on him just for that. She mocked him, saying if he really could beat Constantine, he wouldn't need to argue with her like this, and asked if she'd upset him today. She asked if he remembered how long it had been since they last played their queen and prisoner game. She answered herself, 6 months and 7 days, and asked if he knew how she'd spent that whole time. He shot back that she could live however she wanted, but questioned why she was so addicted to it when he, as a man, could resist. She corrected him, saying it wasn't addiction, it was the queen's desire to conquer. He complained that submitting homework was a strange way to describe it, then yelled at her not to tear his clothes, accusing her of getting bold after just 6 months and warning she might steal his throne next. In silhouette, she told him she needed to discipline him properly so he'd learn his place in the family, calling it discarding a donkey once it had served its purpose. He grumbled that if he'd known this would happen, he would have spared Constantine's life so the man could have come back for revenge instead. She replied that since he put it that way, she'd reward her guardian spirit even more. He resigned himself to the fact that the Dragon Queen meant to devour him completely that night, since there was no escaping it anyway. He declared that he, Leon, would rather die standing than live on his knees. Their faces closed in on each other as the tension between them peaked. The scene cut to them tangled together on the bed, the room crackling with energy around them. He asked if this was really about the queen's desire to conquer or just about securing her place in the family. She asked him calmly what his plan was, what exactly he intended to do to her. He stiffened, caught off guard by what happened between them next. Their night continued, the room lit by a soft glow between them. Their faces stayed close together, breathless in the aftermath. He held her tightly, keeping her close as the night wore on. Through the window, the room settled into a quiet stillness as the night carried on. The next morning arrived, and he sat up on the bed, exhausted from the night before. He complained that his whole body ached, especially his back. He thought to himself that he'd burned through 6 months' worth of energy in a single night, and it was a miracle he'd woken up unharmed at all. He cursed the Dragon Queen under his breath, asking if this was really how she treated someone who saved her life. Leon was surprised to see that his wife was so well-groomed and looked even more beautiful than usual, which made him stop being upset. Noticing he was awake, she greeted him cheerfully. He mumbled awkwardly, admitting to himself that her new hairstyle suited her well, recalling that he'd once read it was called the wife style in a book. He asked why she was dressed the way she was today, then added that since she'd already had her second child, she wanted to try a more mature style and asked if it looked good on her. He rated it average flatly, making her fall silent. He snapped at her, asking what she thought she was doing, since it was already morning and their daughters would be coming by soon. She said she'd give him one more chance to think it over and answer properly. She added that it seemed their youngest daughter would be sleeping with Noah and the others again that night, catching him off guard. He gave a thumbs up, exclaiming that the hairstyle was absolutely gorgeous and stunningly beautiful. She told him smugly that he was smart enough to know what was good for him, then reminded him there was a celebratory banquet that night and he needed to get ready. She added that as her husband, he also had an obligation to keep himself fit and not turn into a lazy middle-aged man. He scoffed, asking since when prisoners of war had such obligations. She asked him quietly why he thought she hadn't executed him yet. He muttered to himself that it was probably because she couldn't bear to part with him. She corrected him, saying she wanted him to stay her prisoner for life, forever, and warned him not to think about escaping. Rosweiss explained that although the Silver Dragon clan had won the battle against the surprise attack from the Crimson Flame Dragon clan, they'd also suffered heavy losses. Rosweiss noted that 234 Silver Dragon warriors had died in the battle, and the crowd mourned quietly. The queen addressed the crowd, saying she shared everyone's grief over their fallen comrades. But that was exactly why the survivors needed to pull themselves together. She announced that they'd gathered to release the spirit lanterns made in memory of the fallen. She described the lanterns as eternal lights meant to guide the souls of the fallen home, so their spirits could soar freely through the heavens. He walked down the steps carrying their baby, their 2 daughters following behind. The lanterns rose together into the night sky, carrying the tribute skyward. Afterward, a celebratory banquet was held to honor their fallen brothers, and the crowd raised their mugs together shouting cheers. Shirley mentioned to him that as prince, he was also the guest of honor at the victory banquet. He replied that he'd rather spend his time watching over the children than standing in front of a crowd, while the maid noted that many dragons wanted to see the face behind his armor, since he was the hero who'd saved the Silver Dragon clan. He brushed off the title, saying he was no hero and not worth mentioning, while she remarked that like the queen, the prince was powerful yet preferred to stay low profile. She gushed over his answer, saying his mindset was one worth learning from. He asked if drinking with the crowd was also part of the queen's job, and she explained that the queen was a skilled drinker who accepted every toast offered, though she rarely actually got drunk. Later that night, he murmured to her wife that she should rest more since she hadn't fully recovered yet, calling her a silly little dragon. He told the baby not to grow up like her mother, urging her to balance work and rest and not become a workaholic, or he'd feel sorry for her. The baby reached up and grabbed his face while babbling happily in response. He winced, saying the baby was truly amazing, since not even Constantine had managed to hurt him, but she had, joking that she was already tougher than Constantine. A servant told him it was time for the baby to sleep and offered to take her back. He handed her over, saying okay. He waved goodbye to the baby as she was carried off, while the two other servants stood nearby. Someone called out to him mid-drink. She offered to share her drink, but he declined, saying he didn't drink. She said if he wouldn't drink, she'd drink for both of them, though he warned she was already drunk and should slow down. She stumbled and hiccuped, telling him to stand up straight since she was the one swaying, while she shot back that he was the one swaying. He asked how much she'd had to drink and told her to sit and sober up, while she mumbled that she thought the world was a giant eggplant. He joked that if the world was an eggplant, he'd scatter diced carrots around and make eggplant carrot stew, which made her giggle and call him a genius. She sighed dramatically that being queen was no fun at all. He asked why she took it so seriously if it wasn't fun, then jokingly offered to take the throne off her hands and become the Silver Dragon's leader instead. She told him it wasn't fun because the throne was just a cage, and the moment someone sat in that seat, their life stopped being their own. She admitted that despite it all, she'd stay in that cage and do her job well, adding that she intended to be the best queen in the world. She asked him to confirm she was the best queen, and he agreed she was. She called it the perfect pairing, the best queen with the most formidable captive. She admitted she'd always assumed he was exaggerating about his reputation as a prisoner, until she saw it for herself. He reminded her that the Empire recognized him as the strongest dragon slayer, so it wasn't just bragging. She teased him about being captured by her 3 years ago despite that reputation, and he stammered that they'd been enemies back then, only to catch himself and wonder aloud if he'd actually started feeling pity for her. She asked if that meant they weren't enemies anymore, and he replied they were still enemies, just one's temporarily raising 3 daughters together. She cursed him for being heartless, saying even if the world ended his mouth would keep running, and grabbed his cheeks. He yelped for her to let go while grabbing her back, and they ended up pinching each other's faces, each refusing to let go first. Meanwhile, elsewhere, their daughters and a servant stood around a roasting piece of meat over a fire, one of them agreeing to count to 3 so they'd let go of something together. They counted down together, but when it reached 1, neither of them actually let go, still gripping each other's cheeks in silence. Meanwhile, their daughters, watching a roasted skewer, agreed it was really time to let go this time and counted down together, successfully releasing it together. Back at the palace, the narration noted that even though the 2 of them were already parents of 3 children, they still had a childlike side to them, both blushing after finally sobering up a bit. She suddenly remembered something and said, "Oh right, he just mentioned something earlier." She asked him to explain what really happened when he was framed by an insider all those years ago, and he admitted it was a long story. 3 years ago, Leon's troops received imperial orders to attack the Silver Dragon Castle, so he led his squad forward with his teammates. Most of the human army was tasked with fighting the Silver Dragon soldiers at the city gate, drawing away the castle's main defense force. Leon led 100 elite dragon-slaying squads to launch a surprise attack from both flanks of the castle, opening a path in. His squad broke through the outer guards and was one step from entering the Silver Dragon Castle itself. Then his vision suddenly went dark, and something sharp stabbed him from behind. The whole sequence, from illusion to backstab, happened in under 2 seconds. It was a deliberate, premeditated attack against him. The illusion magic that hit him was strong enough that the caster had to be close by. His armor should have blocked most attacks, but the weapon carried a penetration enchantment. His teammate cried out asking what was wrong, but Leon already suspected the truth. The attacker had to be someone on his own team, someone who knew him well and whom he trusted. Later, the raiding squad's position was discovered, and the Silver Dragon soldiers hit back hard. Leon was dying and couldn't be moved, so his teammates were forced to leave him behind. And that was how he ended up becoming a prisoner instead. That traitor never imagined Leon would survive, let alone end up as the fake husband of the Silver Dragon Castle with 3 daughters. Ross Weiss asked whether he had figured out who among his people had betrayed him. Leon thought of his old classmate Vice Captain Victor, a commoner like him who'd risen through the ranks by his own effort. Though Victor always ranked just below him, he was capable, and after Leon fell, he took command and led the others out. Ross Weiss teased that he was just praising himself. Leon also mentioned Martin, their support mage, who came from real status as the youngest son of an imperial minister. Martin had admired him so much that after graduating he asked to join his team, hoping to become a dragon slayer just like him. The queen joked that he even had a fanboy. Then there was Rebecca, their gunner, skilled with every kind of firearm and always providing cover fire for the squad. Small as she was, she got fiercely excited handling guns, and she never stopped talking. The queen then asked about the second girl in his life besides his silver-haired classmate. Leon said she was pretty enough, though he hadn't paid her much attention, but Martin had mentioned she had plenty of suitors. Ross Weiss teased that having a pretty girl on the team meant Leon got to fight while looking at a beautiful woman, and asked if that thrilled him. He shot back, calling her a sour old female dragon whose beer must have gone bad. Furious, she demanded to know what he'd just said, then quickly backtracked, saying she was only joking and that girl wasn't her type anyway. Still flustered, she pressed him about what type of person he liked instead, surprised he'd even ask. Caught off guard, Leon stammered that he liked silver. Ross Weiss dozed off right there against him. Leon remarked to himself how quickly she'd fallen asleep. Deciding he needed to get back to his own room to sleep, he carried her off. The next day, the queen sat alone on a swing in the garden. Since the Battle of Constantine, a string of strange coincidences had made the queen suspect Leon had been involved in it all along, given how closely the timing matched what she'd arranged with his old master. She admitted that she'd once planned to keep Leon as her prisoner forever, but now she was starting to have second thoughts. Logically, Leon would need to go back to sort out these new mysteries, and emotionally, Tiger's actions might also require his help and support. She knew Leon would eventually find out everything and leave, and even though she'd always known this day would come, it still left her uneasy. She wondered whether that unease was really just reluctance to let him go. Reflecting on the past few months, she realized her relationship with Leon had quietly shifted. Despite their different backgrounds, she considered him the most responsible and upright person she'd ever known, a fitting husband and father. Because of him, her daughters had grown happier, and she herself had grown closer to them too. Leon was no longer just her prisoner, but truly part of the family now. She sighed to herself on the swing, with Leon standing quietly behind her. He asked why she was sighing when the swing was supposed to be fun, and what had brought her out here. When he noticed her mood seemed off, he asked what was wrong. She insisted it was nothing, though he wasn't convinced and jokingly wondered if she had postpartum depression, while she quietly denied it wasn't that at all. Leon wondered if Ross Weiss' odd mood wasn't about the baby, but about him instead. She asked Leon if he wanted to go back to the Empire. Leon hesitated, unable to answer right away. They slipped behind the flowers together, sharing a quiet, hidden moment. Suddenly, a sound was heard, causing Ross Weiss to shout, "Who's there?" A little girl jumped out. It was Mune the Fool. Ross Weiss asked what Mune was doing there, and she giggled, saying she came to call Mommy and Daddy for dinner. Mune said her tummy was growling and warned that her sister wouldn't wait if they kept lingering. So Ross Weiss agreed to head back. Leon guessed the girl hadn't come alone, and warned that if her sister spied on them again, he'd stop teaching her magic. Noah cried out that that wouldn't do at all. The family walked back together, teasing each other about how their stealth skills had improved, while the girls admitted they'd secretly followed their dad. That night, Ross Weiss hummed softly to the sleeping baby, wishing it sweet dreams. Leon asked if the baby was finally asleep, and Ross Weiss told him to keep his voice down. He explained that he'd played with Mune, taught Noah some magic, and hugged them both before leaving, just as she'd asked. She pulled him close, saying there was something she needed to tell him. He simply said okay. The night sky stretched quiet and still above the palace. He recalled that his master had once told him not to return to the Empire for a year. She explained that after his master learned he was still alive, he asked her to pass on a message, seeming determined to act on something. She added that when she sent the dragon back to the valley to deliver another message, she found they had already left. She revealed a wanted poster. His master had given up his hidden life to protect his wife's whereabouts, and was now a dangerous fugitive hunted by the Empire. Leon laughed off the idea, joking that his master, that henpecked old farmer, couldn't possibly be a wanted criminal. He insisted the man was just an ordinary retired farmer in his 50s, too harmless to be branded a fugitive. Ross Weiss reminded him the pressure his master gave off went far beyond an ordinary person, and that raising someone as strong as Leon proved he wasn't simple. She suspected the reason he was wanted was tied to Leon himself, since his master had once called him a traitor to humanity. Leon admitted he'd already suspected as much, guessing that after the war's defeat, someone needed to take the blame, and he was the easiest target. Ross Weiss confessed she hadn't wanted to tell him, since he was her husband and the children's father, but even if this home wasn't real, he was still an essential part of it, and she didn't want him to leave. She added that she understood he still had another home in the human world, with a master and mistress who mattered to him too. She said he had the right to know everything and the right to choose, admitting his master needed him more than they did now, and asked what he planned to do. Leon reasoned that since he'd already defeated the Crimson Flame Dragon King, the other dragons wouldn't dare provoke the Silver Dragon clan for now, and that he couldn't stand by while the master who raised him was in danger. He told her she already knew what decision he was going to make. She accepted it, saying that since he'd made up his mind, they could set off that very night. He asked if she'd been distracted these past few days because of this, and she snapped that there was no point bringing it up now. She asked if before leaving, they should go hug their little daughter one more time. He agreed. Standing by the crib, he told his sleeping daughter to listen to her older sisters and protect her mother when she grew up. The baby stirred and let out a small cry. Leon reached out while Ross Weiss transformed into the great silver dragon, waiting for him on the balcony. He said it was time to go. The dragon soared into the night sky, carrying them off toward the Empire. Mid-flight, Leon worried aloud that he hadn't properly said goodbye to Noah and Mune, and wondered if they'd think him a terrible father. Ross Weiss reassured him that he was the best father in the world, and Leon laughed, saying it was rare to hear such praise from her. She added that he was also the best husband in the world, as the pair soared off across the countryside. Back home, Noah woke and looked out the window, wondering where her mom and dad were going. Far away, at the edge of the human empire, a lone figure moved quietly through the forest toward the distant lit town. After a year away, Leon and Ross Weiss finally arrived back at the empire's border, and he murmured that he was finally home.